the beginning of the end and the start of a new beginning. Time has come to refine yourself and let go of the demons in your head that have held you in captivity for so long. It's time to flip the page and prove them wrong. It's time for rebirth. Yeah, time's up to say goodbye to all the haters, doubters, and non-believers trying to bring you down. In the blink of an eye, you'll realize that there's so much more to the book than the page you were stuck on. Finally, you will be free to live a life you love living instead of the life you think other people want you to live. Remember, you are the highest authority when it comes to knowing what you want and what you love. So stop trading yourself for the approval from others. Ladies and gentlemen, weirdos and geeks, please repeat after me. I don't give a fuck. I don't give a I don't give a fuck. 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 It's time to start doing the right thing. So trust your instincts, stop listening to others, and own your decisions. People will always tell you what to do, who's being and how to live. So let's create space for what matters most to you. You'll be glad you did. Now start claiming your time and your mental well-being by saying no more. No more. Say it loudly and proudly. In other words, fuck you. I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck.
Target acquired.
Eagle 1, first strike, you have permission to engage the target.
Warning: the following video contains explicit language which may be offensive to some viewers or inappropriate for children. The content within this video is intended for mature audiences only.
Welcome back, everybody. Here we are. We're ready to go. Waiting on people to show up, so just be cool. It's terrifying. Why would you say that to me?
You can just jump backstage and I'll pull him in. Hello, is this Enrique?
That's his avatar.
It is.
Give him a second.
My audio
Yeah.
MacBook.
Yep,
speaker.
there he is.
Give him a second, gang. Let me turn him up.
Oh, here's the good-looking guy. You know how it is.
I'm wondering which silk suit he's wearing tonight.
It's a good one.
I knew it. I called it 100%.
Yeah, buddy.
Okay, we're just waiting on. Hello,
Okay.
sir. We're waiting on Dev now, and then we'll get started. But just kind of a. Here we
I had
go.
invited Tim Hale as well. I hope that's cool.
Yeah, Tim should be about to get here.
Okay.
I just got off the phone with him.
This is Dev and Destiny versus the world. So whenever he shows up, we'll pull him in. So just a little heads up how this is going to go. I'm going to introduce the topic, and then I'll say hi to my audience, and then we're just going to get right into it. My first question is going to be, do we agree with the White House's portrayal of January 6th? Why or why not? And we'll go from there. It's very conversational. All I will ask is, if I tell you to stop talking, please stop talking. I'm going to do that because no one can hear when we're all screaming over each other. There's a lot of people here. It's going to be a little chaos, but we got this. Any questions?
I'm good.
Okay. Let's get this show on.
Hey, is there
wearing a suit?
is there a share link here
Yes, give me a second.
for X
Oh, for X, I don't stream.
or
on
no?
it.
Okay, all right, cool.
So I got a YouTube link if you want it. But
Okay, yeah, that's fine. I'll take it.
okay, give me. We'll just DM it to you direct. That should work. Okay, there you go, sir.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate you.
Okay. And with that, let's start the show. Okay. Welcome, one and all, to yet another episode of WIC TV, a cross-ideological space where we come together to talk about issues both political and cultural, from the silly to the serious. And gang, have we got a show for you tonight? Recently, the White House have put out a January 6th page where it claims that the Democrats are the real insurrectionists. And it goes through a timeline of events that a lot of people contest. Dev and Destiny have agreed to take on all comers on this and to talk about whether or not it was appropriate for the White House to make these updates, whether these updates were accurate or not. And we have a whole host of people to talk about it with us, including Enrique, Tarrio, Gibbs, we got Grid, we got Kung Fu Joe, all sorts of people. We're going to get into it. I guess, yeah, that's the first question for you guys, and we'll just kind of get into it. Was the White House's portrayal of January 6th on their website accurate? Why or why not? Anyone can start. Go ahead.
I guess just on some basic language stuff, can we all agree that Trump never, in any part of that ellipse speech, he never called for peace or told people to be peaceful. He never said any of those words, because he used explicitly at least once, and he never explicitly said, "You guys need to be peaceful. You need to."
But like
go
Twitter
march
did
peaceful."
stop him from saying "be peaceful." As soon as he said we need to be peaceful, then they deleted his tweet, canceled his account, whatever, and made it impossible for him to actually proclaim "please go be peaceful." So that's one thing that I think we can agree happened.
Well, that's cool. So I'm going to ask my question again. So on the speech in the ellipse, the hour speech or whatever, he never told people to be peaceful. That was never a command he gave. That was never a thing that he explicitly said ever. That was just never a thing that was said. But for some reason, people repeat this. I just want to make sure we all agree on that at the ellipse speech, he never told people, you need to be peaceful. You guys should be peaceful. He never said anything. He didn't say that.
Yeah, you're being really narrow with that. Yep, that's true.
Well, I mean, like afterwards, people went to the Capitol and they, at the very least, rioted, so they weren't peaceful. So yeah, I would like to. I think if we're going to make a
well, you're
White
talking about
House
his rhetoric, though.
website,
You're changing the where we're looking. You're
Well,
saying,
no,
well, this
I'm-
one
I'm-
part of
I'm
the one
saying-
speech that he gave, this one
Oh,
day.
are you asking if he said specifically the word peaceful? Like, are
No.
are
If he
you
told
nitpicking
people,
one word?
So on the WhiteHouse.gov website, they claim, they claim that hold on, let me look for it explicitly. So it
Hey,
says
just to
he
the host. I'm
stresses the
sorry.
need
To
to-
the host,
Yeah, go ahead.
I can cuss here, right? Is there certain words I can't say?
Just no, nothing that would get me demonetized.
No
So no F
slurs,
slurs, no hard R's, nothing like that.
Okay,
Okay.
cool.
Okay.
So
Other
he
than that,
stresses
you can call retard, fuck, all that shit. So yeah.
Okay, cool.
So on the White House website, it's Save America rallies, their second timestamp. It says he stresses the need to fight for the country through strength and determination, explicitly calling for peaceful protest. I just want to be clear, that never happened. That part is a lie on the side. At the very least, we can agree that that's a lie.
So he never said the words peacefully and patriotically during that speech.
No,
Is that what y'all?
He never told people to go do that. He said that I know you'll go marching peacefully and patriotic or whatever, but he never explicitly said. He never called for. That was never explicitly called for.
That's super nuanced, dude. If he says like peacefully and patriotically, I think that's the key. And I think there was a lot of people, including myself, pissed off that day. And to kind of hit what the host, the question for the host, for 4 years, we've been fed nothing but like bullshit and slop from the Biden administration about what happened on January 6th. Now that January 6ers are actually out, we get to say our piece, and I think people get to see both sides of the story, and they get to not make a binary choice. Maybe they agree with me on some things, maybe they agree with Destiny on other things, or other liberals. And I find it fascinating now that like we're nitpicking words when he's explicitly said that peacefully and patriotically make your way over to the Capitol, and then on top of that,
he didn't say that. So what you just said, you used the word explicitly. I don't know if you know what explicitly means, but that
what he said,
one fact at a time, just one fact at a time.
So right? he goes ahead and on top of that, his tweets got deleted, and you silence the president of the United States right after that. I don't think it was ever his intention to tell anybody. I sat through courts through 6 months. I don't think at any point did he think people were going to storm into the Capitol and storm the building or do anything. I think he wanted people to protest outside. And as somebody that, again, was planning on being there.
I'm going to read the sentence here, okay? I know that everyone here will soon be marching over to the Capitol building to peacefully and patriotically make your voices heard. He didn't tell them you need to be peaceful. You need to go and be peaceful. You need to go and not commit. He didn't explicitly say that ever. He just said, "I know you'll be."
Looks like you're. Well, who cares? Like, what is he? What is he supposed to say? Hey, don't shoot! Don't shoot! Don't do this.
Can I give the exact quote? Can I give the exact quote?
One at a time. Destiny, finish your question. Then Enrique can answer it. And I know Tim wants in here too. Is that your name? I'm sorry, Tim.
Yeah, the full quote is, at the ellipse, President Trump speaks to hundreds of thousands of supporters, detailing evidence of election fraud and urging the crowd to march to the Capitol to, quote, peacefully and patriotically make their voices heard, end quote. There is no urging the crowd there. He just says he'll know they'll do it. There is no urging. It's about an hour-long speech where he talks about voter fraud. He says we need to fight like hell or we're going to lose our country. He calls everybody in Congress weak. He's here to protest the results of the election. So I just think it's a little bit rich to pretend that there were explicit calls for peace in this. There wasn't. And this was like one thing he said almost at the beginning of the speech. Yeah.
Hey, every time you leave the house, like when you were a kid and you just got your driver's license, does your mom say, "Oh, don't crash"? Like it's retarded to even think that he has to say that every time that he comes out. He said, "You guys are going to peacefully and patriotically march towards."
Maybe he should say it when he's called a bunch of people to Washington, D.C. to protest the results of the election. Maybe that would be a good thing to say when he's kind of gotten everybody riled up and he's also saying you need to fight like hell or you're going to lose your country. Maybe it would be a good idea to really stress the peaceful part, especially considering what happened afterwards, right?
Like he did. He said, I know that everyone here will soon be marching over to the Capitol building to peacefully and patriotically make your voices heard. That's his speech.
Yeah, that is a line that he said. Yes,
his speech. Isn't you saying he just didn't say
that is a line that he said. Yes,
you saying he just didn't say
that is a line that he said. Yes, you just didn't say that is a line like the speech as opposed to the other thing that was towards the beginning of the speech. It's an hour-long speech. I'm just saying there weren't all these explicit calls for peace. He didn't say you guys need to remain peaceful. Nothing like that. He just said, I know you'll be marching over there peacefully and patriotically and make your voice heard. That's it. It's not a huge point. You don't lose the whole argument by giving this. I want to make sure we're all.
Do you think that he knew? Hold on. Do you think that he knew that the crowd was going to peacefully and patriotically march over there? Like he didn't give a marching order like, "Hey, go storm the Capitol. Hey, go stop the certification election." It's a self-fulfilling prophecy is what he's saying. Like, you don't expect the crowd. I didn't expect the crowd to do that. I know a lot of people, a lot of liberals think that I went over there to go stop the certification election. I wasn't going to do that, and I didn't need the president to tell me to be peaceful and patriotically. I was already both of those things.
Well, so you did know that the Capitol was going to be broken into. It had already happened by the time that speech was over, right? The Proud Boys had literally organized to do this. You guys were involved in breaking through all 3 of the outer barriers, and then finally with Dominic to break into the actual Capitol with the riot shield. So you did know that was going to happen in advance, right? You were in the Capitol the night before and you left because there was a arrest.
So
yeah.
I'll ask you, like, I asked the prosecutors and defense team, what evidence do you have that I knew that was going to happen? Because you said it as an absolute. So what evidence do you have that I thought that was going to happen? Because my messages in court, even given by the prosecution, doesn't show that. It shows that I'm like, holy shit, this is happening. I probably, actually, as a matter of fact, Destiny, you probably found out about the storming of the Capitol before I did.
I thought that you were convicted for this. Didn't you lose in front of a jury on this?
If you consider a jury that during their questioning, right, and said that
I do. So we can vote it. Yeah, I do consider that a legitimate jury. Yes, and you did.
Okay, yeah, you could consider it. But
so okay, so what's
I mean, I hope one day when you face any assault charges or anything, or sexual assault charges, that you're convicted of a jury that hates your guts. Then they put me in the jury, because the first thing I'm going to do is find you guilty.
Okay. I want to hear from some other people here. I want to hear from
Just
Tim.
to be clear, also, real quick. So everything in the indictment, all of your messages about your plans.
What messages? Can you point one message? Just show me one message, please.
Do you want me to read down the indictment to have you reject?
I mean, yes, please.
Is that what you want?
We got all night here.
While he's getting that up,
I don't got nothing to do here, bro.
Yeah,
so if you want to look at the indictment, go ahead.
Yeah, while he's getting that up, I do want to hear from some other people in the crowd. I want to hear from Tim.
Yeah, tell me about my 6-month trial.
Right, and we'll get into there, right? So go ahead, Tim, then Dev, and then we'll get you Kung Fu Joe and Gibbs and Grit. Go ahead.
Thank you. I just wanted clarification. The first thing I was going to do was about the speech, because that was the prelude to this. But Destiny, I think he wanted to limit it to specifically saying, for after the fact. But I mean, are we ignoring the tweets that he gave at 2:38 and 3:13? He specifically does use the words peaceful. He says, "Stay peaceful" for the first one and "remain peaceful," or peaceful for the second one. So what is the contention about the word peaceful and when it was used specifically?
Yeah, so he made those tweets when there was already violence breaking out. So when he says "remain peaceful," that's nonsense, and people were begging him to call people to go home. So like people like Ashley Babbitt got killed because he refused to make that call for people to go home, because he was hoping that Congress would break down and give in to the desire for him to have the vote.
Congress had already been removed at that point, so that's a stupid thing to say. You know better than that.
Did they not come back that night?
Yeah, they came back later that night, but after all of the rioters had been removed, sir. I mean, that's a dumb thing to say.
That's correct. Yes, after they removed the rioters, which people wanted to happen, they came back and they re-adjourned in order to finish the count. Correct. Thank you for doing the logical order of events. So Tarrio,
when you hold on, but that doesn't support what you said.
I'm just trying to see if these messages are real. So when you posted a message that said "fuck unity, no quarter, raise the black flag," was that a message that you posted in a group chat on November 12th?
I posted it on social media. Yeah. And I'm 100%. I said that. I celebrated it. Okay. If I'm guilty of celebrating it, then yes. And that was in social media.
Political prisoners, we won't go quietly. I promise. Is that a thing that you posted?
Yeah, that was in November. Okay. That was in November.
You need to remember, we're at war with a virus, not with each other. You need to remember the American people are at war with you. No Trump, no peace, no quarter. Right? These are your messages.
When did those tweets happen? Remind me when those tweets happened.
In November of 2020.
It was in November of 2020. Was January 6th an event? Did January 6th, the event at January 6th, did that ever get announced before November of 2020? Can you tell me the day that it got announced that was going to be a rally?
I'm just making sure that so far in the indictment you agree to these things, right?
Unless I'm fucking Nostradamus and I know that some rally is going to happen in the future, do you expect me in November to be tweeting about some shit that I didn't even know was going to happen? An event that I didn't even know was going to happen.
We know that on January, I'm pretty sure the Electoral Count Act literally calls out the date of the certification of the election. So we all knew in advance.
That's December 12th.
The certification of the.
That's a month before I tweeted that. So yeah.
December
Wait, are
12th
we-
is on the election certification?
No,
I
go
thought that was
ahead.
January 6th.
automatically creating.
No,
the
it's not
nexus
January
between
6th. As a matter of fact, you got that
and the
wrong.
rally.
The
just-
certification of Congress, the
Yeah, just-
counting of it happens on December 12th.
Just real quick, I do want to make sure that Tim gets a chance to get in here. He's been
Okay,
trying.
sorry,
Go
Tim.
ahead. No, it's fine. Then Tim.
No,
and
it's
then I
fine.
want to hear
I-
from Dev. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, yeah, we knew when the certification was going to be, but that doesn't necessarily mean people knew that the rally was going to happen, in which case you still have to create the nexus between the rally and his supposed urging people to riot, which, that didn't actually happen. But I'm just trying to understand, you're dismissing the tweets that happened in after 2 o'clock and after 3 o'clock because they happened after the speech, but in the speech he also says peaceful, but you're saying he didn't direct people to be peaceful, he just acknowledged it. Isn't that inferred?
He should have told people to go home because it had already gotten violent.
So you're unhappy that it didn't say specific words?
No, he should. Well, at that point, people should have gone home. He should have said, you need to leave. It wasn't peaceful. It was a riot at that point.
If he says
So you wanted him
to be peaceful, that
the initial contention, my understanding, I'm sorry.
you're
I
like
thought the
beyond
initial
splitting
contention-
hairs.
I thought the
I'm
initial
not beyond
contention
splitting
was
hairs.
that
It's very
they-
easy. So if there's a riot happening at the Capitol and you have the ability to tell your people to go home, you should probably tell your people to go home.
You wanted him to tell people to go home in the middle of the speech when he says to be peaceful?
You were just
Because I
talking about
thought
his
the
tweets that he
contention-
made hours later at 2 o'clock and 3 o'clock. Which one do you want to talk about?
But I thought you were complaining about the fact that he didn't direct people to be peaceful in the speech when he said, "I know you will be peaceful."
Well, yes,
I
but that's
just wanna
because
clarify.
I'm just going through the whitehouse.gov J6 site and I'm
just
going
stupid
through
thing
the
to argue about.
timeline on the claim thing, right? And the second claim for the Save America rally is President Trump delivers powerful speech. That was just the very first one I was looking at.
I don't even think it's.
I just started with that one.
I don't even think it's worth getting in the weeds of what he
Okay,
said. He
that's
said
fine.
peacefully and patriotically. Like we don't need a 10-minute discussion on what those words mean and how he meant it.
Well, can
I
I?
mean,
He also did say, just to be clear, he said we have to fight like hell or we're going to lose our country, right?
Yeah.
How
Yeah,
would you
absolutely.
describe the
I think
events-
so.
how would
Yeah,
you describe
I
the
use the
events
word
that
fight like
unfolded
hell all the
agree.
time.
over the next 4 hours? How would you describe the events that unfolded? What did it seem was more happening? That people were fighting like hell because they thought they were going to lose their country, or that they were marching peacefully and patriotically?
I think 95% of the
things are true at the
people,
same time.
I believe 95% of the people that were there on J6, all they did was walk in. They didn't touch a fucking cop. They didn't break a window. They didn't do any of that. If you want to talk about the 5%, look, I don't agree. I don't agree with the assaults. I've said this. I said this on January 6th in the evening after seeing it. I said it on national television. I said it on CNN and I said it on Univision. I can't vibe with people assaulting police officers. I think that they should have been arrested. I don't think that the problem was, I still think that they should be pardoned, not for their actions, but because of how justice
Why do we care about
was
any of this? I don't know what we're
administered.
talking about now. This doesn't do anything.
Well, no.
I mean,
I really don't care
I
about
heard-
you talking
I heard-
about
I heard that you
the
said
president's words.
95% were peaceful. So that means
95% were
5%
peaceful.
okay, so then 5,000, 10,000 people were rioting then, if the president's own words are to be believed.
Is that
because
the
they say,
number
well,
of people? Do you
It was
believe that
about
there were
100,000
10,000
people
people
there.
walked into the Capitol that day?
Yeah,
On
there was
the-
about 100,000 people, I believe, is the number of protesters.
on the site, they say hundreds of thousands, so 5,000 to 10,000 violent
No,
rioters.
no. I'm asking you, is that the number? Are you citing the number of people that went inside the Capitol or the number of people that attended the rally?
I'm giving what they had as attended the rally on the White House.
I'm not asking what they give you. I'm asking what you know.
I know that around 1,600 people were charged. I don't know how many people went into the building altogether. I don't have the count on that, so I don't know.
So
but that's
you
not
don't
really
know what the
we're talking
5?
about.
We could just say 5%. We don't got to go with the number because it wasn't
Enrique.
tens of thousands of people that went in.
Well, it could have been 1.5%, but it was a small number. I mean,
Well, because only a small number of people even got to the building, right? That's how it works. Like in any riot, it's probably like 1 to 5% of people that are being violent, right?
There were probably thousands of people in the building. I was one of them, and Enrique, I think this is, like you said. Well, I would say it's beside the point because if you want to address the violence, it happened in very select areas, and there was a context behind it, such as the Lower West Terrace Tunnel. It actually, one of the biggest reasons it wasn't an insurrection is that it got less violent when people got inside the building. If they were going to, become violent and overthrow the government, we would have been more violent in the building than out. But what you see is that when you review the video, it actually was at very select locations because people were incited. There were provocateurs. I agree with Enrique. Not everybody who was there was a good person.
So to be clear, the incitement was you trying to break through where cops were. When people were inside the building, they weren't violent because they didn't even know what they were supposed
What
to do.
do you mean
at
by
that point.
you? What do you mean by you? Are you talking to me, or
Speaking
you're talking to
the general you, because he's talking about the protesters not being violent once they got inside the building, because they didn't have much to be violent against. Because all of the
they have
congressmen
Tim
So
on
you're
Hale.
saying, so you're agreeing with me and Tim and saying that some protesters were violent. Yeah, I agree with you. Some protesters were
Why? I
violent.
never even brought
I
this
believe
up. I
that
don't
they
think this point
should.
is relevant
I
to
believe
anything.
that they
In
should
any
be
protest,
arrested, and I
in any
believe that they
riot,
should have gotten some time in prison. Yes, I
in
don't
any riot, a
believe
small
that they should have
percentage of
gotten
people are
10,
going to be
20
violent.
years.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, I do
And I don't
want to.
believe, just like you
Hale,
said,
Before anyone else
Destiny.
goes, hold on, just real quick. Before anyone else
Go ahead.
goes, I do want to make sure that Dev gets a chance to have his say
Okay,
and
go ahead.
come in and give us what he's got. And I do see Gibbs, Kung Fu Joe over there, and we're gonna get you in here in a second. Dev, go ahead, give us what you think.
Yeah, I've just been listening. This is kind of crazy. Just because I don't know who you are, the guy with the green background, but you were talking about Trump's tweets, and I mean, while the riot was happening, you expect a decent, competent, good leader to try to calm people down. That's what you expect them to say. But I mean, at 2:24 p.m., Donald Trump tweeted, "Mike Pence didn't have the courage to do what should have been done to protect our country and our Constitution, giving states a chance to certify a corrected set of facts, not the fraudulent or inaccurate ones which they were asked to previously certify." Now, that statement, is that going to calm people down or rile people up, do you think?
Well, I could tell you from my own experience, it didn't rile me up. I actually, at that point, I actually wrongfully assumed when I read that tweet, I was already in the
Why is
crypt.
he answering from his own personal experience? What are we doing?
Because he was there.
I'm offering a perspective because I was asked, "What do you think?"
Okay,
I'm telling
fair
you.
enough. How about everyone else's perspective then?
Yeah.
Okay, well, I mean, I think most
You're
people
asking to
kind of
give other people's perspective that's not here.
He can give his own
that's
perspective.
kind of how reality works. We kind of speak for how we think people are generally like motivated by things or what might cause people to do things. Are we incapable?
Well, he's
here
a people.
Of
he knows what he
You know what? I'm going to tell you
Is that-
exactly what people thought. I'm going to tell you
No.
exactly
How
what
about
people
let's not
thought.
generalize to some bullshit. Just stay on the specific things.
No,
Dev
I'm
asked
going
a
to give you
specific
exactly
question.
what people
Dev
thought.
gave
And
a
I'm
specific
going to
tweet.
give you my
When people
specific
saw that Pence
thing.
had failed, what did Pence fail?
So-
what were the what did that?
So
people
anybody who
give us
thinks
your-
that the only reason, excuse me, I think anybody who thinks that the only reason that people went into the Capitol is because Trump told them that the election was stolen is a retard. I think they weren't looking backwards, and it started with Hillary Clinton in September of 2016
What were people
calling
at the
Trump
Capitol for?
supporters
What were people at the Capitol for?
as a basket of deplorables. Then you
In
take us off
2016,
social
how
media.
many people
Then
invaded
you
the
go ahead
Capitol?
and you
The answer is zero.
definance
The
us.
answer is
You
zero. Yeah, that's
deplatform
none.
us. You shut down our businesses during
It's zero.
COVID.
Yep,
Right?
yeah,
You
it's
allow
zero.
the summer of
Who
love
shut
to
down the
happen
businesses during COVID?
unchecked.
Wasn't Trump the president
And
for that?
the
Who was the
straw
president
that
for the
broke
summer?
the camel's
Wasn't Trump
back.
the
Okay.
president for that?
One at a
Wasn't
time.
all
One at
straw
a
that
time.
broke the
Hold on.
camel's
One at a
back
time. Both of you,
is
please. Let
somebody stole
Enrique
the
finish.
fucking election. So
let
yeah, we were
Enrique
pissed
finish.
off about
Trump
a
tried
million
to, but he
fucking
failed.
things. Yeah. Well,
Yeah.
there's a
I
million things that we're pissed off about. It wasn't just a
For
fucking
January
stolen
6th, why were people at the Capitol? What were they there for?
we were there to fucking peacefully protest
Who
the
called them
stolen
there?
election.
Who called them
Yeah.
there?
Hold on,
President
Destiny,
Trump called us.
I need to ask
There
a
you go.
question.
At the ellipse.
Okay.
I gotta
Thank
ask
you.
this. I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Because do you truly believe that people, absent Trump, absent his speech, that they wouldn't have been people like showing up angry at the Capitol that day? Is that your claim?
Absent him inviting them there? Nah, maybe 1,000, maybe, I don't know. If
Well,
that.
hold on. So you don't believe that there are other factors leading up to that day from the time of the election, not including Trump, that would have motivated enough angry people to show up that day?
Well, I can tell you what the other factors are. It's actually really easy. There was a whole bunch of people
there's a lot.
online who were posting. There's a whole bunch of people
No,
online.
hold on.
No. I'm going to
answer your question.
I'm going to answer
Please,
you.
go
There's a
ahead,
whole
Jeff.
bunch of people online who are posting about how Mike Pence has the power to send back the electors so that Trump can steal the election, and everyone was hyping themselves up for this bullshit. That's why you guys went there. It was retarded.
No. That's not the only thing I'm talking about. Like, I have a list of things that factually happened, and whether or not you can observe them through 2020 vision, like from now, doesn't matter, because we had so little time to analyze these things. So expanded mail-in voting due to COVID-19, late night vote count pauses and updates in key states, changes to the election
so
procedures.
every
without
single
legislative-
one
Hold
of
on,
these
hold
things
on. I'm not
failed
done
in
yet.
court.
I'm not done yet.
They
I'm
had
not
their day
done
in
yet.
court.
Thank you
You
very
lost
much.
on every
Hold on,
single one of
buddy,
these.
buddy.
All of them.
Did you not just
Every
hear
single
what
one.
I just
It's
said?
cute. He
Did you
believes
not
in the
hear what I
justice
just
Courts
said?
system.
have litigated all
Hold
of
on.
these. You lost.
Hold on. No. That you obviously weren't listening. If you listen, you could hear me better. What I said was, What happened by the time January 6th rolled around, we didn't have the time and like 8 hours a day for years on end. No, we didn't have years like you did. No, we didn't.
You did.
Okay, between January 6th and the election, the determination of the election, how much time was there?
A few months, but there was enough time that almost
A few
every
months,
single
yeah.
claim,
Guys, all
every
this
single
making,
claim
dude.
that
Hold on, I'm
Donald
not even
Trump
done yet.
brought up
Pivot,
in
pivot,
his speech had
pivot.
already been debunked thoroughly, and none of them,
Hold on.
absolutely zero of them,
I
are
would
held
like
up
to.
today.
You're gone.
So
You can't.
apparently there's enough
say-
time.
You can't.
Hold on,
So Democrats were saying
my chat.
Democrats were saying that
moderators
mail-in
remove
voting is
the
the
offending
most unreliable form
knucklehead.
of voting. Democrats said that. That's something that's not going to change.
Who asked?
Well, you know,
what does
we
it have to
sit
do with
here.
anything? It's not relevant.
Anyway,
So the White House.
How is
posted
it not
this
relevant?
thing.
I want to hear from Gibbs. Gibbs, go ahead.
Yeah, so the White House posted this thing, and I really feel it's important that we kind of like analyze it in the 2026 light, actually. What did they say? It says, in truth, it was the Democrats who staged the real insurrection by
It's pretty
certifying
easy
the
to
fraud rigged
handle,
election,
Destiny,
including
really.
widespread irregularities and weaponizing federal agencies, all right? So we're sitting and look at this. Now we're looking at right now
Who are
what's
you even
happening.
quoting? Wait, who was that even a quote from?
That's
That
on
is the White
January
House
6th
page,
website.
White House. Not
It was
the
the page,
whole
yeah.
thing that we're here. Y'all literally posted and said this is what we're debating today.
Well, okay,
I don't know.
what's
Sorry.
the
Anyway.
point?
Well, I would like to get to it. Thank you. 1 second, please. Anyway, and so when we look at it in 2026 and we see all the fraud and we see places like Minnesota where we now have evidence that 197 duplicate ballots were posted. Yes, we do. We do have that. It was just by the Congress just a couple days ago. Maybe keep up to date. We have that. We see evidence of the fraud. We see evidence of this NGOs paying for it. The Trump administration has been saying from day one when this went down that they're basically having some sort of system in place to rig the election. So they're the real insurrectionists by subverting the of will of the voters, and that's what we're seeing has happened. They use the fraud system.
Why didn't Trump?
And they
Trump
use
said
the
this coming
illegal
in
voters, the
2016.
duplicate
They had
voters.
4 years to find it. Why did Trump not find anything?
Oh yeah, because Biden's going to be investigating himself whenever he gets put in power, huh? Does that make sense? Give me a break. Come on, man.
No, Trump said there was rampant voter fraud for the 2016 election. He was in office for 4 years after. They found nothing. He put together a commission to find it. They found nothing.
And
Why?
yet now we're finding all sorts of stuff, though. So
No, we're not.
Crazy
But I
how it
didn't
works
ask
now.
for
Now
it.
we've
No,
cleaned
I
up
said-
more of the
I
stuff.
said he had
Well,
4
I'm
years.
talking about now,
I said
though.
he had
You know,
4
we can talk
years.
about 4 years ago.
Well, no, you
It's not
weren't talking about
mattering.
now. You brought up a quote
I
from
am talking about now.
2016. So you
I
want to
just
talk about
brought up
now?
the
If you want to
quote
talk about
from
now, you're talking about now.
today.
Why don't we have any
From 3
fraud
days ago, I
fraud
brought the quote.
election? He said
Hold
there
on.
was
The quote is
millions
from
of
3
illegal
days
voting.
ago.
We
You
don't have any
understand
fraud.
that, right?
Okay.
The quote I just read is from 3 days ago. You realize that, right?
I'm asking you, where is the evidence of the voter fraud? The rampant voter fraud in 2016, in 2020.
Oh, we literally have evidence
2024?
right now that 197 duplicates votes were cast in Minnesota's election, and 137,000 is what it cost to beat him, right? And so, yeah, clearly something was going on when we have billions in fraud and 197,000 duplicate votes in a state where they won, and it's a state where, guess what? Timmy Walls was the VP candidate. Come on, bro. There's some kind of collusion here. That's the real insurrection.
Mm-hmm. Right.
Okay, I am curious. There's something Enrique said at the beginning of the show that people have been fed a lie about January 6th. If you could have, if there is one lie you could point to that the Biden administration or the Democrats or whoever has been saying about January 6th, what would you say that lie is? And then we can see if Dev and Destiny, what they think about that. What do you think, Enrique?
So to say something that I don't want to argue about, but just saying it's an insurrection was all bullshit. But to be more specific, and specific to my case, that we decided to plan to commit an act of sedition, which is one step on the treason for people that don't know that, to overthrow by force the United States government is bullshit. And they ran with this narrative, and they ran with this Tom Clancy novel. Because if you read not only my indictment, if you sat through the 6 months of my trial and you read all the bullshit that went on in the trial and how they wanted to paint it, I think that's one of the biggest miscarriages of justice and the biggest miscarriage of a PR campaign by the DOJ. So much so that I think I'm happy that I got 22 years because it opened people's eyes and was like, well, you know what? I don't like this guy, but he doesn't deserve 22 years because, you know, these facts are the case. And in my case, you know, we had FBI agents embedded within the group. We had CIs that were informing about the Proud Boys before January 6th and at January 6th, and not a single one of them did the prosecution put on the stand. So Just to close up here, I think
Can I
think
just ask a couple
them
questions on that?
blaming.
Is
Yeah,
it
give me
real-
give me
just
give
real
me one
quick?
second. I'm
Well,
just
no, 'cause
closing
you
up.
just- no,
But
I
for
mean,
the
like, you
most
said
part, I
about that,
think
right? So, like, were the Proud Boys the
hold on a
ones that
sec. Hey,
initially
dude.
broke
Hey,
through
hey.
all of
Let
them?
me
All of them?
finish. Let me finish, and then you can go ahead and do your own
Holy
shit.
shit.
Yeah, just mute yourself for a second.
Mhm.
So check this out. So I think in closing, I think just the narrative that went behind this seditious conspiracy with the Proud Boys and the Oath Keepers, it's bullshit. You want to get some of them. You want to get Dominic. Look, you want to get Dominic Pizzola for breaking a window. You could go ahead and break a window,
Were the Proud Boys the ones that
and
initially
he'd be
broke into the
charged for
Capitol?
it.
Were the
You know
Proud
what?
Boys the
I'm going to
ones that broke
mute
into the
myself
Capitol?
and I'm going to keep talking for a second.
So much
If you want to
yapping.
get Dominic Pizzola for breaking a window, then absolutely go ahead. He'll tell you himself that he shouldn't have broken a window. And I'm unmuting. Go ahead.
The Proud Boys were the ones that broke through initially, right? They were the first ones in, right?
No, they weren't the first ones to break in.
They weren't the first one. So there wasn't, let me just be clear. So there wasn't a group of about 100 Proud Boys while Trump was still speaking that made
There
their
wasn't
way to
even
the
100
Capitol,
proud. There wasn't
that
even
made their
100
way-
Proud Boys in the ground on January 6th. So let's
that made-
start
so
with
there-
correction.
Okay. How many would you
52.
say there were? 52.
52.
Okay.
Yes.
Was there a group of about 50 Proud Boys during Trump's speech that were already making their way to the Capitol that broke
is
through the
correct.
outer perimeter, then the second one, and then eventually broke through the window with the riot shield via Dominic? Was that all the Proud Boys?
No, apparently you don't know about the Dominic Pizzola. So we'll start with the Dominic Pizzola and work our way down. So with Dominic Pizzola, Dominic wasn't the one that initially broke the window, and he wasn't the last one to pull the window. He wasn't even the one that went in. He's
didn't
just
go
the
in
one
first.
that conveniently was not. That window was already broken. You want to pull up the video and take a look at the cracked window?
So you're
I
telling me if
welcome you to do
cracked
so.
we have
window-
video.
You just said cracked window, so he's the one who broke through the window.
we have
with
the
riot shield.
video.
He was the Proud Boy.
He
Yeah.
broke. He finished
for-
breaking. He finished.
Yeah,
he finished. He didn't even
breaking.
finish
Thank you.
breaking the
That's called
window
breaking. Yes,
because
yes,
the
okay.
window was still not accessible, and somebody else pulled down the window.
Somebody climbed in right
I
after
go
he did
ahead
the
and
show.
I challenge you and I say pull up the video and we could discuss Dominic
Sure,
Pizzola.
and if he wants to, if he wants to, we can. So my question
Yeah,
is
if you
when
send me
you
the
when
video,
you
I'll pull
tweeted
it up.
out that you were proud of my boys in my country,
Yes.
okay, don't
At what
fucking
time was
leave.
that?
What you
At
were,
what
what
time
were
was
you
that?
referring there? You tell me. What when you said you
I
were
was
proud of
saying
them,
I
what
was
were you
talking to
referring
the crowd. So let me listen. You could hit me for a lot of things, but the things that you're talking about, you can't. Right? I had communications, direct communications with my guys via Telegram at the time. Right. So if I didn't want them to leave, why isn't there a message from me directly to them saying, don't fucking leave, just keep going? I put that message out on Parler, which is similar to Twitter, right? To the public. I was celebrating it. If that's what I'm guilty of, then fucking lock me away for 22 years. But how the fuck are you gonna tell me for tweeting when you've tweeted so much fucking worse shit that you should probably be in prison for, right?
Yeah, that's great. Okay,
Then
so
don't
it was
fucking leave.
the Proud Boys who were in first, right? You were tweeting out, "I'm proud of my
The
boys and
Proud
my
Boys,
country.
we've
Don't
established
fucking
that the
leave,"
Proud Boys
right? And
weren't
they'd
the
already
first ones
broken in.
So
And
we
you
can
said
clear
they
that
were
out
the
of the
first ones that
thing.
broke
Well,
through the
let
outer
Destiny
perimeter and
finish
the
now.
first-
Let Destiny
So
finish
you
his thought.
knew that they were breaking in. You were proud of them for doing
I did
so.
not know
and
they
you
were
first on
breaking
the
in.
stage. Really,
I did
you
not
had
know they
no
were breaking
idea.
in.
Okay,
No,
just
I didn't turn on the
real quick,
TV.
real
I didn't
quick,
turn on the
because
TV.
I got the video. I
Go
got
ahead,
the video. We can look
Can
at
you
it
send
if
it
you
to
want.
me and I can play it? for
I've DM'd it to you. You
Yeah,
can
please.
watch it.
Give me a second.
First guy goes by Red on Red Glasses. If you want to search the Sedition Hunter hashtag, it's an Indian-looking fella.
Okay,
Red
give
on
me
Red
1
Glasses.
second.
They throw a 2x4 through the window first.
We'll see it in a moment. Just gotta. I'm juggling.
I can also throw this out there. There have been many attempts to get information from the government about who these individuals are, and little effort by the prosecution to identify these people. So I know Dominic as well. I did time with him. So I know for a fact he wouldn't be capable.
Okay, it's about a minute-long video that we're going to watch. If you click on the watch stream, we can all watch.
Can we
together.
start with the windows broken?
Okay,
Can everybody see that? It's cracked.
right there. Okay,
Yes,
let's
I see
keep
it.
watching.
Okay.
There's 2x4.
This one. I don't know if I could use this.
And I think that's Dominic that are going in fourth, right? But he's the guy holding the shield.
So
Yes,
this guy
indeed.
right here, he's Dominic.
Yep. And
That is Dominic Pizzola. Yes, that's
Okay.
correct.
Yep.
Yep.
One, two. Well, 1, 2.
Well, if that guy could get over the fucking window.
2,
3.
3. He's
Well,
a
he's
4 or
technically
5.
fourth.
4
4 or 5. 4 or 5.
But
and
he's
I want to hear
absolutely
Destiny. I want to hear Destiny what Destiny has to say about this.
Just to be clear, he's absolutely breaking that window, right?
Yes,
He's absolutely no. Listen, Dominic will tell you himself he's breaking that window. But I'd love to hear Destiny's take on this. I don't know. Now, do you feel like you're wrong about being the first?
I never said he was the first one in. I said that the Proud Boys were involved in
you
breaking
did.
into the
You did
Capitol
say
building.
that we were the
I
first
didn't.
ones in.
I knew you guys were the first ones that broke through all the barriers, which is true. The outer perimeter, the second outer gate.
You want to go
and then
through the first one?
here.
We could do this again because
Sure, you can find the first one
when
if
we're
you want,
talking
sure.
about semantics, you want to talk about the president not saying a single word patriotically and peacefully and not directing people to be. But now here you're not using semantics, right? So now
I'm not using semantics. But was he a Proud Boy involved in breaking through the window for the first people to enter the building?
Yes, and I've never denied that.
Correct.
Dominic doesn't even deny that.
And this
So
happened.
now let's go to the first
right
breach.
after 2 o'clock. This happened
But
before Trump was
you
tweeting
had
that you guys
so
should
much
remain
to
peacefully,
say
right?
about the first, second, and third breach. Go to the first breach. Was the Proud Boys the first ones to go through the first breach?
If you have video you want to send me, send it me to it, and we'll just watch it. Just
no,
like that.
he's the one. He's the one that has the burden of proof right now because he's making the claim. So I'd like him to pull up the window.
That found you guilty and convicted you of seditious conspiracy, but you know.
Yeah, a bunch of fucking liberal DC liberal DC jury, of course. Again, I hope one day, whenever you face your charges for your sexual assault and all the weird fucking kinky shit that you do, I hope that the people on that jury hate your fucking guts and put you in prison. And I hope you rot there for 22 years. And I hope that you change your mind about everything, but I doubt it. And I hope you change your mind about the justice system because you're out here simping for the fucking justice system.
I'm not simping
and
for
then
the justice
now
system. I think it's a
you
crime
have
that,
been
like,
simping for the justice
stop
system.
human filth like
Simping
you guys.
for the justice system
You should
is saying,
be
oh, well,
rotting
you
in a
got,
jail.
you got.
Let
Under
Destiny,
the
hey, hold on.
fucking
Let
jail.
Destiny,
You should be
let
rotting
Destiny
under the
Dev go.
jail.
Destiny Dev, please. Destiny and Dev, go ahead.
Go ahead.
Well, I mean, we all know that Newsom's going to pardon you anyway, Destiny, so it's fine.
True base.
Okay, so Dev, you showed us that video. What else are your thoughts here? And then I want to get.
Well, here I think Dev can take this response. But one guy was asking, why were people at the White House or why were people at the Capitol? And he said there were multi-factors. They were there because Trump called them there.
They were there because they believed that 2020 was stolen from them, even though it wasn't. Even though Biden actually did win 2020.
Because Trump spread the lie. Yeah.
No, quite a few people, and I can name a myriad of them. Christina Kelso, Scott Fairland, many of them were there because they were angry about losing their businesses. And yeah, I mean, the election plays into that because they thought the lockdowns would continue more. But these are people who lived under blue states, and they were just there to have their voices heard. They went there with signs about COVID, mask mandates, vaccines. Not everybody there was a Trump supporter either, by the way. You know, you got to remember that when you have a large amount of people like that, you're going to get a cross-section of American society. So.
Well, sure, but I mean, nobody really cares about the guy who went there to protest and just kind of stayed outside, didn't get any trouble, went home. No one cares about them. People care about the ones who are rioting.
I mean, you should when they get prosecuted too.
They did.
Yeah, they did though. That's the problem.
They didn't. They didn't. There was 100,000 people there.
Hold on, wait, back up before we get into this naming off every individual, because every single time these guys get looked up, all of them were doing some fuck shit. But I understand the DC jury; it's all horrible, politically partisan prosecutions. Why do you really think that if Trump, I don't know, I'm asked this because there's no good faith engagement here. If Trump hadn't called people there on J6, it would have been a few hundred people tops.
Bullshit. Vice did a whole they did a video walkthrough of the audience. They found 6 distinct different groups.
I'm also going to give December and November as an example. Trump didn't tell anybody in November, December to show up to DC, and we showed up in the thousands. As a matter of fact, I'd say that the November rally from November 14th was a lot. There was a lot more people attending that rally than they did on January.
What was the name of the rally? Just so I can just fact check real quick.
The Million MAGA March. I could be off. But regardless of the fact, it doesn't change the fact that the president did not tell anybody to show up in November, and they still showed up in mass. I remember actually with Bobby that's sitting right next to me, I remember sitting on Capitol Hill and looking down Constitution Avenue and seeing people shoulder to shoulder all the way to the White House.
Well, yeah, but
the point earlier was that so many people
So, like, I know what you're talking about because Trump didn't even understand what was going on with the false elector plan until like early December. I get it, but all throughout November, you had like Ken Cheesebro talking about this. You had the First Amendment Praetorians that were talking about this. You had there was like this slow boil online of riling people up to get them to believe that there was something that could be done about this. That Trump could have these 7 slates of frankly false electors to come in and then save the day in the last minute. And this was like it was built up online. It was built up in certain channels in certain spheres in DC. It eventually got to Trump's desk in early December, and that's when he started pushing it personally. But it still came from a location, and it came from the right wing.
So let me ask you something.
Just actually being upset about the election.
Let me ask you something about Pence then. So you're saying that they lied to them and they couldn't. Let's say, so then why is Pence considered a hero from the left if he decided to certify the election results? What if Pence decided to go with Trump's plan? Would that make a difference?
He'd be a traitor?
Yeah, then he wouldn't be considered.
He'd be a traitor,
wouldn't.
But then there is a chance of something happening, right? There is a chance of going ahead and not certifying the election. Correct.
Yeah, if the insurrection was
so
successful,
having that
illegal,
hope,
yeah, it's called doing
having that hope that Mike Pence would do something would motivate people to try to protest.
Yeah, correct.
I truly believe. Look,
you're describing an insurrection. They would hope that their pressure there would force people like
no,
Pence
it would be illegal.
Intimidation.
It would be illegal.
It's not legal. It would be illegal.
It would be a legal
it's not.
solution.
It's not.
What's the language inciting
It's not legal.
One at a time. That's a very specific.
I need to fix this right here.
I understand, but let Destiny finish. Then you can fix it, and then I want to hear from Grid. That's older.
What you're talking about is an insurrection.
Go ahead.
I'm talking
them unilaterally overthrowing 7 states worth of votes to pick their own electors would be depriving the American people of their right to vote.
But you're not. But you didn't argue with me when I asked if Mike Pence can do that, and that is a legal solution.
Not legally. He cannot legally do it.
He legally cannot.
So he couldn't not certify the election or refuse to certify the election that day.
Correct.
Yes.
Okay.
Legally, yes.
Okay. Well, then if you just
just to be clear, do you grant them that, Enrique, that not in a legal way, in no legal manner, could Mike Pence certify or not refuse to certify?
Yes. Listen, I give him that.
Okay.
But what I'm saying, my argument isn't that. My argument is that people thought, we're getting in the minds of these people, that people thought that Mike Pence was able to not certify the election.
Because
maybe Tim has more insight if that's able, or maybe he disagrees.
Well, because Trump
with me
told
there.
them that. Yes, they think that because Trump told them that. That's the whole point. This is why it's Trump's fault. Yes.
Listen, I believe that the president also thought that the election was stolen, along with millions
you can
of other
live in its
Americans.
delusion. That's fine, but you're just giving an excuse then for why he was calling all those people there to insurrect the government. Because if you think
He wasn't calling anybody to insurrect the government, and let me tell you the schedule for that day.
Yeah, he was.
He wasn't even supposed to speak. He didn't decide to speak until I think January 1st or the 31st. He decided a whole 10 or 11 days after that the rally was scheduled to be on there. And everybody thought, including my guys, thought that the president was going to speak at the Capitol, in front of the Capitol. Even the president says it, right? My guys were at the Washington Monument, which was the back of the ellipse. They couldn't see anything. They were pissed off that they got there late, that they woke up late because they got fucking sloshed the night before, and they wanted to get good seats. So that is why they moved to the Capitol so early, because they thought that he was going to go to the Capitol at that moment.
Hold on a second. I actually have a question for you, because now I'm really interested. So you just said that Donald Trump believed he was genuinely stolen from, right?
Correct.
Okay. And despite this, he still wasn't calling for an insurrection?
Not restraint from
He didn't. Can you tell me when he called for an insurrection?
Well, no. You just said that he wasn't calling for an insurrection, right? Like you just said that?
He was not calling for an insurrection. That's correct.
Even though he believed he was stolen from, is he a cuck? Like what the fuck? If he was stolen from, he should be calling for an insurrection.
He was pursuing, as he said, peacefully and patriotically, fucking protesting.
Hold on.
This is so funny. I mean, I
like
thought it was arguing with some people that had
hold on, please. There will be order in this court. There will be order in this court. I want to give it to Grid, and then I want to give it to Gibbs. That's
this is something that's really annoying. You guys keep acting like that things we know today to be more or less factual. actually supports that there was massive irregularities with the election. All Trump was saying is, hey, there are massive irregularities with this election, and we should check this shit out, and we shouldn't just go ahead and stop Destiny. I've been very polite. Destiny, shut up. Shut up. I don't care. I don't care. I'm going to finish. You can keep talking.
Okay. Doesn't like this point.
But I don't care what you like.
Yeah, of course.
The point is that we are looking at this, or you are looking at this through what you think you know today. Which, by the way, we're finding out every single day that those irregularities may have happened, or more. They're
That's not true, by the way.
Incredible. And the reality is that your rhetoric is breaking down. The rhetoric that you've been spewing for 4 years of there was no election fraud and it was Trump was trying to seize control. All that's breaking down because the reality is had they just given Trump what was he asking for, a week or 10 days to go through some of the irregularities? The fact that nobody was willing to do that, and now they conveniently forget that that's what he was asking for, is stupid. You guys can't be more stupid.
So I've heard everything you have to say. Right, do you know the process of actually doing that, though? Of actually having this investigated? You know what the real process is? Because it did happen in 1876. You know this, right? That there was an electoral commission that was put forward, and in fact, the certification of the vote was delayed for 2 months. Mm-hmm. So all Congress had to do was to do the same thing they did in 1876. And the reason Congress didn't do that is because the riot fucking interrupted it. Like that's one big reason why the process didn't happen.
No, that's bullshit, and you know it.
No, that
is bullshit, Dev, and you know it.
They would have done it.
Then they would have done it.
Let Dev answer the question. Let Dev answer the question.
If there was enough proof, if there was enough proof to convince the congressmen and the senators to actually have an electoral commission to investigate this, then they would have done so. There was no fucking proof. There's still no fucking proof. You're saying that there is proof coming out every day. Yeah, you're saying it's coming out every day. Are you talking about like the 350,000 votes from Georgia that went viral like last week?
315. I didn't mention that. Yeah. I mentioned the Minnesota stuff that's happened with the duplicate voters we know are on the rolls. And we could go into other stuff like in Nevada that's come out recently. There's all sorts of different examples. There's stuff in Texas. There's lots of examples.
It doesn't matter what example I give you. You're going to try and hand wave it off, Deb. I just don't care about
I just want to point out what Dev and Destiny are doing. It's really impressive. It's really impressive.
Hold on. Stop. Destiny, then Gibbs. That's what we're going to do.
Okay, here. Well, let's just work one specific example, okay? So one thing that Trump said, we can go through every single one of these if you want. He said, then election officials pull boxes, Democrats, and suitcases of ballots out from under a table. He's talking about in Fulton County. We know that claim was a lie, and we knew that claim was a lie on day one. It was debunked. If you watch the video, they were put underneath the table when they were going to stop counting. Then they pull those same boxes out from underneath afterwards. That was a lie. They knew it was a lie on day one, and Trump repeated it at the Ellipse speech on January 6th.
Well, before we started arguing about what evidence we're going to accept here, I want to point out this game that they're doing real quick. It's really impressive how on the left over here, they do this ticky-tack, baby-back bullshit with words. Go, oh, he didn't say peacefully, patriotically, or whatever at the exact right time. But then they go, oh, he was implying an insurrection. Well, can you point to me where the word insurrection comes up? But then when you say that, they want to dismiss it, wave a hand, go, well, you know what he thinks. And it's just like there's no winning here. It's an all-lose scenario with them. They're just going to play dishonest. And it's really all propaganda because they don't really want to talk about the real insurrection, which is the stolen election via the fraud. That's really what's happening. And we're seeing it everywhere. And you just go, oh,
the fraud. Just prove it.
We are proving it. That's why they're opening tons of investigations and finding new shit all the time. Fox News today said there's 250 to 500 billion dollars worth of fraud, $1 billion worth of fraud going away every year right now, estimated. And then we're seeing, oh, it's funding candidates. Oh, we're seeing, oh, it's in these states where we have tons of illegals, no voter ID. Wow, just a total coincidence that's happening.
What Dev said, actually, I just want to say is actually an important observation. We wanted the debates to happen in Congress. So the fact that the riot happened and it canceled.
Then why the fuck were you there?
Congress was not the appropriate forum for that.
You want the actual answer? Because the answer is not that we went there to interrupt the process that we wanted.
Of course
to happen.
You did.
That makes absolutely no sense. Why would we?
It makes perfect sense. It doesn't make any sense that you think. How is Congress the appropriate forum when they're certifying the vote for a debate to happen about the electoral procedures?
It doesn't matter if you agree with it. That was the argument at the time. We're going to go there and support our brave congressmen and representatives. That was the point.
By breaking in
to decertify the vote, to not accept the result of the election.
No, actually, You don't even know what happened.
I do know what happened. I've read all the fucking documents. You're just lying about everything. The whole
I read some
the
shit
whole
on the
point of this
internet, which makes me a
notification process-
professional.
The whole
That's
point.
what
I'm
you
sorry,
sound like.
How many people in here were convicted of what crimes? Give me a fucking break, okay?
Let him go. Let him go.
Trying to say, because I actually am a witness, and I can tell you my experience there. I actually went there, and my cell phone footage proves this. I didn't know there was any restricted area, and I'm not trying to put that on Proud Boys or Ryan Samsel or Ray Epps specifically, but I walked into an area thinking that I was just there for a First Amendment demonstration. When the cops attacked us, it incensed us, and that was that. It
Cops
doesn't
attacked
mean
you
it has
where?
to
At
make
what
sense.
part?
On the Western Terrace.
If a cop attacks you and you're on the Capitol grounds, your first thought is, "Wow, I'm getting attacked for no reason." Not maybe I'm not supposed to be
I was
here.
present because I was present.
Yeah, because he thinks he's at a peaceful protest, which you, by the way,
Peaceful protest
seem to
doesn't give you the right
support.
to trespass.
I bet when the ICE agent shot that girl in Minnesota, you're on up there crying for her peaceful protest.
Hold on.
doesn't give you the right
Hold on.
to trespass.
You didn't know it was trespassing because you're not understanding the context of people pouring into an area, not knowing that it's a restricted area. We didn't know
it's
this.
It's not a restricted area.
We're not even, nobody's even arguing this. I'm sure there are some people that probably trespassed that weren't aware that they were trespassing. None of us are arguing that,
Most
though.
of them.
The specific
point.
The specific. Wow. Well, it sounds like Donald Trump maybe should have clarified before he sent all of them over to the Capitol to try to disrupt the counting of the vote. Maybe
people tore barriers down before his speech.
So where did President Trump, since it was so nuanced?
Boys. I know that was my earlier claim. Thank you. Yes. Hello.
Since it was so nuanced,
we know.
where did President Trump?
Ask your question, Enrique.
We know that.
So it's funny to me that he says that the cops weren't inciting it. We had a professional witness on the stand, a use of force witness on the stand that specifically covers riot control. And when we asked these pepper balls and these rubber bullets, where are they, if there's a crowd, where are they shot into? And they're usually shot into the front of the crowd. They tell them not to shoot into the back of the crowd because the opposite effect can happen. If you look at the video from the cops that were overlooking from an eagle's nest position, they weren't shooting at the front of the crowd, they were shooting at the back of the crowd. And one of those people that got shot, his name is Joshua Black. Also, a couple of Proud Boys that were far back, about 100 feet back, were getting peppered with pepper balls. And I know that aggravated the crowd. So I'll take the word of a use of force professional before I take the word of a podcaster that's read shit on the internet. He just said that. Read shit on the internet and is a self-proclaimed professional in things that have to do with gender.
To be clear, just so I understand, this was an expert witness that was brought on for the side that lost the court case, right?
That witness both of the witnesses for the government and for myself, both of them are use of force and both of them answered exactly the same way. So you could try that with somebody else, not here. You could take that shit somewhere else.
The case
There's
was
also
lost.
plenty of video. The man he's talking about, Joshua Black, was shot through the face with plastic rounds and was bleeding all over the West Terrace. People who weren't aware of what was going on were incensed by that, and there's plenty of testimony from defendants. I mean, you can disregard defendants because you think they're guilty, but there's plenty of actual.
Well, I think the ones who are guilty are the ones that were convicted. You know,
You know where I find cowardice and destiny. He's saying what he wants to say, but he's still there. He still's got that fear. Just say what you want to say. You want your political opponents to be in prison. Look, if we're playing this game where we're playing
that are trying to circumvent the lawful outcome of the election in prison. Yes. And especially people that are planning to do it.
Okay,
yes.
but you want
the
person trying to run over an ICE agent. You want them to go free.
She didn't try to run over the ICE agent. She was trying to drive away.
If you want to say what you truly want to say, look, I'm going to be you for a second. I would celebrate the death.
I don't know why you think I won't
celebrate the death, like you celebrated the death of Ashley Babbitt. Celebrate the death of one of ours. We celebrate the death of one of yours. And let's stop playing this game where we pretend that we don't have a bias here, because you do have a bias. You want to see us in prison. That's fine. You know what? I would respect you more.
People that are guilty of things. I like to see people that are guilty of things in prison. That's true.
I want my political. I want my
you're projecting your delusion onto me. You don't have to do that. You can be your own. You don't have to project on me. That's okay, bro. That's okay,
to actually say what you feel.
Okay.
I want to hear.
Let it out. Let it out. Tell people how you really feel.
Just real quick, please.
You guys should be rotting underneath the prison. Yeah, what's up?
Well, we're not. And you know what? It makes you angry that we're not.
It
does. I am. Yeah, I'm honest about that. Of course.
Stop. I'm about to give you the mic, Destiny. Destiny, I want to know specifically what you and Dev's strongest argument is that this is an insurrection, and then they can deal with that. What is your strongest piece of evidence that this was an insurrection on January 6th? Go ahead.
Well, me and Dev will put forth our own thing. I think.
Exactly.
I think that.
And then we'll see. Yeah.
I would say probably the. Are you going to say the false electors, or are you going to say Trump's behavior during the insurrection, Dev? Which one do you want to go with, or do you have a totally?
I'll go with false electors. I know.
Why don't you think for yourself and just answer the question?
I would say that Trump's behavior. You're the actual Trump come guzzling sheep. I don't know why you would ever tell me to think for myself, sir. I think that the strongest piece of evidence is how Trump acted during the insurrection itself. So, for instance, when there were multiple family members, when there were multiple members of government that were begging him to call off the rioters, and Donald Trump was making phone calls to congressmen telling them that, well, maybe you should consider flipping your vote or changing your vote. He had even the call with McCarthy, where he was saying, well, maybe they're mad for a good reason. And Giuliani was also making similar phone calls. I think that was very evident that the things were going as he wanted them to, that he was happy to see the insurrection carry on, and rather than actually calling down the National Guard to go there immediately and to stop it, he was happy to watch it continue on because he was hoping eventually he would delay the certification of the vote or flip it to himself. I think that's one of my strongest pieces.
Okay, Dev, go ahead with yours, and then we'll get the response from all of them. Go ahead, Dev.
I mean, we've already talked about these 7 slates of false electors before in this conversation. You guys think that basically Trump was stolen from, and so this was part of the actual procedure. Basically, it was based on the 1960 election because there were dueling electors in 1960. The difference is that in 1960, the state of Hawaii actually signed off on the alternate slate of electors. That didn't happen here. We have the false elector papers. They're publicly available to see. You can see that no state government actually signed off on any of those electors. At the same time, I have now at this point read 64 full court cases on what happened during the 2020 election, all the audits, all the recounts, all the investigations. No fucking evidence has ever been produced. And additionally, everyone says, oh, it's standing. Standing's the reason why those court cases didn't go anywhere. Well, guess what? If you actually read the court cases, you'd realize that pretty much in every single one, the judges actually said, hey, even though there's no standing for this, we are going to do like an impromptu kind of look at the merits anyway, because we understand that this is actually really important, that everyone really cares about this. And so you can actually read the court documents and realize there's fucking nothing. There's no evidence of anything. In all of these cases, Trump just lost them on standing, on merits, on everything, because there is no fucking evidence. And I know everyone's talking about, oh, there's new evidence coming out right now, no, it's all bullshit. Like in Georgia, the 315,000 extra like improper votes, what that was you had like a poll worker who failed to sign out at the end of his shift. And so it turns out that the ballots that he was involved with were were not signed off on properly, but they're still all completely legitimate ballots. And then guess what? Once that state was recounted, those were all recounted properly and recertified, and they were all signed off on. So like even these little moments where you have like technical snafus that don't actually disqualify any votes or show any fraud, none of it ever pans out to anything. It's all bullshit.
There's no chain of authority.
You guys can respond to that. Go ahead, Streamrift, and I want to hear from the rest of you. Go ahead.
There's no chain of authority, which means they didn't follow their own state laws. And so that calls into question whether they were legitimate or not. And it's 2 signatures. The other thing is an insurrection, the definition I looked up, a violent uprising against an authority or government. It was an appeal to government. It was saying you're doing something that we'd like you to do differently. It was explicitly not saying we have another plan, let's have a new government. So definitionally, as an insurrection, nobody was trying to overthrow the government. They were trying to get Congress to elect. Even if you say, oh, well, Mike Pence couldn't fail to certify the election. Okay, fine. That's an appeal to government, not an overthrow of it.
Definitionally, it is an overthrow of the government. He lost, and they wanted
to keep him in office. The government. He says,
new government was supposed to be Biden, and you wanted to overthrow the count to keep Trump entrenched in power.
Destiny, stay here. How is saying, dear government, you did something wrong, I'd like you to do it different, an overthrow of that government?
Because when you're saying the thing you did wrong was you kept in a guy in power that I don't want, or you have voted a new guy in power that I don't want you to have in power, you're insurrecting.
That's not what they're saying. They're saying we don't think it were valid results. So they're saying government, you did the election.
You do realize. So you do realize that Trump went to Pence and said, "Hey, listen, don't send these 7 electors back to the states. Just install me as the next president." Trump said that to Pence.
So what part of the insurrection is them overthrowing the government. The
It's
audience,
Trump
people
telling
like
Pence
the
to
part
install
when
him as government.
the
as head of government.
certification of the vote was literally
That's
delayed.
definitionally
because of
not an
violent
insurrection,
people
Dev, and you know it.
breaking into it. Definitionally
is.
is. I've read so much more about this than all of you fucking retards combined. Okay, but it definitionally is. They
Yes,
broke
I'm
into the
glad you
Capitol
read.
for the first time. For the
Miller.
first time in the history of the United States government, the certification of the vote was delayed. It happened because of violence at the Capitol.
By 8
and it was the
hours.
goal
And
of
the
President
first
Trump.
time in history, we had massive mail-in voting, which is the
We
most
didn't.
fraudulent form
We
of
didn't have any
voting.
fraud. We did, but then and you found no fraud. How sad is that?
Was
Just
massive.
like Doge,
Hold on.
nothing.
Later, years later,
No,
how are we
no.
supposed to know this months
Okay, hold on a
after
second.
the
Hold on a
election?
second. I got a
Destiny?
question for all of you. I have a question for all of you. Okay, let's say it's 2016. Okay, and Trump wins 2016 fair and square because he obviously did. And now let's say Joe Biden, presiding over the counting of the vote, says, "You know what? I'm just going to start tossing out electors, and we're going to install Hillary Clinton as president." Would you guys have stood for that?
What does that have to do with whether it was an insurrection?
Would you have stood for it? Yes
Why
or
are
no?
you moving
Well,
the
hold on,
That has
hold on.
nothing to
Yes
do
or
with the
no?
thing I just said.
Answer, I do
we're
want
not
to. I
playing
do
your
want to. I do
game.
want. Hold on,
That has
just please.
nothing to do
I do
with
want
the
people to
question I
answer this
just asked.
question.
Yes or no?
No,
Is
I
that an-
I asked the question first, and it got dodged. How's that fair?
Well, can you?
What was the dodge?
Yeah. What was your question?
A
What was your
dodge that yeah, because he was like, "Oh, it was the first time in whatever that it was delayed for 3 hours." And I'm like, "Dude, this is
8
the
hours.
first time in I don't know ever
And what's
that
the
they was this
question?
volume." I'm asking how are you going to say that this was like ginned up solely by Trump when there were so many other factors absent Trump
Because
that
every
got people
single
mad
thing-
enough to
because
show up that day?
Yeah, they all came from Trump. Every single piece of voter fraud
No,
that was brought to
bullshit.
him was debunked by
Bullshit.
Barr. Why did Barr quit? Why did Barr quit before the certification?
I'm talking about they didn't have that much time between
They had
the
plenty of time.
decision of there was only months. There was only months.
Months.
Destiny.
That's a lot of
And, yeah,
time
yeah,
to find any voter fraud at all. To find one piece of voter fraud, there's plenty of time. Yeah.
No, was the voter fraud like
since
the
just
mail-in
real quick,
voting
just
investigated?
before you ask more questions, hold on. Before you ask more questions, Dev did ask you a question.
I asked
Your
everyone
question
here a
just got
question, yeah.
answered.
I'm still
Can you answer his? In 2016, if Joe Biden had decided to get rid of the electors and install Hillary Clinton as president, would you have stood for that?
I would have gone to go protest at the Ellipse.
There you go.
Like you guys protested last time inside the building.
See, Enrique answered it. What about the rest of you?
I mean, I'll answer it. I didn't know it was specifically to the whole panel, but sure.
Yeah,
I'll answer.
everyone, go ahead.
Okay. So you're saying had Biden installed Hillary Clinton just because, or are we talking about we think that there's massive election fraud, or what? What do we?
A whole bunch of Democratic officials cooked up a whole bunch of alternate electors and said, "Hey, Biden used."
You mean like
these
a Steele
as
dossier to try and smear Trump of Russian collusion and all that?
Were there any
Exactly.
false electors in that dossier?
I mean, there wasn't,
there
but
wasn't.
I mean,
There wasn't. No,
I'm
there wasn't.
I'm shocked she missed the trick.
That's not
Wait,
election
hold on,
interference.
wait,
Yeah,
no, wait,
I
that was a really good point. That Steele dossier, how many fake electors were cooked up as a result of that? Can I hear an answer from the panel for that? How many?
Give me 1 minute.
Well, wait, you're asking the wrong question. Is that election interference?
Hello.
Didn't the Steele dossier, wasn't it published after the election happened?
Yes.
I'm just asking you a question.
Well, if it was after the election
Yes,
happened, then
yes,
definitionally
they're
the
gonna
answer
go
would be
stay
no,
down
if
at
time only goes in
Dunaway.
one direction.
So Russiagate was before all of that. Before
well, at
No,
least
so
2016
Russiagate was
election.
after the election. That's why it's such a stupid
know if
fucking
I'm
conspiracy
okay.
theory, because the person that hurt Hillary the most.
No.
probably called me.
It wasn't.
Yes.
It wasn't. There was a PR campaign in 2016. I remember because I was there. I was into the
Mhm.
2016 campaign. So don't tell me that there was no Russia before 2016. That's election interference. That's exactly what it is. That the report came out
2016
after
is
that.
a
That's
whole
fine.
year. The election after the election was when the Steele dossier was leaked. Well, BuzzFeed published it, but it was after the
The
election. So
report was
it's kind of the worst.
published. The
It's kind of the
propaganda
worst
was
thing
started
ever.
in 2016.
It doesn't really. Yeah, you keep saying that whole year. 2016 is a long. There's like 12 months, 365
Yeah,
days.
and the election was at the
leaking.
end of the year.
Mm-hmm. And the Steele dossier was published afterward. Yeah.
Arithmetic, dude.
Well, we talk about stolen election. I can give you an example right here. We have what's her name? We have the executive director for Wisconsin's election commission, Claire Whittle-Vaugh. She was convicted of voter fraud in 2024.
Oh, just
May, right?
Just a real quick.
We just got an email that was released.
I have a fact
that
check
says
for the Steele dossier. It was published on Mother Jones on October 31st, 2016. So it was just before the U.S. presidential election.
Okay, just
Yeah, so we have an email just today from this person who's been convicted of voter fraud, saying, "quote Xerox 64,000 ballots in the back of the conference room, Milwaukee City Hall, rooms 501 at 3 a.m." Guess what? They won a percentage by in Wisconsin, 0.63%, and that's how much Biden won by. So it looks like, yeah, we are starting to find examples of the election being stolen, like this example. Like, I mean, so when you're saying there's no evidence, there's evidence coming out every day. The Executive Election Commission Executive Director Claire Woodall-Vog. Right. So yeah, and it's pretty crazy.
I guess if you stopped reading and
how was the election stolen?
2017.
She was convicted before this email was found out.
How was the election stolen in 2016, 2017? You said Russia. How was that used to steal the election? You guys brought that up as an example of trying to steal an election.
No, I said that's election interference. That's attempting. And attempting is conspiracy in its own nature, so it should be prosecuted. And the person, all the people involved there should get 22 years.
So many mainstream media companies had this dossier, and it was Mother Jones that eventually published. Was it Mother Jones or was it? I thought BuzzFeed was the first one that published it
on October 31st, 2016, just before.
Are you sure it wasn't?
It was
I'm
first
positive it was BuzzFeed.
Publicly.
So it shouldn't.
Wait. Reported on is different than published in its entirety. My understanding is that BuzzFeed published it. Oh, you mixed it up for reported on.
No, okay. That's correct. That's correct.
BuzzFeed published it on January 10th, 2017. Okay, thank you. So I was correct. Thank you. Jesus.
Okay, I got to make a little money, so let me read some of these super chats, and then we'll get back to the show. $10 from Artemis Fowl to say, didn't the ellipse speech have specifically peacefully and patriotically make your voices heard in it? I see several video and an NPR article saying it happened. Weird. Thank you for the $10.
Yes. Artemis, start showing up to these again.
Zero fucks for 10-month membership. Thank you, buddy. Peacefully and patriotically hit like and subscribe. True. $5 from Mr. Wise Guy Plays. When Trump sees violence, he said, stop being violent and be peaceful. Destiny says that's just nonsense. Good one. Cope.
Stop being violent? Wait, he tweeted that? Was that a tweet that he said?
Remain calm, remain peaceful.
Paraphrasing.
Paraphrasing? Oh, because when somebody says remain peaceful, that makes it sound like there's no violence happening. That's what I would assume. But okay.
Trump did tweet this. He says, I know your pain.
Quantum Fantasy member for 15 months. Wow. Gibbs being so well behaved up there in the corner. Well, we'll see. The soy pill for $5. And this is to Enrique. What did do what must be done, end quote, mean, Enrique?
Are we answering it now, or are you going through the super
answer
chat?
it now, please.
Okay. I was excited. I was excited about what was going on at the Capitol. I was watching it on TV, and I said, do what must be done.
So
I was celebrating. I was celebrating the shit out of what happened that day. Yes. Super fucking guilty of it.
Yeah, but what did you want to be done?
I wanted them to keep going.
Okay.
Keep going how?
I wanted them to stay there. I wanted them to protest. I wanted them to stay there. Yes.
Okay, so
I didn't want them to leave.
Okay.
Inside the Capitol building. I wanted to occupy the Capitol building. Yes.
Yeah, we know.
And do what with it?
Just real quick, $5 from Mr. Wise.
To disrupt, to insurrect. That's what that means. That's definitionally an insurrection, right?
No, no.
He just said
Definitionally is. You're using threat and intimidation in order to disrupt a lawful government process. Yeah, it's definitionally an insurrection. Jesus.
Let me get through these. Okay, we got more. We got more. I promise.
But
We'll get there. We'll get there. I promise. Mr. Wise Guy Plays for $5 says Destiny doesn't care about things that's not framed in his anti-Trump worldview. Change my mind. $5 from Audacity. This is fun. It's like when Dad used to put on Boomer Radio and they would play greatest hits. Makes my basement reno easier to do. Well, I'm glad you're enjoying it. Thank you for $5. $20 from Josiah from Pondering Politics. If January 6th was mostly peaceful because only a small number of attendees engaged in violence, each of these fine MAGA fellas would agree every individual BLM riot, not protest, was likewise definitionally mostly peaceful. Do you guys agree with that?
wait, I didn't.
Sure.
I didn't get that.
if
the vast majority of the BLM protests and even the riots themselves would be peaceful, if by that definition, because every riot only has like 1 to 5% of people actually rioting. There's no riot where
Destiny,
every
would
single
we
person is
agree?
breaking shit.
All of the BLM protests, all of the J6 protests, everybody gets a pardon if you weren't violent. We all agree on that, right, Destiny?
No, we have more
Same
crimes in this
policy
country
on
besides
both groups?
violent crimes. What a stupid
No.
point. There are plenty of crimes you
Oh,
commit
okay.
that don't
So we
involve
don't agree
violence.
that nonviolent protest is equally pardonable. That's fine. That's fine.
Nonviolent protest? I'm talking about occupying a Capitol building with the
I
goal of
literally
insurrecting
just
the
fucking
government.
asked you.
That's
if
the
we say all
definition of occupying. Occupying a building is nonviolent.
Occupying a building, occupying definition.
You're aware of sit-ins, right, Destiny?
Just fucking say it.
Yeah,
You just
you're
want
aware
us
that you
all
can
in
get
prison.
arrested. It's called
You
civil
want all Trump
disobedience.
supporters in
Yeah,
prison.
civil
to fucking admit
disobedience.
it. That's
yeah,
it.
at this point, hell yeah, I
You
do.
fucking-
Hell yeah.
That's not an
100%.
insurrection when you do it, Destiny.
100%.
I
at this
respect
point.
you for that.
Thank you, and I would
Please.
respect you more if you admitted that you guys were attempting an insurrection. You failed.
But
and
it
that's why they
wasn't an
made you change that law.
insurrection. I would respect you if you could consider any other alternative.
I want you I want you to suffer. I want you to suffer like my family
every
suffered.
day. I'm
I
suffering
want you
right
to
now.
pay like my family paid. I want you to do exactly what we did. If I could right now, how I feel and the shit that I went through, not before. I didn't feel like this before. I would have heads on pikes at this moment.
We know
right?
one of you guys were
Because of
screaming
what
it.
you did
Just
to
real
everybody.
quick, please, Enrique. Whose heads would you like to see on pikes specifically?
The people who did this, the people who
deep
did
state.
this deserve that. Yes.
The imagined enemies.
who did
yes.
what?
Was
Yeah, who-
schizophrenia a pre-requirement to joining the
believe-
Proud
I
Boys, or
believe
did you guys
the
kind of roll with it?
prosecutors-
What's the question? Who
I
did
believe
what?
that the
Unbelievable.
prosecutors in this case, I believe all the aides that helped fucking the suffering of 1,600 people and their families, I think that they should be investigated. I believe that they should be investigated for treason, and I believe that they should get the proper punishment for what treason is. That's what I believe that they should do, because they're nothing less than treasonous pigs, and that's all they deserve.
If I may, Tim,
I would not like to see Destiny endure what we endured.
So
I would just wish he would change his mind about his political opposition. I wouldn't want you to have to.
Tim is a better person than I am.
No, I know. I know the consequences of weaponized government, and I don't want to see it. I'm not a Republican, you know. I was a labor leader. I'm not far right. I actually I
I'm
understand
center left or far left. Yeah.
I don't want. I'm not in favor of it. I don't believe in returning evil for evil, even though I got pissed off that day. But I'm sorry I interrupted.
magnanimous.
But disavow all pikes, all heads.
Okay.
Disavow.
$5 from Adashura to say, for the traitors of America, what was peaceful about chanting "Hang Mike Pence"? Also, if you think that didn't happen, why didn't Mike run again?
Was that as a serious threat as people supposedly wiping feces on the wall, which didn't happen? There's a couple clips you can find of people chanting stuff, but I mean, where was the rope? That was never going to happen. You had people
Disavow.
That was the
Oh,
thing,
yeah.
something that they didn't have the rope
Obligatory,
for it.
obligatory disavow. Disavow.
Disavow.
God.
Disavow. You shouldn't do this. No hanging of anyone
Good one.
unless a proper trial. Enrique was talking about.
I find it interesting that Destiny in the this is from Mr. Wise Guy Plays, another $5. I find it interesting that Destiny in the beginning said that Trump never said anything about people needing to be peaceful. Completely walk that back.
Nope. I said there wasn't an explicit call for people to go walk peacefully. He did say they
God.
needed to fight
Listen,
like hell, or
that's-
they were going to lose the
that's
country.
saying they didn't have the
And it was
rope.
near the end of the speech.
They didn't have the rope. He didn't say
I mean,
explicitly.
they did have a rope.
I
Like,
get
we
it.
literally
I get
saw the
it.
picture of the
I get it.
gallows built the morning of. Like, that actually was there, but, you know, I know we're not.
Dude, a
not
gallows for
right now, but-
midgets. You couldn't even hang a fucking midget on those fucking gallows.
It's not our
I
fault
got
you guys
this.
are
Look at the
retarded.
real, look at the
An
real
actual
size of
fucking
it. Come
gallows. I
on,
can't
stop
help with that.
pretending.
Jesus.
Stop bullshitting. Look at this.
You're gonna hang him with this? They need a better
Look at
plan.
this. Look at that. You're playing
Gallows
Destiny,
were
you're
built
playing
by
the
guys who were
violins
getting
here.
off
Look at the
the
size of that
FBI
thing.
Okay.
Be realistic. Fuck.
Yes, Spence, you are correct, sir. That is absolutely right.
Trump had weeks and months before the election to challenge the alleged election changes this dude is complaining about, in addition to the time after the election. Thank you for the $10. 5 Canadian dollars from Ace Chrome Cheetah to say, so you're just admitting
Support.
Trump is planting and fabricating evidence in his second term to prove voting fraud occurred in 2020. £5 from Riz What the Fuck to say, I'm not sure insurrection quite covered how disgusting and unpatriotic it was for these people to attempt to overturn the result of an election. $10 more from Mr.
He shouldn't
Wise
say
Guy.
anything from the country he's from. He'd probably go to prison for fucking saying some stupid ass shit. That's probably insurrection and fucking.
You know what?
Great Britain.
Anyone who wants to give me money to say things is okay in my book.
I'm with it. I'm with it.
$10 from Mr. Wise Guy plays to say, will you guys ever bring up the BBC News completely fabricating and editing parts of Trump's January 6th speech to make it sound like he was telling his supporters to fight down at the Capitol? I want to hear Dev and Destiny address this one.
They used it on my
Destiny
trial.
just
Let's
watched
let's start with that. They used it at my trial. They used a BBC clip at my trial. So go ahead.
That
No,
edited
they
BBC
didn't
clip?
because the edit happened in 2025. The
Yeah.
trial was what 2022. They didn't use it.
Well, they're on that time travel shit, bro. Come on, you should know this by now.
No. Listen, not you.
The reality is they didn't completely fabricate anything, but they spliced together something from the beginning and the end of his speech. Well, they shouldn't have done. It was stupid.
It together.
Yeah, they shouldn't have done. It was a bad edit, but like using it now to go back 5 years and claim something is fucking stupid.
Okay.
Well, notice how, because I'm not a partisan fuck, I can say that's bad. You shouldn't have done that, right? But you can't concede a single fucking thing, despite the fact that all the evidence. You guys can't even answer. What were people there for? What were people at the White House for?
They were
there
there
were
to
plenty of reasons
protest
to be
the
pissed.
stolen
Donald
election.
Trump
How many
there.
fucking
Yes.
times are
Donald
we going to
Trump had
say
been
this?
calling them there.
Stop
Hold
playing
on,
these
come
fucking
on.
violins,
Donald
dude.
Trump had been
You're
calling
asking
them
retarded
for
questions.
Hold on. If you're not
protest
partisan,
the
Hold on, let
certification
Destiny
of
go,
the
please.
vote. They were called there for Donald Trump called them almost a month earlier to protest the certification of the vote. That's what they were there for, because they didn't like the outcome of the election.
If you're not partisan, can you admit that
Protesting.
let's say
People in
if
prison
they
for
actually
protesting. You just said it.
Well,
Fuck.
hold on. If he's not partisan, can you admit that if they actually subverted the election with voter fraud and there's other stuff that the Trump administration is alleging, then that would be equally as bad, if not worse, than the insurrection that y'all are alleging occurred in January 6th.
I'm literally an American whose country was born from rebellion. Yeah, if the election was actually stolen, I think you have plenty of reason to insurrect or rebel, of course, which is why it was all the more disgusting that Donald Trump lied to you guys, and then you guys continue to propagate the same fucking lies over and over and over again. Every single lie that Trump told the day of the ellipse speech, Barr and other members of his government had already debunked to him. That's the issue. Just like the State Farm.
They didn't need Trump to say anything. They didn't need Trump to say anything to believe that the election was stolen. Don't you get
Donald
it?
Trump was the one spreading that lie. He spread it for 6 months before the election even fucking happened.
Absent Trump,
Well,
there was
hold
still
on,
a bunch of fucking shit going on.
No, there wasn't.
Yes,
but there
there
really
was.
wasn't.
Or he just said there was.
No, there
A lot of
really
people
wasn't.
thought
though.
it was fraud.
So
Hold on,
Donald
did you
Trump
forget
ran
COVID? Did you
NBC.
forget what COVID was like?
Hold on, I want to hear from Grid. Grid, go ahead, please.
Yeah, man. I mean, so Destiny, come on, man. Trump doesn't run NBC or Fox News or any of the other major networks that were carrying the stories of potential election fraud. It's literally so disingenuous of you to say that Trump made this all up and he was the one that was promoting this, when literally every news agency in the country was not only covering it, they were looking for it. And I mean, come on, man, stop it. That's bullshit. You know it.
Wait, let me just be clear. Was Fox News knowingly propagating lies about voter fraud on behalf of Trump's campaign? Was that a thing that happened?
I don't know. Can you tell me?
Yeah, they
100%. You're 100% sure that they were propagating lies. That you can prove that Fox News lied.
Yes, the whole Dominion machine voter fraud. That was Fox News propagating things that they knew were lies from Trump's campaigns and campaign surrogates. Yes, they settled the largest defamation.
Okay, but
all corporate
that's
history.
then okay. Then you just proved yourself wrong because you said that Trump did this.
Please,
$1.2 billion they had to pay?
Please, everyone stop. Grid. Do you acknowledge that that's true?
I don't know that Fox made that up themselves. I don't know that they were. I don't remember that.
If you don't know about the largest election-related defamation case, one of the largest election suits, then you don't know anything.
You're about Tucker Carlson getting fired from Fox. I mean, yeah, I remember it, but I don't know that all of that was 100% factual either. Again,
pretty crazy to not know anything about any of that, but okay.
Well, I don't say I know something unless I fucking know it. I'm not guessing.
So just for everyone's
speaking of
there
that,
was a conviction. There was not a conviction. I think that's a word.
Finding.
They settled.
Yeah,
I think
finding.
There was a settlement.
There was a settlement by $2 billion companies.
Yeah. I think the settlement was for like $700
million. But that doesn't support your claim that Trump did this. Your claim is that Trump put this out there and he was the guy doing it.
People in his group were the ones
Trump
going to
people now. Okay, all right, okay.
Yeah,
who are the
Trump
president
of the United States himself was not personally driving
who are the Trump people?
He wasn't hopping on it. people like Sidney Powell, people like Rudy Giuliani, people like Mike Eastman, people like Kenneth
But this is a
Chesbro.
double standard.
John,
You say if he doesn't say enough of what you want him to say, it's Trump's fault. But then when we're like, well, he didn't actually do it, and you can't give us direct evidence, you're like, oh, but in this case, it's implied. Like you're doing a double standard here, which is
it's the ultimate in goalpost moves. I mean, those goalposts are on the moon now. So
what goalpost do you think I've moved? Hold on, just to be clear, what goalpost do you think I've moved?
You initially said that Trump. You literally said that it was Trump who was out there saying that the election was rigged, and he did all of this, and he put it out there. But it wasn't him. It was Fox News. It was CNN. CNN was covering it. I mean, this is dumb, Destiny. And now you're well, Trump didn't do it, but Sidney Powell did it. Well, does Sidney Powell reach 20 million people? No, Fox News does. And Fox News reported on it. You could have said,
okay. The lie. Dev,
Yes.
go ahead.
So you guys are asking for examples of when Trump himself did it, right? Okay. Do you guys know what happened at the White House on December 19th, 2020?
He met with Sidney. He met with Sidney Powell, Mike Lindell. No, another attorney. Yes, and that night was when he tweeted, "Be there, be wild."
On the 19th, there was a 1-hour meeting between Trump, Eastman, Pence, around 20 people from Congress, and about a dozen senators, where they planned out what they were going to do on January 6th. Everything was laid out in that meeting on December 19th. And by the way, that's
the first time that they made a story about election interference or potential election fraud. Was that the first time we heard about it?
Not the first time. No.
Okay.
No. But it
wasn't Fox News. It wasn't CNN. It wasn't the BBC. It wasn't any of these other news agencies who were finding irregularities with the election. There wasn't all of these news agencies whose job it is to cover the news who were finding the irregularities and Trump pointing to it and going, "Hey, we should look into this." That's not what happened. That's not what happened. Okay, then then you live in a very special kind of world.
Well, let Destiny, what did happen?
Is people from Trump's group, remember the Kraken? I know you guys like the mind wipe and memory hole, all the stupid shit these people said.
Oh, yeah, I remember the Kraken. But that didn't happen when...
to find evidence of voter fraud, and they presented this to state legislatures and to city councils and on TV and on Trump's fucking social media.
Yes,
and then the media
that was months after the story broke in the news, Destiny. It was literally a month and a half after the first iterations of election fraud. The Kraken wasn't even mentioned. It wasn't mentioned in November, right after the election. It was late December when the Kraken was going to be released.
Before the election even happened, man.
Yes.
Okay. Here, I have a question for.
I could be wrong about that.
If he's there, what's he doing? Is he walking around?
He's talking to somebody. He's in a lobby.
I don't know what he's doing, man. But
that's not a green screen. He's in a lobby.
Yeah, he's actually somewhere. No, give him what you got, Dev. Ask him the question.
Are you back? Yeah, you.
Yeah, go ahead. I'm listening. Sorry.
Yeah, no problem. No, I have a question for you because earlier in the debate, you said something along the lines of that Trump didn't tell you to go there and he didn't tell you to do what you did, right?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. I decided to go look this up. I didn't want to say it without confirming it because that's not the kind of guy I am, but I decided to go look it up. You do realize that in your trial, the defense you gave was that Trump told you to go there, right?
No, that was on the closing arguments, and it was very clear. If you go ahead and you go through the transcripts of it, we're saying that we were there because of the event at the Ellipse, not because the president told me to stop the certification of the election. Those are two different things.
What your attorney said was Trump told these people that the election was stolen. Trump told them to go there on January 6th, and it was Trump with his speech on January 6th that unleashed this mob on the Capitol. That's what your lawyer said.
Okay, and if you keep reading through the context of that, he's saying that event being there, right, and switching over to and saying, hey, we're going to go to the Capitol and I'm going to go through and say peacefully and patriotically, made everybody go over there, right? And that's what happened. It was a riot. Look, nobody disagrees. It was a riot. It was a riot that gone bad. But to go and say that it's an insurrection, it's bullshit. Come on, dude. Like things go bad and it went bad. And look, there was a big no. Trump
things
did
go
not
bad.
tell me.
I get it, man. I get it. Things go bad, but Trump told you.
Trump said on December 19th that there was going to be a rally. I was already at the November one. I was at the December one, and I wasn't going to miss a January.
Can you answer the question real quick though, Dev? Can you ask it again, just directly? Just I want to get
because Trump did tell you to go there. Then you did say that.
Trump put together.
Did that.
So Trump put together. Trump said to be there on January 6th. Yes, I was there. I don't think anybody would disagree.
Cool. Okay.
He put the event together. He didn't tell me to go.
No voices in your head or anything?
Yes, there's no voices in my head telling me. Trump wasn't in my head telling me to go.
That whole Kraken thing, that started in November. Sidney Powell was fired in December by Trump.
Yeah, just real quick. Jezdiah from Pondering Politics for $10 says, a Wick fact-checked the fella in the upper right-hand corner. Powell publicly talked about releasing the Kraken on November 17th. So there you go.
So if we know that Trump was calling people there at least a month ahead of time, or around a month ahead of time, if we knew that he was telling people that the election had been stolen, that we had to fight like hell or we're going to lose our country, and then he sent a whole bunch of people
because that's what people believed at the time, yes, and I still believe that.
Because he told them, yes.
Because it's true.
Yes, because he told them, right? So what? And then a riot just happens to break out, I guess, since we're saying who could have possibly seen that? And then a riot breaks out. Why is it not until after Ashley Babbitt is shot and killed that Donald Trump finally tells people to go home?
You mean the person that you celebrated her death?
Why would him and Giuliani be making phone calls to congressmen telling them to change their electoral certification votes? Why wouldn't Trump call on the national?
Because they believe it was stolen and that they should. That's called lobbying. It happens every fucking day.
So
yes, you lobby somebody to change their vote. Welcome to Congress. Why is there a whip? Why is there a whip in Congress? Why is there a whip in somebody that counts votes? It makes no sense.
You're just defining insurrection.
It's like you don't know how the fuck this thing works, and you're so retarded because you know exactly how it works, and you're playing the fucking part. You're fucking
it. You thought the election was stolen. You guys showed up.
Yes, I did think that the election was stolen, period. The election was stolen, period. Period. By you people. By you people. You people stole the election. That's it. That's what it is. You promoted the Steele dossier. You went ahead and you fucking went ahead and you demonized Trump supporters for so fucking long.
Okay, we got it. There will be order in this court. There will be order in this court.
Any of the cases, any of them. He lost every single
Ask the judge. Ask the judge.
Order in the court.
$10 from Ace Chrome Cheetah to say, kind of ironic, since for Tarrio, I'm sorry, I know I'm mispronouncing your name. Forgive me. For Tarrio to accuse Destiny of simping for the Justice Department, since there's evidence that he had been an informant for federal and local law enforcement. Were you an informant for federal and local law enforcement?
Yes, I took down an entire sex trafficking ring in 2013. Yes, I put 30 people in fucking prison because they were a bunch of fucking pedophiles and sex traffickers. And if anybody has a problem with that, then I tell you what they're protecting, right? They're protecting fucking pedophiles and sex traffickers. So yes, I am very proud that I put 30 fucking people in prison and 2 of them are serving life terms. And I do it again. And every time that I find somebody that does some type of sexual assault shit or some sex crimes like my buddy up there, Destiny, we'll put them in prison. And you know what happens to people like Destiny in prison? It's not nice. It's not nice. It's not nice.
Destiny, I think you're misunderstood, by the way.
You got 2 fucking civil lawsuits. Hold on. People hope you never go to prison. You know what they do to sex offenders in prison?
When they say 36, probably shit that you enjoy, I'm sure. When they said that 36 feds then were at the January 6th insurrection, you would have been counted among those, right? If you would have actually stayed overnight?
I mean, I guess if you want to count me in there, yes. But I did not inform. I went to trial. I did not inform on anybody on January 6th. You know what I did? I strapped my fucking balls in and I sat there with my fucking brothers and I went to trial and I got offered a sweetheart deal to lie about the president and I took 22 in the face. And you'd never do that for any of your friends. You'd fucking throw them under the bus.
You did the Roger Stone meme. You kept your mouth shut. You didn't say shit. That's crazy. So did you just admit that you had stuff that you could have given about Donald Trump or Roger Stone? phone or whoever the fucking
I don't know.
freaks you were talking
I thought
to on
you
that
were.
thing
I thought you
decided
were
not
versed
to,
in all of
'cause you were
this.
gonna get
I thought you were versed in all of this. I thought you were the professional.
That's great.
You
Thanks.
read
That's the
shit
new
on
thing I
the
can add to my
internet,
fucking dossier.
right?
I read your
Yes, they
indictment.
try to make
I
me
read the
fucking
filings in
lie.
court where
Yes,
you got convicted
yes,
of seditious
yes.
conspiracy.
Whip, you're
for
welcome.
You know what? I
how many
hope.
fucking
I
years
hope
in this
one
country?
day. I hope one
Unbelievable.
day
Yeah,
that
keep
you get
hoping.
persecuted for your
Yep.
fucking views and you go to prison
Yeah, well,
because
if my
people like
views are
you
that I should
don't
get to
survive
insurrect the
prison.
government because I'm too
People
fucking
like you
retarded
don't
to read a
survive
voter roll,
prison,
because I'm too fucking
right?
retarded to not
They'll
fall
put the
for fake
balls
news on
off and put
Twitter.
them inside
I
your
hope I go
mouth
to
and you'll be
prison
found
too,
in the
okay?
shower.
Yeah, I'm sure. Is that what you'd be
Oh,
doing in
oh,
prison? Is
okay,
that what
okay,
You'd
you'd
be
be
we
found
got
in
it.
the found in the
Fake news on
shower.
Hold on, we
Twitter.
gotta
Okay,
we
hold
gotta
on.
take it from we gotta take it from 11. We gotta bring it down to like an 8. Okay. That's all I'm
Okay, so
saying, okay?
just
Let
real
me-
quick.
I
Let me
want
know
my
when you
channel-
want 11 again.
I want my
I
channel
wanna
to
look at what you
remain
just said. I wanna look-
monetized. That's all I'm saying. Okay, that's all I'm
I mean,
saying.
mine
wanna
too.
ask
I-
about what
you
you
know.
just said, because you mentioned
Speaking
that
monetized,
you had
Go ahead, Dev. Go ahead, Dev, please.
you had put away some pedophiles in 2013, which you got, good job, by the way. Fair enough. With that being said, why do you still support Trump, considering that he's obviously in the Epstein files?
This is a red herring. What the fuck? Let's get back to the topic. Dev or Destiny, can either of you guys answer, like, out of the thousands of people that showed up that day, can you prove that they were all there because Trump directed them there? Do you have any proof of that?
Because I got a whole lot of proof. A lot of people were talking about the election being stolen.
I think
They didn't
he
need Trump to
froze.
tell them shit.
How could we possibly prove that? What kind of proof are you looking
There
for?
we go.
That's
made
your
the claim.
allegation. Hold on. You made the
Sorry,
claim.
guys, I'm
It's on
back.
you.
I got disconnected.
Well, so
fine.
if a guy were to say, I want 10 people to come to my house
Don't ask me a
tomorrow
question.
night,
Answer
if
my
I'm
question.
answering, you fucking retard. Let me finish
Let
speaking, okay?
Destiny
No,
I'm
that's
sorry.
not an
This is
answer.
more
That's
than
not a
7
fucking
words.
answer.
Yeah, fucking-
I asked if
I
you had
say-
proof.
angry
Yeah,
I
proof.
say-
It's yes
if
or
I
no.
say
You get
10
yes or
people-
no.
Oh,
Hey,
angry
fruitcake, shut the fuck up and let me finish. If I say 10 people come to my house tomorrow, and 10 people show up at my house, maybe 11 or 12, maybe somebody brings a friend,
10
and you
dudes
say,
to
can
go
you
to your
prove?
house.
Can you better than 10 dudes come into your mouth, you disgusting fuck? Okay, you're telling me that I can't prove.
We're the
How
one
am I
who
supposed
sucked-
to prove that every
You're
single
the only
person
one
that
that
showed up was there
sucked dick in here,
because of
bro.
shit? Maybe on
Let
camera.
him
okay,
answer this.
chill,
Hold on.
all right?
Let him
Yeah, let me ask the
respond
fucking
to your
question, okay?
and
Let
then
me
you
answer the
can
question,
respond.
okay?
Go ahead.
Crazy.
Let me ask the question. It's not crazy. I know it sucks. Dealing in the world of fact is hard for you motherfuckers, okay? How are you possibly supposed to prove that every single person shows up because, like, Donald Trump, he announced the event and people showed up for the event and he was a speaker for the event and then they went there protesting under his name? I think it's safe to say that the vast majority of them, 99%, showed up because of him.
Okay, that's
Yeah, but I didn't.
Dodge my
Hold on. My
question.
invitation did not say
Dodge.
insurrection.
Just real
My
quick, just
my
real quick.
invitation said, "Hey, come
Just real
come
quick.
to a rally."
Just real quick. I want to make sure Kung Fu Joe, did that answer your question? Why or why not?
Fuck no. No,
Okay.
it didn't. That was a total fucking
Well,
dodge.
here,
That's
you know
just
what?
like,
In that
oh,
case,
well, don't
in
you
that
think?
case, Renee
Don't you
Good
think? Don't you
deserved
think?
to get
I asked
punished
you very
on his face.
straightforward.
Kung Fu Joe, I'll answer for you.
Right,
okay, if you
right,
don't mind.
Destiny?
I'll give you an answer.
Because your people are hyping up this whole
Okay,
ICE thing. So by your own account, Renee Good, it was good that she got shot in the face, that she deserved it, right?
Why would I say that?
Because of how you framed everything right now is, well, the president told everybody to go there, and then, but he never pointed at anybody. But now you're demonizing ICE, and now the
Literally
same thing
pointed
happened
them
on
to
the other side.
Capitol. Wait, he
Because
literally
you said the
pointed them
same
to
thing about
Capitol.
Ashley Babbitt. You said the same thing about Ashley Babbitt.
was
So
trying
you
to
know
break
what?
into a
So you
secure
know
area
what?
where there were congressmen at the other end of the hallway.
Well,
and
Renee
a
Good
Secret
tried to
Service
run
agent-
over an ICE agent, and she
didn't try
got
to run
popped in
over
the
an ICE
face.
agent. She was trying
4
to escape
times.
the scene. It's very
She got
obvious.
popped in
She
the
was
face
trying
4
to.
times. She was trying to run
Very
over.
obvious.
Right?
Very obvious. She was trying
And
to
she
drive
wasn't
away,
even
trying to
armed.
come
At
up
least
with
the other one was
comparable.
armed with a fucking Honda.
Babbitt was trying to get away from an
comparable.
Antifa member named Zachary Alam. That's why she punched him in the face before going through the window.
That's really?
Yeah, really. His name is Zachary Alam. Yeah, he was an
Okay.
Antifa member. He broke the window that she
For
crawled
sure.
through. She was trying to get away from
Absolutely.
him.
And
That's
she
why
was forced the
punched him in
entire way. I heard there were 3 Antifa people that carried her all the way to the front of that protest. And they
Never
were
said
all
that.
pushing her
Red
through that
herring.
window.
Like, you
That's
wanna
crazy,
attack
bro.
her
That's
memory
insane.
instead, you
How many
have to know the
Antifa?
full story.
It's so crazy that we've got thousands of different angles of video footage and everything else. And the best thing you could do is this Zach dude and Ray Epps. It's crazy how many instigators there were that just aren't on camera for some
Landon
reason.
Copeland-
That's fucking
Landon
Why would
wild.
Ray Epps
It's
get a
crazy
misdemeanor
that
4
Enrique
years
Tarrio
later?
here never mentioned anything about an instigator forcing the Proud Boys to go there. Isn't that kind of weird? It's kind of crazy, huh?
You can stop freaking out, and I can address the Antifa thing. Landon Copeland, an Antifa member, he actually gave a signed confession saying there were hundreds of Antifa there that he met with before.
Who?
Landon Copeland.
No, who the fuck ass retard. This has nothing to do with what we're talking about. She tried to climb through the window on her own. We can all see it on fucking video footage. Nobody's pushing her fat retarded fucking ass through the fucking window. You're retarded. Sorry. Done. You're done.
Okay.
Was she more dangerous than the woman driving the car?
I want to give Dev wanted to answer Kung Fu Joe's question. If we can get back to that for a moment, go ahead, Dev. Answer the question if you'd like.
Just to refresh my
You
memory.
remember the
Kung Fu Joe,
question?
what was your question? Go ahead. Ask me again.
I want to know that if he has proof of like what percentage of people showed up there because Trump told them to be there.
So I can't give you a percentage.
Trump announced the event.
So you
He was gonna
can't.
be there. He
So
told
you
people to-
can't.
No. Hear me out. Because Trump did announce the event. Yes, he announced it several times in social media, and also, more importantly, he retweeted. This got like over 100,000 likes. He retweeted Ivan Raiklin's tweet, where Ivan Raiklin said, "America, Mike Pence must do this tomorrow to defend our Constitution from our enemies. Big tech censorship, MSM censorship, corrupt officials at the federal, state, and local levels." And then it says, go to the, so yes, he's promoting these things. He's retweeting these things. At least some people who saw that ended up going. Yes, there's a connection.
You don't know
here.
how many. You don't know
Hold
how
on,
many.
hold on. Just let me ask you this.
Is it more than zero?
Kung Fu
Obviously,
Joe,
yes.
Just real quick.
There were
Kung Fu
plenty
Joe.
of other
Would you-
motivations for people to be there than Trump.
Yes,
that
but
were all
Kung Fu Joe. Can you just acknowledge that perhaps at least a majority were probably there because Trump invited him? Can we just infer that?
Absolutely not. Absolutely
Why
not.
not?
I think there's plenty of.
Why is that
because
unreasonable?
Because I have a list of reasons why it's unreasonable. There was a lot of expanded mail-in voting. That's sus. That's one. The heavy-handedness during COVID under Democrats mostly. This list is things that mostly Democrats are responsible for. So in a way, you could say Democrats were responsible for January 6th because they pissed off a lot of fucking people.
Here,
They
let
pissed
me
off
ask
a
you
lot
this,
of
man.
people.
So
Changes
I'll
to
ask you
election
this.
procedures without legislative approval, restricted poll watcher access in some urban counting centers, high voter turnout, and record vote totals. Are you going to tell me that all these other things on top of like a year of COVID, like heavy-handedness, is not going to make people suspicious, right, of the Democratic Party when they were
but we're
pushing
not
this shit the
asking
hardest?
why are they suspicious of the Democratic Party. We're asking how many do you think,
I'm
and you don't
getting
have
there.
to give us an exact number, percentage-wise, showed up because Donald Trump announced an event and said, come to this event.
Actually, here, let me ask you this, okay? So,
Go
Kung
ahead,
Fu
Ben.
Joe, are you aware that Turning Point USA was in contact with the Trump campaign to actually facilitate bringing people to DC for the event? And so, Charlie Kirk himself said this. He said that they were bussing people in to attend this fucking event.
Who the
How
hell
is that
cares?
not them being brought in directly by Trump?
My point is that there are thousands upon thousands of people there, right? And the thing that you guys are alleging is that they're all there because of Trump. I'm
never
saying
said
that's
all.
bullshit. We don't fucking
I never
know
said
that.
all.
What?
Right, Destiny
Okay, you
just
can't
said
even
all.
put a percent. Okay, put a percentage on it. What do you think it is? Can you even put a percentage on it? Honestly, no. You have no way of fucking knowing that.
Of course, if Donald Trump
95
hadn't
now,
made
that's
the
fucking
calls to be
bullshit.
there,
Come on,
if Donald
folks.
Trump had made the calls to be there, the people wouldn't have shown up.
They were pissed anyway.
I
dude.
would have.
100%.
A lot of people would.
Pissed.
Stop.
They
Stop.
were
Stop.
pissed. They weren't- you keep saying pissed. They were
Hold
pissed
up.
anyway. They were
I could
pissed because
talk.
of
I could
lies that
speak from
Donald Trump was
experience
telling.
here.
They were pissed because of
I could
lies that
speak from
Donald Trump was
experience
spreading.
here.
Yes.
Destiny, you
Go
don't know
ahead.
what the fuck you're talking about. Even if Donald Trump
then
didn't
tell
say
me one
anything,
lie.
he said
Tell me
on
one lie
November
then.
14th,
Yeah.
November
Timing,
14th and
shut the fuck
December 12th was not promoted by Trump, and there was tens of thousands of people on the ground on DC without Trump saying a fucking word. So we could stop. We could cut that shit off. We could cut that shit off. That has no merit. That has no merit whatsoever.
I also think it's,
And he needs that. He needs that as part of his narrative. It's part of his narrative. He needs that. He can't prove it.
Destiny already. Look, I'm
You
counting
guys
them
literally
here.
already said
Destiny.
nobody even knew about the January 6th date until Trump called people to protest there. A November 14th protest on the night of the election. makes
People
sense.
were talking about this all over the place, independent of Trump, and they were pissed
No.
about the stolen election.
No.
Trump said, "Oh, I'm upset
Yeah.
about, or we're worried about mail-in voting," and everybody's like, "Oh, well, let's keep an eye on that." And then, wouldn't you know it, a bunch of mail-in fraud. We're all like, "Oh, now we know what to look
But
for."
there
Now
was
you're
no
like,
mail-in
"Holy
fraud,
shit,
right?
we're
Never
only
found any
there
of that
because
mail-in
Trump came
fraud,
down."
right?
Okay,
Oh,
so
they
just real
found
quick,
it.
$10
Gibbs
from
knows.
Josiah, pondering politics, to say multiple convicted January 6ers and many who pled guilty said they were there and did what they did for Trump. Check the court records. Dev can probably quote it verbatim.
Can I address that? because
All right,
address
yes.
it, please.
that's what's called it. People do that during what's called an allocution. It's basically throwing yourself at the mercy of the court. It's basically, I'm sorry, I was a bad boy. When it comes to federal sentencing, you have a sentencing guideline based on an arbitrary number system. If you accept responsibility for your crime, you typically get a 3-point reduction in your sentence. But if you show no remorse, then you can get a 3-point enhancement. It might sound arbitrary, it is, but that's a 6-point difference in your sentencing, and that can be a huge disparity in how much time you do. And especially when you consider most of these guys were like blue collar guys, or they had wives and families to get home to. They were trying to do whatever they could to get home the soonest. It's also why even more people took plea deals than actually put the government to its burden at trial.
It's a humiliation ritual, not law.
Yep.
It is.
So it's not a humiliation.
Yes, it is when you're doing forced
an
confession.
allocation
You know what?
statement,
Drag
an
everybody
allocation,
in.
an allocution
No,
statement.
no. When you're doing
hold on.
blame on somebody else.
Let Destiny respond to this. Destiny,
Trying
go
to put
ahead,
the
please.
blame on somebody else is like the
Yeah,
opposite point of a
after
fucking
Destiny
allocution
responds,
statement. The whole point of allocution is that you're supposed to show you're taking responsibility for whatever the fuck else. So if you were to do an allocution statement, you would say, well, it was just because of Donald Trump the whole fucking time.
Welcome to DC. Welcome to the DC circuit. Yeah, welcome to the federal circuit in Washington, D.C., where they want you to throw Trump into the. There was a snitch in the jail with me named Tom Civic. He got released on bond because he wrote a letter to the judge saying, "I'm sorry, I supported Trump. I'm Antifa now. I'm a good boy.
True,
I won't
I'm
watch
sure.
Fox
I'm
News."
sure.
And
Yeah,
they
all
let him
those
out.
corrupt judges, all the Antifa, Transifa.
Why didn't they charge people in their hometowns? Destiny. Can I ask a question here?
Why didn't they charge people in their hometown? Why would they charge people? Because the crime happened in DC.
Look it up. I'm giving you his name. Tom Civic. Look it up. I don't need to make this up. I have enough experience with this. I'm not making it up. I'm giving you a defendant's name. It actually happened. Look it up. Actually, according to NPR, yeah, but well, look it up. Tom Civic wrote a letter. His judge released him out on bond. His restrictions were that he couldn't watch Fox News and far right content. But yeah, he was saying that we were cult members in the jail because we sang the national anthem at night. Yeah, that's what they expected. It was a humiliation ritual. Suck it.
Yeah. So I got a question for Destiny here. Since he said that, I got tried by a member of my jury, I want to go back in a time machine really quick, and I want to give him the same example, and I want to see if he feels the same way. Pre-civil rights era, and even after civil rights era, in the South, specifically in Alabama, there was a lot of black African-American defendants that got sentenced to not life in prison, they got sentenced to death. And they went to trial, and ever since then, a lot of them have been overturned. But because the reason why they were overturned, it was because it was a white racist jury as members of the jury, which were clearly, and they had said that they hate N-words. So in that case, can you say that those people that got death sentences in the state, we'll focus on the state of Alabama, would you say that they got fair trials too?
I would say probably not.
Okay.
Do you have evidence that the jury came out and was making statements like, I hate all Trump supporters and I'm going to convict all Trump supporters, or?
Destiny, I have a couple of those examples that are worse. When the judge in my case asked, and 3 individuals did the same exact thing.
The jury. Did any of the jury come out and say anything like this?
Did the jury? Yes, they did. As a matter of fact,
the jury came out and said that we hate all Trump supporters.
Dude, listen. No, they said worse than that. They asked, do you know about Enrique Tarrio and the Proud Boys? And they said yes. Do you have strong feelings towards Enrique Tarrio and the Proud Boys? Yes. What are those strong feelings, and describe them? Nazis, anti-Semitic, racist, all sorts of things. Okay, based on those strong feelings, can you, as a member of the jury, judge this case, set those feelings aside and judge this case by the evidence and the evidence alone? Do you know what those 3 people said? They said no. They said no.
Oh.
They said no. And the very next day,
out?
We did. We tried. Believe me, when somebody says that, we did try. The very next day and the day after that, those 3 members of the juries were put right back on the stand and asked the same question. And if you've ever been in that position, the judge sits on a podium this tall with a black robe, very menacing, and asks, "Are you sure?" And all 3 of them said yes the very next day. After already saying no, they said hard no, there wasn't no ifs, ands, or maybes. And they were allowed to sit in my trial. During the trial, the foreman of the jury, we protest Drag Queen Story Hour all the time. We asked if he was politically active. He said no. After the trial, actually months after the trial, months after my sentencing, we find out that this gentleman puts together Drag Queen Story Hours in the DC area, an area known for Proud Boys, protesting Drag Queen Story Hour, and specifically one of his events. So people can hate me all they want, but the process wasn't fair, and this happened many times over. So I'd encourage you to rethink your position when it comes to
I'm going to let
my conviction.
I'm going to let Destiny and Dev respond to that, and then I have Josiah really wants me to read these out. So once Destiny and Dev respond to that, I'm going to read something from Pondering Politics, Josiah, and then that's the order we'll go into. Go ahead.
Well, I'm trying to find information about this Thomas Sibick guy who assaulted the police officer.
Sibick.
No, yeah, but are you saying you're saying that he got out on bond because he wrote some letter saying that he was Antifa now or whatever?
I said Antifa facetiously. He said he was no longer a conservative or Trump supporter. He was a liberal, and that was I believe it should have been September. Would have been in September of 2021. He
wrote a letter to find this letter or whatever.
I can look it up. Hold on.
No, while you guys are looking that up, so here's what Josiah has to say. He says Tarrio said Trump had nothing to do with the November 14th, 2020 Million MAGA March, but here he is the day before, hyping it up and saying he'd show up, and he made an appearance with his motorcade. The tweets he's referring to is on the 13th of November, 2020. He says, heartwarming to see all the tremendous support out there, especially the organic rallies that are springing up all over the country, including a big one on Saturday in D.C. I may even try to stop by and say hello. This election was rigged from Dominion all the way up and down. And then he also, that's what he says on the 13th of November.
Hey guys, sorry to cut in here. I'm sorry to cut in on your thing. I got to run. I got another event that I got to go to. I really got to say I appreciate you for putting this together. I appreciate my brother Tim Hale, everybody else on this. Destiny, thank you for being here. Dev, thank you guys. Appreciate you. I'll be back. If you guys want to do this again, I'm open.
Okay. Have a great day. Thank you for coming.
Keep in touch with yourself.
I will touch myself.
No, not on screen.
Take it deep. Hey, I got that. I got a link to that letter. I'm trying to put it in a chat, but it's not pulling up. Can I do the screen share, or is that what I should do? Or
send me the link, and I will put it on screen.
Alrighty.
Just DM it to me directly, please.
You got it.
And now he freezes.
I'm opening it up.
Hamster internet at its best.
I'm going to share. What am I looking at here?
That's the handwritten.
Walk me through it.
Back up there.
Yeah, see it on screen. You should be able to read.
Yeah, if you don't see it, click on the share button, bro. Or view stream or something.
Read it, Wick.
Okay. This is from Julie Kelly. There is one get out of jail free card. Write a letter to Trump loathing judge like Amy Berman Jackson condemning Trump and have the defense lawyer accuse January 6 detainees of acting like cult members. Tom Sibick, charged with same crimes as many others in D.C. Gitmo, first detainee. And this is, he writes, it's cursive. Give me a second. Your Honor, my name is Thomas Sibick. In an attempt to provide an understanding of who I am, I felt compelled to write because my conduct on January 6th was unequivocally an aberration of the high moral standards I hold myself to. What happened at the United States Capitol that day does not provide an adequate representation of my character. Although I strive for excellence, I will be the first to admit that I am not perfect. My life has been full of joyful times. However, there have been a fair share of growing pains, none more significant than what I am currently experiencing. The shame, dishonor, and regret endured are without question the worst emotions ever experienced. I disagree with what occurred that fateful day, especially the trauma suffered by Officer Michael Ferrone? I'm not sure the name. It is without question unconscionable. January 6th was a disgrace to our nation that felt a sea of I don't know this word, Trump is ultimately responsible for, but we are strong and will heal from it. While many praise Trump, I loathe him. His words and actions are nefarious, causing pain and harm to the world. He is not a leader and should not be should be ostracized from any political future. What he honestly needs to do is go away. Throughout my incarceration, I have had ample time for self-reflection, which has enabled me to grow and become more cognizant of my being, ultimately having a profound impact on my core values. I have vowed to never attend another political protest in my life. That was my first and last. In addition, I will never allow myself to be consumed by the mob mentality. It is dangerous and undoubtedly out of character. I give irrefutable assurance to the court that if I am released, I will without hesitation abide by any and all conditions set forth. All I desire is peace, reconciliation, and unity. We must all work together to build back a better nation. And sincerely, Thomas Sebeck.
And then what was the date for this letter?
Filed. It was filed on October 18th, 2021. I don't.
Yeah, there was. It would have been sometime. I believe it was in September that he was.
I don't see a date.
He was a jailhouse snitch, so he was gathering information on people. He ended up going to the hole for sexually assaulting another man, and then he got bail.
That's a yikes.
A big yikes.
That's a yikes.
As long as he renounced his own feelings and thoughts and paid tribute to the left.
So what? I'm just out of my curiosity, and maybe I got lost reading that. What was the point of the letter? Like what? Where
so his claim was that this guy was able to get out on bond. So this doesn't mean that he got out of any charges or anything, but because he wrote a letter saying he hated Trump and he's Antifa, or he threw Trump under the bus, basically. It sounds like he's writing a letter to try to say that he's not a public threat anymore, and he recognizes the wrong of his actions, and he's not going to, I guess, try to be a threat. He's just trying to get out on bond. He's not escaping his actual court case.
It also served a secondary purpose of framing those of us who were still in there as creating a radicalized environment. So another part of this is the pleadings of his lawyer, who was saying that because we had a tradition in the jail of singing the national anthem at 9:00 every night, it created a toxic environment. He was being bullied and compelled to sing the anthem. And the judge wanted to save him from this toxic environment, and she appreciated that he was going out of his way to avoid radicalism. So that was that. He did end up getting a lower sentence than his co-defendant's head.
Well, fuck, dude, you shouldn't have rioted then.
What's that?
You shouldn't have rioted then.
What's that in response to?
Every single thing that I've heard for the past 5 minutes. Like, I don't care about the sob story. You were there. You fucked up. You should still be in jail.
You talking about him?
What do you think?
Yeah, I mean,
I'm talking about you.
I'm just curious. Who initially? Who published this? How did they get this letter? Who published this letter?
That's a court file,
dude.
You could see the case file number at the top of the letter. So it usually would go on something like.
Oh, so if you write a letter for bond or whatever, it'll be a part of your court proceedings. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, gang, we are kind of circling the drain just a little bit here, just a little bit. Is there anything like that you guys think that we haven't covered yet that we should?
I have a question for Dev.
Oh, go ahead, please.
So Dev, I've been thinking on this a lot, and it seems like obviously this is a controversial issue. It's hot. Would you agree that anybody who was nonviolent in either the J6 or the BLM or any just politically motivated, we just say, guess what? If you were in a politically motivated thing, we value free speech. We don't like people getting run over. We know things can run hot. So anybody that hits a cop, burns a building down, breaks something, okay, we're not putting that in this bucket. But would you agree to like a universal, if you were nonviolent, you didn't break anything, everybody get pardoned on that? Is it an untenable position for you?
Yeah, it's retarded. Because there's lots of nonviolent crime. What are you talking about?
All
right, trespassing is a nonviolent crime. You should be charged with that.
All right, I understand your crazy position.
How is that
crazy to charge?
Crazy?
Wait, isn't it crazy to charge for nonviolent crimes?
It's crazy to try to say that we value political protests and that we're going to turn a blind eye on some of it, and we're not going to have a threshold that we're going to apply across everyone.
Well,
and generally, I've been out there talking to a lot of fucking people during the last election cycle. I knocked on 7,000 doors. I've talked to tons of people, and nobody thinks it's okay to hit a cop. Nobody thinks it's okay to disrupt an election where you think something went wrong. Nobody thinks that's okay. And the one sort of plan that virtually every moderate would go for this plan, by the way. And even most of the folks on the extreme say, well, you know, we want to have civilian participation in government. We don't want to shut this down. We want to be able to have speech. Why don't we try to be soft? Because this is the argument on the BLM riots. There wasn't the same level of follow-up on those for all of those nonviolent ones. So what you're saying is, fuck the right, but the left gets a free pass. And you don't want that because you think it's crazy.
I'm not saying that.
I get it. You think it's crazy.
I'm not saying
you just
that,
said
dude.
the policy was crazy. And I explained how it would apply and how it would benefit each side. And now you're saying it's not crazy. That's great.
Yeah, listen, just because your specific idea is stupid does not mean that I'm saying the left has a free pass, all right? I think that all trespassers should be charged with trespassing.
Decouple that. My pardon idea is stupid. How?
Because you're saying that there should just be a blanket pardon for all nonviolent crimes. No, there shouldn't be.
So the FBI has been following up on J6.
Let's have answer the question. Dev, go ahead, please.
So if you trespassed, you should be charged with trespassing. That means a whole bunch of people on J6 should have been charged with trespassing, and that's a good thing. But also, if there's like lefty protests where there's trespassing happening, charge them too.
Yeah, if they knew that they were trespassing and they qualified for the mens rea, yeah. But it's again, I feel like a lot of this is people just kind of memory holding the fact that it developed into a riot because the crowds were attacked.
No.
Why were the crowds attacked?
Hold on. Wait. Were the crowds attacked before Dominic broke into the Capitol?
Yes.
Yeah, that's what led him up there, actually. There was a northwest scaffolding area that people poured into, and then I actually have video showing that you had people warning the police saying, hey, if you keep shooting through the scaffolding through the tarps, people are going to have one direction to go, and that's up because they were bottlenecked.
People poured into the northwest near that scaffolding. People were pouring into an area that they weren't supposed to be in.
Northwest scaffolding was an open area that people went into because they had nowhere else to go. Yeah, they poured up there.
They couldn't go back.
They could have gone
where they came from.
The amount of people,
do you run into
the cops were shooting at you? Yeah, you want me to show you some video of what the cops were doing?
To people that were trying
to
break into the Capitol,
I want to see the video.
They were trying to break into the Capitol, right?
No,
why
because
they were saying so the only direction they could
about.
go was forward. Hold on, wait. So I'm just to be clear, you have video showing that the crowd of people that was on their way to the scaffolding was so dense they couldn't just turn around and walk away when the cops are saying, "Hey, don't come here." You talked about mens rea earlier. Don't you think it's a decent state of mind to know you're not supposed to be in an area if a cop is saying, "Hey, go back"?
Hey, you're assuming a lot of things there. Like the cops are saying, "Hey, go back." You know, a riot was actually declared before they used any PA system to actually tell people that it was a restricted area. And like I said, and look, we can get into the Proud Boy thing, which you're incorrect about, but the barriers were removed from the outside, meaning people like me show up a half hour later not knowing there's a restricted area. So, Wick, I just sent you a video.
I got it.
Previous rioters, though.
Let's roll with it. Okay. Let's roll that beautiful bean footage.
Let's see what it has to say.
Yeah, those guys are violent. Look at that. You gotta hold that cell phone.
Lots of room to walk
that.
backward, though. They could just go home.
Yep, those are some hardcore criminals right there.
What am I looking for here? Just FYI.
Terrible. We're looking at
I apologize for the sound quality. I had to record this in the jail using a Discovery laptop off of
what am I looking
Evident,
for?
tablet. You have to listen. Basically, this guy right here in the I guess it's a Carhartt. I don't know what that is, but with the black face mask, he's telling the cops as he's watching it that when they're shooting. So there's this northwest scaffold and it's covered in a tarp. When people go in there for cover so they don't get sprayed or shot at, the cops start shooting through the tarp and they start hitting random people.
I'm gonna be real with you. I can't hear a thing this guy's saying.
So if you pull up the tweet that it's from, it actually I wrote out the transcript there.
So I do know where this is, and like this is at the third barricade. You do realize that, like the crowd has already gone through 2 barricades at this point, right?
I'm aware of that, yeah. But what I'm
so they shouldn't even be here then, right? They shouldn't be here.
Well, instead of jumping ahead, let's rewind. What did I say? People didn't know it was a restricted area. People didn't know they weren't allowed to be there. I showed up, for instance, a half hour after those barriers, the first 2 were taken down, right? So a lot of people are there with different mindsets and different perspectives of what's happening. I have my cell phone footage, and it shows that we're just standing around singing "God Bless America." I had no idea there was any breach at all. And so when they start shooting at people, not even at agitators specifically, but in the middle of the crowd, when they start body slamming old ladies with riot shields, people get incensed. Not saying January 6th was good. But what I'm saying is there's a broader context here for people who had no idea.
I understand. But I have a question about your situation, though. So when you went through those first 2 overturned barricades, you didn't think to yourself, "Hey, something's going on here"?
I didn't see barricades. That's the problem. There were so many people there. It was like an ocean of people. I didn't see any barricades. And keep in mind, for the first crew that came through, a lot of them were removed. They actually threw some over like these stone walls that were through the walkways that connected Peace Circle to the West Terrace. So if you weren't looking for it, you very often were not going to see it. I mean, there's no other explanation than that. That's the truth.
Yeah, let's see what. Yeah, Dev gave me some video too. Let's see. And Dev, what am I looking for here?
Oh, we're just gonna watch it. Just play it for a few seconds. We're good. Yeah. Turn on the audio too.
We're trying to get compliance, but this is now effectively a riot.
49 hours declaring it a riot.
So this is them breaching the third barricade.
Capitol Police 1 advised they're trying to breach and get into the Capitol.
That third barricade's down. And they've now broken in. I mean, like, the entire narrative about this event on the right is fucking ridiculous, guys. This is not some peaceful protest.
Easy for you to say because you're conflating a bunch of shit, and this is what you've gotten away with for years, is just using a bunch of compilations and shit. This is what the J6 committee did. This is what they did at the trials. They create these giant compilations, and they create a grand narrative and ignore the individual experience. I mean, like, so for instance, the second clip is on the east side of the Capitol. That's where Pam Hemphill was rushing the police. That has nothing to do with what happened on the west side. You have the northwest scaffolding, what I just talked about, the third thing. The Senate wing door area. There are different individuals involved in these things, and there's a sequence for how this happened. The first thing, you think it got to that point. Again, that's the area of the front of the northwest scaffolding, the first part. I don't know if I can be heard.
Yeah, you can be heard, but I'm just curious. Okay. Like, to me, it's looking like the people here are attacking the cops. That's what it looks like.
Yeah, and I can provide some context for that. And I'm not defending attacking the cops, but
what is the context? Yes, go ahead. Go ahead. What's the context?
I'm trying to find a clip that I could show you that would enlighten the audience a little, especially for a lot of the people that I was locked up with. Basically, along that front end there, along the front west terrace, you have police who are using excessive force on people who are along that police line, right? So for quite a while, before that first perimeter collapses, you have people who are coming up to the barricade. Maybe they're chanting some stupid stuff or whatever, the waving flags. But a lot of them are trying to talk to the police. What you have is people like Padilla, for instance, Jose Padilla, he gets bashed over the head with riot batons to the point where he blacks out 4 different times. You have people like Jeffrey McKelliff, who was there at the front in the first clip. You see that area? That's the front. That's the west terrace, right? He's there peacefully protesting, and then he sees an old woman get smacked down with a riot shield. Right? This incenses people. These are grown men. They're seeing old women being attacked. I have video of people. Michael Curgio, I have video from him. People were getting hit with gases.
Can you just play from here, and then Tim, I want you to tell me if you see anything that this goes through that you disagree with for how they're characterizing stuff. Also, just the scaffolding that you're talking about at the northwest part or whatever.
Okay. You watching? Everyone got it? Everyone good? Everyone eyeballs on? Ears up? Okay.
on that entrance. And they attack the police. They've unleashed
the
the
scaffolding?
crowd around them again.
Yeah.
Okay,
this
so
white
for
area
the
here,
scaffolding,
that's
this is where the police are being attacked for them to gain entrance to this area. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, this is the white area here. This goes around. This is like a
Mhm.
construction site. They're
Yeah, I see.
getting
Yeah,
ready
okay.
for the inaugural address. All right,
Yep.
so people
You
pour
plan.
into here. Okay, and when
After
the
the cops are attacked, after the cops are attacked here,
cops start shooting, and cops start shooting through the right here, this tarp here. All right.
After people are breaking in because they're attacking the cops to fight through this. Yes.
And a lot of them are pouring in there because they're getting sprayed and maced.
You ready for me to continue?
Yeah, keep going.
Okay.
Kicking off a fierce 20-minute battle for the scaffolding. It's the closest yet the mob has come to the lawmakers inside, who are still in session. Again, Proud Boys stay at the front. When police start using weapons here,
Rubber bullets to the face. Yep.
Joe Biggs retreats again with a small team. They stand to the side and watch from the lawn. Some of them peel off and head for the east side of the Capitol, where Biggs will meet them later.
So pause for a
And then-
sec. So where is this video footage of the cops just randomly shooting tear gas or whatever into the crowd, where an area hasn't already been breached and there aren't people who are literally fighting with cops?
First, I just sent Wick. I sent you a video of them body slamming an old woman.
Okay.
And then,
Give me a second. What's the timestamp on this so we know? 1309. I'm going to have to juggle here. Well, you know, I can just open two different tabs. Duh. Okay.
Wait, real quick. Can you go back for a second? Did that lady run up and shove the cop? Is that what just happened? I just want to make sure I saw that clearly.
Let's watch.
Did she walk up and shove the guy forward? Yeah, just checking.
Yeah, let's watch.
Okay.
She comes up. They shove each other.
No, she shoves that cop back. Yep, and is standing there in an area she knows she's not supposed to be, and she gets pushed back. That was the body. Was that the body slam? Was that her getting pushed back? Is there another body slam or?
I guess we'll find out. We've got 15 seconds left. So.
Riot shield.
Well, she fucking deserved it, dude.
She's getting pushed back again, and she's fighting. This is our body slammed old person that you were getting so upset about. Okay.
I was getting so upset. I didn't even see that. I didn't get upset about that, but lots of other people did. Again, you can keep.
Well, this is really interesting. What they're saying is really interesting because that's the point that Mr. Tarrio was making to Destiny about the woman that was shot today or yesterday with the car, right? It's like, oh, well, this person drove into a cop and they got shot. Oh, good for them breaking rules, stupid games, stupid prizes, right? That's kind of what you're doing now. I feel like
real
that
quick,
needs to be
Dev. Hey, Dev, can I ask Dev a question?
What's up,
Dev? If the cops were to arrest that woman because she had, let's assume that one cop hadn't put himself in front of the vehicle. Let's say the cop asks her to get out and she flees the scene. If the cops had driven, followed the woman, and then arrested her eventually, do you think the cops would be in their right to do that?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah. Okay. Me too. Do you see the difference there? We have no problem admitting when somebody's doing something bad, and they probably should get arrested for it. So I don't know what the fuck your point is. Did the woman?
So right here, I'll say if this lady just pushed, she's arrested. Yeah, I mean, oh, cool. She got body slammed.
With a deadly
games, stupid prizes. I'll take both of them. What's the difference? Except she doesn't have a car. This lady couldn't hit the guy with a car. That's much more damaging.
She's trying to break in a way. She's trying to push her way through where there's 10 cops saying, stop, don't come here. And she pushes her way forward. She assaults the cops.
Right? And they took her down, right? Okay, cool. Stupid game, stupid prize. I'm okay with that, right? But whenever we apply that same logic over here to the other one, you're going, well, she didn't deserve getting shot. Like,
Yeah, because this lady didn't get shot. You see the difference between getting shot?
Someone did get shot at this event, though, didn't they?
Eventually, somebody was climbing through climbing through a door to get the congressman.
It's the same metric. See the double standard?
It's not really the same metric at all, though. It's not a double standard. It's two different standards for two different situations.
It's the same standard.
So just to be clear, just to go back, because this is all a fucking lie, because all you guys do is fucking lie, which is fine, I get it. This is the world we live in now. There is no video footage of cops randomly shooting off disbursement ordinance or any kind of pepper gas or whatever else randomly into crowds or whatever, and that's why everybody's coming forward. All of the fighting, all of this was happening before the cops were shooting anything, so that you can't possibly use that as blaming why the people were trying to break in. That was all just a lie.
By the way, Wick, I sent you a 7-second clip of literally state police Capitol Police rather, opening the barricade and waving people in. That could have confused at least some of the people that were there.
This was after the Capitol had already been breached.
So look, here's the thing. There are people that got charged showing up after it had been breached. So you moved the football.
Well, to be
When
clear,
a Capitol Police
Stream
officer
Rift-
technically waved forward.
Just real quick, Stream Rift, you haven't sent me anything. I have no DMs from you in the last hour.
I put it in the group chat, but I'll send it directly.
Okay, send it to me directly. This is something that Tim just sent to me. It's 28 seconds long. What are we looking for, Tim?
You're going to see the midget fella on the left with the bullhorn. The police attempt to shoot him through the face again, like they did to Joshua Black, but it ricochets off someone's flag. I just want to provide more context to the kind of things that were happening between all the clips that people see.
Let me watch it. Yeah, let me watch it.
Yeah. Well, look, I work this week. I got a paycheck. I got to go fuck up my fellow brother. Yeah.
Where's the midget?
Why do you let them do that to us? Trump works for the people. Why can't you? Trump works for the people.
That's pretty much it for that.
Okay.
That's terrible. That's crazy.
They should have shot more, dude. Disperse those crowds. Get them the fuck out of there.
Okay, this is from Stream Rift. There's no audio on this that I can see.
I don't think there is. It's very brief. She's literally waving them in. Waving them in. How do you...
Oh, there is.
Yeah, come on in, guys. Come on in.
I've seen this clip. Do you know what that is? Do you know what, do you know what that is?
The Capitol Police waving them in.
Like 50 million times, but when you're
I want to believe my own
arms,
fucking
like,
eyes.
retarded shit.
No.
Yeah. Is this the vertical one where she's waving? Is this the one where she's waving at other cops? But this is cut vertically, and these guys don't know what aspect ratio is. Yeah, that's good. It's all right.
So I'm sure nobody there was confused.
It's got to be so nice to do propaganda for retards. Holy shit! It's like lying to a 3-year-old. Jesus.
And she's waving cops that are now behind the lines to come forward and go to the new line. Basically, she's not waving in protesters.
So there's no way anybody would have been confused on that one. That's the fucking point. When the crowd is going in thinking that it's okay, and then you're waving them in, it leaves the impression
that no one. That's not what the debate is.
You're literally talking about it right now.
What's
just as easy as anyone else could misunderstand it.
Every single person that walked in was not charged with or convicted of trespassing.
Thank God.
It wasn't the lack of trying.
Capitol Police waving people in.
Because not every single person who just waved in was charged with trespassing.
What were you charged with, Tim?
I was charged with a misdemeanor cocktail, like picketing and trespass and all that. I also had a felony charge called obstruction of an official proceeding, an Enron scandal era charge. It had to do with destruction of documents.
How long were you in prison, Tim?
3 years.
Damn.
Okay.
Did you actually enter the building? Did you go inside?
And did you end up needing that? Did you end up? I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Well, shit. That's probably why you were charged with it. You shouldn't have been in there.
Yeah, it was a fake statute. It goes back to the Enron scandal for destruction of documents. I should have got a year max, and nobody even does that with a federal misdemeanor.
How is it fake?
How
is it a fake statute under it?
Tim, if you want to understand,
did you not win your? Tim, did you not win your appeal?
You're all trying to talk at once. Just let Tim answer the question, and Dev can ask the question. But yeah, let Tim answer.
Actually, I was asking the questions. I've had.
You were both asking questions, but fair.
I'll answer both questions.
Yeah, Tim. So, and I've heard this, but it's been a year, or almost a year now. Remind me, you did not actually need the pardon that you got, and why was that?
The pardon for me only wiped out the misdemeanors, which I would have, whatever. The felony charge I beat after I served my sentence. I beat it in appeals at the appellate court. It was based off of the ruling in the Fisher case, which showed that they improperly prosecuted people for 18 U.S.C. 1512, obstruction of an official proceeding. So it took Took a few years, but I beat that after sentence. So
Okay, Dev, if you had a question for it. Otherwise, I have one more question for Dev and Destiny, and then maybe we might wrap it up.
Go ahead, Wick. Go ahead.
Well, real quick. Well, I'll ask a question. Tim, you knew that you were in the building when you shouldn't have been, right?
Actually, I did not, and so this became a huge contention during all this. I didn't know where the fuck I was. I followed a crowd. One of the big things that got me in trouble was they
Hold on,
tried to say I was
wait.
lying.
Were you not?
Did you enter the back rooms, dude? What the fuck?
Weren't you one of the first people in?
No, they say that because of proximity in terms of chronology. A lot of people poured in before I did. So
When you say a lot, you're saying
happening,
I can't find a video of you minutes or within a minute after the very first breach. I can't find a video
I'm
of you.
I'm trying to address the time. Yes, you can. I came in at about 2:14 p.m. The breach has happened at 2:12. So within 2 minutes, I entered the Senate wing door area. I was not one of the first people in. I mean, I guess you look at the totality of people who came in, but I wasn't one of the first people who broke the window or kicked the doors open or anything like that. I walked through an open door. I stopped actually on the scaffold and picked up a flag, and then I just kind of wandered around and I followed a crowd in the building. I didn't know where I was, and if you watch the CCTV for the camera for the Senate wing door area, you'll actually watch me take a right. I go down a hallway, I turn back, I go down the other hallway on the left, and then I turn right back. I didn't know where I was.
What were you looking at?
I have a question for you, actually.
Were you ever saying words like a revolution was coming to Capitol Police?
I cursed off police on the outside after they were spraying people. I said, the revolution won't be televised, cunt. Yeah, I did.
Mm-hmm. Okay. And then were you telling other people to continue going into the Capitol?
You think I was talking about an actual revolution, or you think I was referencing something from the civil rights era?
Were you challenging other people to go into the building?
No, I didn't challenge people to go into the building. What does that even mean? No.
Encouraging people to go into the building, asking people to go into the building, telling people to
No.
advance on the Capitol? No?
Well, that came from an NCIS recording where I was talking shit drunk a week after the fact to my friend, who I thought was my best friend, but NCI strapped a wire on. I was talking shit. That didn't happen.
Okay. But you just were in 2 minutes after the breach, walking around with a flag, making statements to Capitol Police saying things like a revolution won't be televised.
That was on the
Do you know
outside
that
towards the
origin?
scaffolding where a cop was mocking me and making mocking gestures towards me because.
Oh, so you were already outside on the scaffolding, so you were near all of the initial breaching, and you had no idea that you guys weren't supposed to be there. So there was a cop outside on the scaffolding where you knew people were, and then you went in through the crowd and into the building. That's crazy.
The initial breaching.
That's
it was
crazy.
not near the initial breaching.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's crazy that you can't listen. I wasn't
That's
near
just
the initial
crazy
breaching.
that you were so close to
Okay,
all
Dad
of
had
the
a
initial
crazy-
breaching. You had no
It's
clue.
so
You were just being
crazy,
carried along with the
you know
crowd. Just insane. You're
I
just
do have
carried along with the crowd.
just one question for you. Okay.
Go ahead. Yeah, I say now. You should tell the truth, yeah? Oh, that's crazy. Now I can't believe that. Yeah.
Okay, Tim, I have one question. This is just for me personally, okay? What are the strength of the maglock doors in the Capitol building?
So I actually know where you're going with this, and you're actually right. I actually did some prep on this. I watched your previous debates. Those doors are, there may be some magnetic element to it, but yes, I know that it's a fire lock. If you push it, yeah. If you push onto those doors and you hold onto them, they'll open up. That's
Thank you very much. I appreciate that.
Oh
yeah.
man,
I would say to provide some other context, the man who does that, I'm not alluding to him being some fed or anything. He's a man named George Tenney, and he was in a previous stream I've seen you guys on. It was alleged that he was probably talking to another rioter. He was actually talking to Capitol Police on the level above. There's a crosswalk above. And we don't have the audio, but in George Tenney's trial testimony, he says that he was speaking to the police and they informed him on how to open that door. And there is CCTV, again, no audio, showing one of the white shirt officers right in that same area. So that did happen. I agree, though, and you are correct. The magnetic thing, that was some early, I'm not going to say disinformation, but that was an early rumor. Even my lawyer believed that. My lawyer represented one of the Oath Keepers as well. So that was something that people believed. It's not a real good talking point, though. It's not really relevant.
Well, yeah, I mean, it came from the Twitter account called Swank for America, who was a lawyer for the Oath Keepers, so that guy probably just made it up and then it spread around. But are you claiming that the person that he was talking to above was actually like a Capitol Police? Was he the insider? Is that what you're saying? Are you saying the police officer's the insider?
Is he there? Hello?
Broke up there. You said, was he?
Oh, he froze. Okay.
Yes. Yeah.
Welcome back.
Basically, are you claiming that like the police officer who was on the level above talking down to him, he was the inside job guy that was letting him in?
No, well, it was a woman. I'm not claiming that. George Tenney claimed that in his trial, and CCTV corroborates that there was a woman there. And then, if you look at it, yeah, I mean, it does look like that. He's not able to do it. Oh, what's the? He points up, he talks to someone, and then suddenly after that, he knows how to open the door, even though, granted, there's the sign there. So yeah, I mean, I believe that that's what happened. I have no reason to deny.
But that's
or
someone's
doubt it,
police
but-
officer, though.
The Capitol police officer. I don't know what her exact rank was. She was a white shirt, so I imagine she was some form of upper brass, not a patrolman.
Okay. I do have a question for Destiny and Dev, and then I want to let the rest of you ask questions to them too if you have them. But I'd like this to kind of move it a little bit to what we were initially talking about. So, do we see? I guess it's a two-parter. Do we see a problem with the official White House website putting out their version of events like this is? And if you do, what needs to be done about this? Like, what exactly is the problem, and what do you recommend or advocate is done? Go ahead.
Well,
I mean, the whole narrative is just a lie from start to finish. Trump wanted it. He called the people there. When they were there, they marched. They were violent. They insurrected. They managed to delay the vote. When the vote was delayed, him and his little cronies were making phone calls to congressmen in order to try to get them to change the outcome of the election. They refused. Pence refused. Eventually, Ashley Babbitt gets shot. The National Guard finally shows up. Trump, who shows himself to be so strong and able to deploy the National Guard to states that don't even want them there, for some reason was impotent for hours, watching everything unfolding on TV, was tweeting out, basically harassing tweets towards Pence and everything else. And it wasn't until after Ashley Babbitt was shot, hours later, Trump finally tells people to go home, and he realizes his little insurrection plan failed. I mean, all the evidence of the day supports this 100%. I don't know why. What is the answer to, like, why didn't Trump immediately demand the National Guard go there to stop the rioters? Was he not worried that it might make him look bad or anything else? Because he wanted it to
Didn't he
succeed.
ask for the National Guard beforehand?
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
He made that as a slight suggestion, but, like, I mean, this was
it was not a slight suggestion.
Hold on, this is the thing again. This is the thing. It's a slight suggestion when Trump does something good, but when Trump does things bad, it's a
well, so it's
implication.
It's called
understanding things. Over here or what? Come on, man.
Doesn't Donald Trump have the sole authority, the ability to deploy the National Guard to DC if he so wants, if he demands it? You think bringing this up casually in a conversation is the same thing as saying the National Guard will be there? Can anybody say no to Donald Trump on that? Because I thought we just watched Donald Trump forcibly deploy the National Guard not to just DC, but to several states. You're saying
it didn't happen on a snap of the fingers, but sure, fair enough.
Sure.
But was it Pelosi the one that stopped those National Guard?
No, it was Bowser.
No,
I feel like we have video of her saying that it was her. Like, I feel like there's a video.
I feel like that she took total responsibility.
It was Bowser. Yeah, I know. You saw a 1 minute clip of her saying we have responsibility for this.
I mean, we've seen a lot of 1 minute clips today.
A little bit longer than a minute.
Videos, because I don't think you guys have the memory to store anything even more in your brain.
So Gibbs, I'll lay it out to you. So what you have is a clip from the HBO documentary on the Capitol where she says, "We've totally failed. I take responsibility." That's her in the limo at the end of the day, and it's not like her officially taking responsibility. It's her basically saying,
well, she's never
"Holy
officially
fuck,
taken responsibility."
How have we descended to this point as a country?
English is
more
different
importantly,
now.
no, hear me out though. Hear me out, because more importantly,
why was Trump? Wait, hold on, and then wait.
If I seen a private email saying it's my fault,
why was Trump making calls while the riot was happening, when protesters were in the Capitol building trying to get people to change their vote? Why was he making those calls?
He was trying to save the country. He thought the election had been stolen.
We're not going to let that just slide by. He goes,
he didn't care that there was violence. So he was making calls.
I'm going to be honest. I don't know what.
Hold on, one at a time.
He was making calls under the threat of violence to get congressmen to do something different, to change the outcome of the election.
Yeah, there's no proof of that. What I really like.
No proof of what? Wait, no proof of what?
That he threatened violence.
No, under threat of violence. There were violent
under what threat of violence? What threat of violence? Destiny?
The violent protesters that were inside the
rioters
Capitol.
that were there.
The rioters were, and you think Trump somehow projected that he controlled that?
Considering they all left after he tweeted for them to go home.
Oh, hold on. You're trying to tell me that Trump projected such strength, and yet every single congressman he called said, "Nah, I don't think I'm going to change my vote here, pal. I'm sorry."
Wasn't that his goal? Didn't he say multiple times they were there to give to the congressman?
I don't know what his goal was. You don't know what his goal is either.
But I do, because he said it in the ellipse speech multiple times.
He said, "We're here to give the congressmen strength to change their vote." He said that during the election.
Yeah, that means backing. That's not threatening them. What do you? I mean, you got to speak English, right? English is your first language.
Yeah,
well, no, I just want to point out the standard Dev is passing off again. Once again,
people are inside of the Capitol rioting, and then you're making an ask for them to change their vote while violent people are inside the Capitol.
But he doesn't control those violent people. The problem that you're saying is that so this is a very interesting thing because let's just say for a minute that I am a violent person and I control violent people, and those violent people have a gun to the head of someone's loved one. And I say, you're going to change your vote or else my violent person is going to do what my violent self tells them to do. That's what you're alluding to. And yet Trump had no direct connection to anyone in the riot. There's not one shred.
Didn't Trump tell all of them to go to the Capitol?
He made a tweet. He made a tweet. Did he call? Do you have? Hold on. Do you have a single shred of evidence, which I know you don't, that he tweeted Enrique, who was just here and said that this didn't happen, that he tweeted Enrique, hey, go and lock down the Capitol for me. I'm going to threaten these congressional assholes. Do you have one shred of evidence?
We're going to the last part of his speech. Yeah, I can read it. The last part of his speech. So we're going to walk down
because you keep using the same innuendo over and over and over again, and I'm sick of it. Give me the fucking evidence.
I love Pennsylvania Avenue, and we're going to the Capitol, and we're going to try to give, the Democrats are hopeless. They never vote for anything, not even one vote. But we're going to try and give our Republicans, the weak ones, because the strong ones don't need any of our help. We're going to try and give them.
But he didn't say any of that, Destiny.
He said all of this. This was all at the end of his speech. You just haven't seen any of this because you don't know anything of the speech beyond the one propaganda line.
He didn't call up a congressman and say, hey, you are going to vote my way or the riot will continue.
No, he called the congressman and he was calling them saying, don't you guys want to reconsider your vote now? When McCarthy said, call off your goons, they're rioting, Trump was like, well, it seems like they might have a good reason to be mad, right?
That's not taking responsibility for the goons. That's making an observation.
Hold on. Here. How about this? Let's say.
Go ahead, Dad.
Let's say that like a friend, there's me and another guy, right?
Has to be
we walk up to you. And the other guy says, I'm going to fucking shoot you. And then I say, listen, I'm not connected to this guy at all. I've got nothing going on with this guy. And then you ask, well, what does he want? What does he want from me? He's like, well, he wants you to do what I say, but I'm not connected to him. If he shoots you, it's not on me. Like, that's what you're alleging is, that's what's going on here, man. That's what's happening. You didn't understand a single word of that, did you? It just kind of.
I think that's the longest. I think Michael Phelps can't make that fucking reach.
Okay, hold on. How about this? Here, sure. You asked for a more direct connection.
Yes, please.
Do you know about the whole Michael Flynn thing?
Yes, I know about the Michael Flynn thing.
You know that Michael Flynn had basically a paramilitary group around him called the First Amendment Praetorians, and they were there on January 6th. And Michael Flynn was part.
Yes, and you know that and we know that the Oath Keepers were there to protect Roger, whatever the fuck his name is. What does that have to do with the price of geese in fucking China? Nothing.
You're asking for a direct connection.
I'm asking for a direct connection between Trump
and the people who controlled the rioters were in Trump's inner circle. That's the fucking connection. Listen,
you're so
okay. So produce a single cell phone call, text, email, note, X post, anything telling Michael Flynn, get your boys over there and have them do fucking work.
This is the problem is when we do have evidence of like the opposite, like the Pelosi clip, right? Okay, boom. You go, oh, well, that was something said in private. Well, okay, cool. What's the fundamental difference between somebody recording the Pelosi clip? That is what he said. Hold on. He said, it's in the background.
I didn't even get a chance to finish what I was saying about Pelosi.
Oh, okay.
You guys think that it was Pelosi's fault, but do you even know why you fucking think that?
I don't actually think it's Pelosi's fault. I just think that it's disingenuous to say Trump had control over the National Guard when there were no executive orders, which he installed this time, so that he did have control of the National Guard. You motherfuckers are literally making shit up as you go along to fit the narrative that you want to have. You fucking know that the National Guard was not under the direct control of President Trump. You know that. You goddamn well know it. And you're just fucking up every single time. I love you guys because you can't get away from your rhetoric. You just can't. I love you guys. You're wonderful. Thank you for showing up. It's awesome.
The chain of command with the DC National Guard ends with Trump.
Yes. Just to be clear, everyone on the right who talks about Pelosi being responsible, Pelosi's not actually responsible for the National Guard at the Capitol. This talking point comes from the fact that the Capitol Police are controlled by a 3-man board, which consists of the Sergeant at Arms of the
That's
House,
not the
the
foundation
Sergeant
of
at
the
Arms of the
claim.
Shut up, the Sergeant at Arms of the Senate, and the Architect of the Capitol. Pelosi, as House Speaker, can appoint one of these 3 positions, only one, not the other 2. And after she's appointed him, she can't actually control what he does. So no, it's not, even if
Yeah,
you're going to say
the leader of the
somehow,
party she doesn't control it. She's the leader of the party, and it's her
Hold on,
appointee.
hold on, hold on,
Yeah,
hold
who
on, hold
holds
on.
the leash?
Gibbs,
Who
Gibbs,
holds the
just real
leash?
quick. Gibbs, please. Do you
the
understand
3-man
what
board
you're
holds
saying?
the leash.
You're saying
The
that.
people
Hold on.
outlined.
You're saying. Hold on. Hold on.
This
Please.
is stupid.
Gibbs, please. My God. You're saying that. Oh, obviously Pelosi didn't have to directly ask him to do it. It's
That's
obviously
what y'all are
she had
saying
control.
about
So when we
Trump.
go to Trump, it's like, oh,
That's my
where's
whole
your direct
point, Wick.
connection?
Thank
It's obvious
you.
they don't have any
Thank
direct
you.
control.
That's my
You're
whole point,
You're
Wick.
trying to eat your cake and have it.
No, Wick, that's
Doesn't
the
work.
point
Yeah,
I've been
really
trying.
not.
Hold
It
on, Wick.
doesn't
I know
work.
that
Hear
hold
him
on,
out.
I know that you're trying to preempt the point because they haven't been able to get past it.
What
I
point?
have been making this point the whole time. That is a double standard. It is a double standard that they keep holding these people to. With Trump, it's got to be specific. We have literal direct tape with Pelosi in this situation, taking some responsibility for this. We don't have any of that with Trump. But however, we're supposed to imply these things about Trump.
Yeah,
and it's a
because
double
he's a
standard.
moral
We can
leper.
imply
That's
it about
why.
Trump. We don't need video of Trump taking responsibility.
Ah,
No
we
shit.
don't need
Trump
it.
doesn't.
Ah.
No, we don't need it because it's in his job title. You fucking retard. He doesn't have to
come
say
on
I have
now.
responsibility for this. He's the commander in chief. It's federal territory,
Except
and
he
it's the
still
National
once again
Guard.
had to write the
He doesn't
executive
need-
orders.
He doesn't need to say anything. Also, Trump will never take
No, he
fucking
doesn't need to
responsibility for
now.
literally anything. No, he's
He
never
takes
needed
responsibility
to.
for Operation Warp Speed.
Now.
Okay,
He
$5.
doesn't, take,
in
he doesn't
his
have
job
to say.
title.
Let's make
Yeah,
a little
now.
more money, and I'll try to get. Look, I don't think
Okay,
I'll get to all the
Gibbs,
chats
listen,
tonight,
Gibbs.
but I'll get to some of them. $5 from Soy Pill to say the revolution will not be televised. The revolution is also a peaceful protest, and we are all allowed to be here, not hurting cops or trespassing. $20 from Pottering Politics to say the DC mayor nor House Speaker are in the National Guard chain of command. They can't order the National Guard's deployment nor prevent it. MAGA. Why did Trump not order the Guard to be deployed during the 3 hours we watched the riot unfold?
I don't know who's MAGA on this panel. I'm not specifically MAGA, but maybe somebody else is.
I'm 90%,
90%.
Hold on.
God.
Who here voted for Trump?
I mean, I voted for Trump, but that doesn't make me MAGA.
Okay, then you're MAGA. Go ahead, answer the question.
That's the definition they use.
I don't accept
I'm sorry. I
I'll just ask you a question directly then. I'll ask it to you directly. How come Trump didn't deploy the National Guard throughout the entire thing?
Well, they actually have the timeline. Hang on, I had that up. Where was that? I think it's here.
But why didn't you do it though?
All right, so I don't know. I'm not Trump. Why did okay?
Okay, fair enough.
Hold on, hold on.
Failing on his part to not do it.
Hold on. So,
do you think it was a failing on his part to not do it?
I think it was a failure on Nancy Pelosi and the rest of the organization who prevented it from being the National Guard from even being there in the first place.
Take a guess.
No, how can she prevent it?
What do you mean prevent? How can she prevent it?
How can
What do you
Nancy
mean?
Pelosi prevent the National Guard from being there?
At that time, Trump did not have the executive authority that he does now to order the National Guard out, which is what one of the first things he did when he got into office this time, because he saw what happened the last time. Was it Bowser? Mayor Bowser requests National Guard for traffic management on 12/31. On January 3rd, President Trump agrees with Chris Miller to activate National Guard to support law enforcement.
Can I just ask you, Grid?
Yeah.
Do you think if Trump had asked for the National Guard that they would have come?
I don't think there was time. I mean, I personally don't think that there was time to mobilize them. Depending on, I don't remember where they were staged like off-site.
What if he asked the day before?
Happening and it was happening. So
I could only hear one of you. I'm sorry.
Just yeah, that's fine. Just from the website here, and I'm reading directly.
Mm-hmm.
It says this authority to activate the DC National Guard has been delegated by the President to the Secretary of Defense and further delegated to the Secretary of the Army. The DC National Guard is the only National Guard unit out of all the 54 states and territories which reports only to the President.
My understanding is
a question about this National Guard thing
since the 1800s. So
Dev, can I ask you something? Can I ask you something about the National Guard?
Hold on, wait. I want my initial question answered first. Then, so was it a failing that Trump didn't do it?
If they were close enough to respond, I think so. Yeah, I think he probably should have.
Okay.
I have a question.
It was a failing that they weren't there in the first place. I've heard the rhetoric that they didn't expect the attendance they had, and that's why they weren't really prepared with the National Guard. I don't know. Tim, who was actually there, could speak better to that than I could. I wasn't there. So I don't know. I think it was a failing not to have the National Guard there with as many people as they had on site. I don't think the Capitol Police were equipped to do it. I think that even the Capitol Police were not there in sufficient numbers for the amount of.
Does anyone else want to take a crack at this question of why didn't President Trump, who again, as we just saw, has sole authority of the National Guard, why didn't they call up why didn't he?
Just to be clear, the answer is they didn't for the same reason why there were no National Guard there when there probably should have been. It's because nobody knew that Donald Trump was going to tell all of his supporters to go march on the Capitol after his speech. They didn't know that, and Trump knew that, and Trump wanted that. That's what he wanted. And Trump wanted to go to the Capitol afterwards. That was the whole goal. That was the plan. He was happy they were there, and he was happy that they were rioting.
If Trump had called in the National Guard and then they had taken like a long time to mobilize and get there or whatever, would that have saved him from what you guys are accusing him of?
It would dramatically change the outlook. If as soon as the riot started, Donald Trump was taking
I don't believe that.
You know what they would say? They would say he mobilized the National Guard to throw the coup officially. That's what they would say. They would say he mobilized the National Guard to guarantee. That's what they would say.
That's the angle.
So let's not play the game. They would say just like it's a no-win situation.
You know, you guys are all getting hyped up on imaginary positions.
So hold on.
But you're making a big deal out of it.
That is your position.
You just own a position that nobody holds here.
No, that is your position already, because you go, oh, he's implied that we're going to have all these people go down and take the Capitol. If his next thing is to go, let me call the National Guard, y'all are going to go, well, I wonder why he's doing that. He's probably doing it to guarantee that those guys are safe and make sure that they get Pence. We all know they would do that, and you're lying if you're saying that you wouldn't.
You would have cried harder. You would have cried way harder.
No.
Yeah,
I'm not saying that
clear.
at all.
I mean, you wouldn't have cried harder.
I'm not lying to you. No. Listen. If Trump took steps as soon as listen to me. If Trump took steps as soon as violence broke up to try and stop it, I would give him credit for that.
Bullshit.
Absolutely.
He did.
Absolutely.
They shut him down on X. The fucking Twitter files make it very clear that our
Wait, what do you
government
mean he shut him
agencies,
down
the
on
fourth
X?
branch, the deep
What do you mean
state
shut him
that
down on
doesn't want
X?
to go. Well, they terminated his account. They wouldn't let him continue to.
Oh, I thought you meant. Oh, yeah, because he encouraged a violent insurrection.
Yeah, because he said go peacefully and patriotically. And that's fucking retarded. We had to shut that down.
Why do you only quote that one
narrative.
part of the speech? What about the
Why
fight
do you
like
ignore
hell?
that they shut down his ability to speak when he was being peaceful? So
He
you
was
guys
banned
could
for
deep-throat
inciting
this
a
narrative.
violent insurrection.
You deep throat this narrative. I don't know why you can't give it up.
All right, so while they're going on that, talk to you guys for a second.
A violent
$2 comes in from Bandit 848. Your National Guard is
so
another
delusional. You think that they needed
quoted
Trump
from
to
Mayor Bowser.
You needed Trump to go protest. Fucking people were angry. They were
Why
angry
were they
before
angry? Because
the
of
election
lies that
happened.
Trump told. Because of lies that Trump told. Yes, that was part of
Why
the
do you
plan. No
think-
shit.
Can I ask you one question? Can I ask you one question?
Yeah.
Why the fuck do you collapse every person that agrees with this protest into a one caricature monolith? Why?
Because
almost every different reasons, people.
Because almost every single lie originated with Donald Trump. Give me an example of one that didn't. I'll wait.
Of lies that didn't originate with Trump? How about I give you a better I'll
No,
stay on
no.
point.
Give me an
I'm
example.
You said 95%.
Give me one reason that didn't come from the Trump camp.
95%.
Give me one reason that didn't come from the Trump camp.
95% of people went there because Trump said so. And your argument for it, and I'm saying, look, I don't even need the evidence. What's your argument? Let's weigh out the argument. Destiny's a bright guy sometimes. Maybe he's right about this.
Sure.
But
here's
the
my
entire
argument.
social
My
media
argument is
communities were
that
fractured
he
into a
said-
bunch of different groups. I'm
then
almost
give me an
done.
example.
And then I'll
One
listen.
example. Give me one
no,
example.
Look, come on, man.
Give me an example. Just one
So
example.
there-
You have so many. You should have one example. Just one.
One
You
example.
got a folder full of 4chan memes. You don't have an example
Give
of
me
evidence?
one example of a reason why somebody went that didn't originate from the Trump camp. Just one. One example.
Jake Chansley. The QAnon shaman. That's the one. Is that a good one I can use, or do I have to use another one?
The QAnon shaman was calling people to the Capitol?
What? So your claim was that Trump was telling people they had to go and protest, right?
My claim, and you said, well, people were there for other reasons, and I said every reason is a reason that ultimately came from Trump. So when you guys say, well, they were just
no,
they
they
were
didn't
mad
have
about
to. No, I'll answer it. Everybody that is concerned about mail-in voting didn't learn that from Trump.
They did,
and a lot of folks were concerned about
Where did they
mail-in
learn it from?
voting.
No,
and there's
because
a
of
whole
Trump.
wide.
Because of
Where
Trump.
did they learn it from?
The
Not
only
just
way
because
anyone
of
can learn
Trump.
about.
Yes, because of Trump. Yes, because of Trump.
Not
Trump
just
made
because
it
of
Trump
Trump.
said
Hold
that
on,
mail-in
are we too
ballots were going
retarded
to
to
be
think
rigged
ourselves?
6 months ahead of time.
short circuit this real quick.
And
Hold on,
no,
just real
MAGA
quick,
can't think
please.
for themselves. That's why you guys repeat every single
Please.
fucking
Oh,
talking
there
point
we,
you get
yeah,
from
there we
Trump.
go.
Please,
Yeah,
please.
there we go.
Okay, order in this court. If you guys, this is to Kung Fu Joe's Dream Rift, to that side, to Tim, all of you. Can you show me someone in the right-wing influence sphere, or just anyone who was crying foul about mail-in ballots before President Trump was? If it did not originate with Trump, there should be someone, a predecessor.
Are you asking?
Isn't it crazy? We can point to. We can point. We can
Are you
literally
asking? Are you asking if anybody like other than Trump was saying the mail-in ballots thing before Trump said it? Yeah, lots of people have been saying that for like decades.
Okay, can you name one?
Like, said, do you remember the Bush election? Like,
yes. Oh,
like
this is
Gore
perfect.
and all
Wait,
that? Yeah.
no, Gibbs.
Bush
Are you
and
aware
Gore,
that
that didn't have
Roger
to do with
Stone?
mail-in
Roger
ballots. Are you
Stone
serious?
has
They
exact. No. Wait,
it
Destiny,
did
no.
come
Let him
up.
talk
It did
about
come
this.
up, but not for the fraud.
Admiral Gibbs. Roger Stone orchestrated the Brooks Brothers riot to fucking storm and like stop the certification in the exact same way, and registered Stop the Steal way back in 2016 because they knew this was a narrative they were going to go with before any of this fucking happened. So yeah, if you want to go back to 2000, this has been their plan and their MO the entire fucking time. Yes, to delay like legitimate elections. Like Roger Stone orchestrated both of these things. Do you even know what the Brooks Brothers riot is?
No.
Are you asking me?
Yes, you.
No, yeah, I know. I don't know the Brooks.
Okay, yeah, you've never heard of it because you don't know anything. How about you, Kung Fu Joe? Do you know what
I do know
Brothers
things.
riot is?
Listen, I mean, I can just take a random fact.
Go
and be
chat
like, you know
GPT
this?
it and go
Of
learn about
course.
it. You fucking.
No, I'm not going to go chat
Kung Fu
GPT
Joe,
it.
go
That's
ahead.
not what I'm going to do here. Listen, I can pick something random and go with that. But
That's
yeah,
not
we've had
random. That is
issues
the man
with
who
mail-in ballots
orchestrated
for
the
longer than
election
2016.
stealing of 2000 and tried to do it
Sure,
again in
Roger Stone
2020.
did that. Okay, let's just
real
grant
quick,
stories on
heads up,
that.
gang.
I still brought
You
something up
guys are
before
implying that we
2016.
need somebody
Hold on.
to
I'm
tell
gonna
us.
give.
That's
I'm
the
gonna
thing.
give.
You
Yes,
need
you're a
somebody.
fucking
Yes.
dipshit
No shit. You guys
No,
are drones. You're
bullshit.
NPCs.
No,
You're
you don't.
indistinguishable.
That's the
I got it.
I literally gave you a tie-in
I'm
to
giving
the
the mic.
mail-in
I'm
ballot.
giving
You need
the-
somebody
I'm
to
giving
tell us
the
how to
Deb.
think.
We have
Deb
literal
has
evidence
the
that
power
happened
to
now.
direct this conversation.
I'm
I
not
will
controlling
be
anything.
back. I will
Good
be
luck,
back.
buddy. All right, now that I'm in control of the stream, everyone drop every single slur. No, I'm fucking kidding. Go ahead.
Where'd Wick go?
Yeah, I mean, to
Just
think
one quick question
that
to point on it.
Yeah, go ahead.
If you guys are so unique, then
this
just
is
give me
what
one
Blighter said.
talking
No,
point
Destiny,
for
let
why
me just
people
fucking
went to
ask one
J6
question. I'll
that
listen
didn't
to you
come
for
from
like
Trump.
10 times what I say. How fucking stupid do you think we are, which I know it's a lot, that we have to be told if you mail a ballot, it might be manipulated? That's not complicated. That's like saying water is wet.
Retarded, lowest
Yeah.
IQ people I've ever
The post office says don't mail cash.
These claims, and despite
Post
all of
office
these
says
claims,
don't take a $20 bill and stuff it in an
and
envelope
despite
because it's
all
not
of
safe
these
for your
claims,
vote.
you guys weren't able to prove any voter fraud whatsoever.
Yeah, the Dems are great at fraud.
Years later,
They're great at fraud. Okay, just curious. If the Dems are so great at fraud, why were they able to rig? Why were they able? Why were they able to rig? Why were they able to rig 2016, but they weren't able to rig 2020?
No, because
there's
they
no
didn't
COVID.
realize
No
COVID.
no.
Why were they able to rig? Sorry. Why were they able to rig 20?
COVID.
Why
No
would
COVID,
you
no mass mail-in ballots.
Wait, why couldn't you use Oh my
they were
god.
surprised.
Dude, it's the same talking
COVID
point.
excuse.
It's the same talking point. They thought they were going to
Why is it just a talking point?
Oh my god.
It's not logic. It's not logic.
No, it's not logic. If you rig something, you
not
rig it to
logic.
rig it. You don't not rig it when you think you're going to win. What are you talking about?
They didn't rig it enough. What they do with these scams is they'll sit there with a bucket of ballots.
Oh my god. All roads lead to Rome. It literally doesn't matter. It's the same. I can do both sides of this debate. You're fucking retarded. It's every stupid talking point. You have no proof for anything.
The Democrats were on steroids during COVID because they could nerf and silence and fucking shut down anything they fucking
Donald Trump was president. How could the Democrats do when Donald Trump was president? He was the president of the United States.
We did great, Wick.
Okay, the states, all the different states have their own autonomy. Trump is like the president, yeah.
The president has no control over what's going on in the states at all. The CDC doesn't issue guidelines. The NIH
I didn't say
doesn't issue
that.
guidelines.
That's not what I said.
Then why are you?
Yeah, you're not making any strong claims because you're going to run away from
gonna-
anything that immediately
No,
gets
hold on.
debunked
Are you
because
going to
you're a
tell
fucking
me?
moron.
Are you going to tell me that the states didn't have autonomy in controlling their own COVID procedures?
I'm saying that the states get a whole bunch
No,
of
answer
autonomy
the
when bad
question.
stuff
No,
is
you
happening. But when a
dodge,
Democrat is in
dodge.
charge, apparently the president has all the
Dodge.
autonomy.
You're just gonna. You came here to dodge and dance questions.
I'm not dodging. The
great.
reality is the
Great.
states
Now
have
you are
some
fucking
Democrats,
dodging,
yes,
question
but
for you,
largely the
Kung Fu
states
Joe.
follow federal guidance,
fucking
right?
dodging.
Don't
Oh,
don't
God.
don't the
It's
states
no
generally
fucking
follow?
point.
Don't the states generally follow federal guidance? Yes or no?
There's no fucking point. Why should I answer
$1
your
in
question?
fucking
Why should I answer your question
Because
when
I
you got all
stay to
mine?
make
Because
white
that's a
Canadians
direct
happy or
response to your
anything
question.
beyond them.
They're wrong. They're stupid.
that's a direct
Hypothetical
response.
questions in hindsight is
Says the
hilarious.
guy who says, that, we need influencers to tell us what
There
to
you
think,
go.
right?
That's awesome.
You
I
have an
appreciate the
influencer
$10,
president.
my
What do you do? A
man.
celebrity president. Of
Appreciate
course, you need influencers to tell you what to
And
think.
he tells
You
me
fucking
everything I
retards
need
like
to do.
Joe
I don't even
Rogan.
like the guy.
What major policy position do you disagree with Trump for the last year on?
Like being a Shabbos goy for Israel.
And another
Yeah,
$5 from
there we
fucking
go.
There
Israel
you
is the
go.
most hilarious shit.
How about
These
you fucking-
regions,
and-
they do.
Oh,
They
but that's the
hit.
same thing.
They hit.
You're
Oh my god.
Oh, but
so
but
good.
hey, you're a Shabbos
Okay.
goy
I
too,
want.
Destiny.
I know
good.
it's coming up on 3 hours now, and I want to give people a chance. If they need to go, they need to go. Tim, do you have anything for Trump? Or I'm sorry, do you have anything for Destiny or Dev here?
I actually think Destiny is Trump now. I think he has inherited all of Trump attributes. So I appreciate that alignment.
Destiny
So
is
you're going to
cute.
agree with everything he says, then, right?
Do I have
Will he
anything?
let you know
I mean,
what ballots are allowed and what ballots aren't? What's safe, what's not? Grid.
Also, as a quick thing, earlier, this Milwaukee voter fraud thing was brought up that apparently somebody got convicted for in March. This person was helping the Republicans rig the election. I don't know why that was even brought up.
That was not Milwaukee.
Is that true?
If you're talking about jury finds former Milwaukee election official guilty of election fraud, Zapata or whatever, is that what we're talking about?
Nope, that is not what I was talking about. Thank you. I appreciate it. That was a good duck, though. What was her name? It was
Okay, that was a
something
good
Vaughn, if
misdirect.
we recall. Yeah, good misdirect. It was, here we go. Let me just pull her name back up. I had that right here. But yeah, Vogue is her name. Yeah, very much
How
the
do you
same
spell
as
it?
Zapata.
How do you spell it?
VOGG dash Vogue. Yeah, let me find it.
While he's looking that up, I want to give the mic to Soy Pill. Soy Pill wanted to jump on for a little bit. Did you have anything specific to say, Soy Pill, or are you just here to fuck around?
I believe I already asked the question. I mean, these people can't answer anything. The
Claire
instant there's,
Woodall.
like, a
I'm
very
sorry, I
clear
missed your
question
question.
to
I
go
was
in and say,
Destiny
hey,
dodged every question.
why didn't Trump send in the fucking National Guard for hours? And your answer is fucking silence. Oh, actually, I'm not MAGA. I'm not MAGA.
Here, let me talk
because
about.
you guys don't have a
Let me
fucking
talk about that.
answer to this. Yeah, go ahead.
This point is fucking nothing. This question does fucking nothing. And no matter when the National Guard showed up, it would have not have saved Trump from any accusation you guys are leveling today. This point is fucking
they did show
Your
up.
answer to this question is,
hey, hold on.
You would
Let me
just
answer-
move the
let me ask
goalpost,
you,
therefore I
Soy
don't have
Pill.
to answer the question?
No, I didn't. No, here, let me ask you, Soy Pill. Did the National
me.
Guard show up?
Yeah.
Did the National Guard show up?
Yeah.
They did. Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you. So it doesn't matter when the fuck they showed up, does it?
Did they show up a week later? Did they show up a
Hold
month
on.
later?
Who gives a
Did they
fuck?
show
How
up-
does that make
did they
sense?
show up when the
Hold on, how
things
does
got
that make
violent?
sense?
later?
It doesn't matter when they showed
What do you
up.
mean
If
it
they
doesn't
showed up
matter when
2
they
weeks
showed up?
after
Thank you. It
everything
doesn't
was
matter.
done,
Why doesn't it
it
matter
would
when they
absolutely
showed up?
matter. Timing
You're
is
the one.
important,
You're the one
Enrique, right?
saying that it's in. Yeah, that it. Okay. Oh, it
Well,
matters.
hold on,
How
does
soon
timing
they
Yes,
got
matter?
I
there.
am saying that. Why would it not matter when they showed up?
What if he called them and then they lagged it and they took some time to get there? It
They
wouldn't have
didn't
fucking
do.
mattered.
Yeah, but he fucking didn't. What do you mean?
And if he did, it wouldn't have saved him from any of this criticism right now. None of it.
No,
You would have still.
absolutely no.
No
stupid
bullshit.
fucking
You
moron.
would.
If he called them the instant
Dude,
the
hold
violence
on,
broke
bro.
out and they took 2 hours to get there, I'd say, wow, it seemed like he did the exact right thing he was supposed to do, but he didn't do that.
No, they would have probably said, "Oh, see, the National
Okay,
Guard's
here's what
there
we're
to
gonna
like
do. Here's what we're
solidify
gonna
the takeover."
Here's what
Also,
we're gonna do.
fact check,
Yeah, okay.
$100
Because
is
he
on
watches
you.
the shadows and fights
Vog
drama
was
and
the
of what,
boss of the
like,
person
I'm
who
saying,
got
but I'm not saying
convicted.
this.
This
Yes,
Vog was
and
not
now
the
there's
person convicted.
now there's an open investigation into Vogue, which I was doing into.
So not the conviction. So you
So,
lied.
so the person, hold on, no. I was once again, I said the head of the department in which there was a conviction for multiple cases of voter fraud, and then now we have emails directly tying her to the 3 a.m. voter surge in Wisconsin where he won by 0.67%. So, hey, yeah, I think it was 100% accurate with everything I just
What?
said.
No, what happened was
Post the
the
emails.
Zapata person tried to prove that there was voter fraud by fraudulently requesting ballots. She got caught, and then she got convicted for it while trying to prove it was happening on the Democrat
And there's
side.
new
What was the
evidence
exact
which
thing?
has already been posted in multiple places.
Just let me make
And
a
it's
little
a
money.
new investigation.
Let me
We're
let
talking
me
about
make a little money
67,000.
here.
It's a whole thing.
Let me hold on. Let me make a little money here. First of all, $20 from Jay Sleish. If Trump called in the National Guard the second the violence started, it would wildly change my perception of his character. The record would show it, even if they arrived late.
That chatter's lying, Wick. They couldn't possibly be like holding himself to a standard. It's not true. They would never do
Yeah,
that.
the funny thing is,
He
it
would
doesn't
move
matter
the
any of the
goalpost.
fucking. It doesn't matter anybody here, but like I thought that Trump was completely in the clear. It wasn't until I argued this up till 2022. I didn't think Trump did anything wrong. It wasn't until I looked at the timeline and everything else, and I saw all the people that were texting him, his own children, begging him. Sean Hannity, like so many people from Fox News, so many other lawmakers were begging him, please call these people off, and he did. He just sat in his fucking room watching TV while him and his crony fuck Giuliani were making phone calls to congressmen trying to encourage them to change the election outcome.
Okay, $100 from Zonia
Well, I was just
TV.
gonna say, wait, like the same thing was like I just thought this was a fucking protest that got out of hand until I knew that it was organized by like Roger Stone, and it was the exact same MO as what they did with the Brooks Brothers riot, and they had planned this from the start, and there were false electors. Like if you can look at all of that and say, oh, but oopsie, he didn't mean to like have them storm the Capitol and delay the certification, like you're just fucking retarded. I don't know why we waste time with these people.
And we already had like fucking Steve Bannon said this in advance in that closed room. We hear his thing on audio recording. Roger Stone said in advance, Trump is going to declare victory the night of, no matter what, and he's going to throw out bullshit about the mail-in ballots, which he tried to do. He literally tried to do that. He tried to declare victory. You heard them all call Fox News and try to bully them out of their election call because they were so ass-pained that they called Arizona correctly because they needed to throw up as much confusion as possible. Like this is all planned in advance. And unlike you retards with your conspiracies with zero proof for fucking anything, all of this is just out in the fucking open. And all of the former Trump allies, all the people that used to be his friends, isn't it crazy that all of them now testified against him? All of them fucking hate him. That Barr turned against him. That his personal attorney Cohen turned against him. That all of his former attorneys, people like Sidney Powell and Giuliani and Mike Eastman, are all fucking disbarred over and over again. That all of their testimony died in court. That these cases all died on standing, which is the easiest fucking thing in the world to pass, by the way. That every commission he put together to find voter fraud, none of it was ever fucking found. You don't know a single positive conviction related to anything that you bring up, and the only stuff you bring up is actually convictions of Republicans engaged in voter fraud, like people like Tina Peters or the Milwaukee person you just brought up. Like you have nothing. You have absolutely nothing for any of this.
$100 from Zonia to say.
Even the videos of the protests that you retards were at, you couldn't even justify it on the videos that we watched earlier. It was just the exact opposite of what you guys were claiming, and you were there.
I mean,
it says time to trim the fat. Trying to get rid of people who aren't contributing. We're not doing that right now unless you pay me a little more money. But I'm going to try to get
$100.
Look.
I think they're going to get what they want anyway. Goodbye, everybody. It's been lovely.
We're gonna close up soon, but I do want to get to as many super chats as possible. There's probably too many to get to.
I like that guy. He shouldn't have left.
He said goodbye. He said he was leaving.
I know.
Fair enough. $20 from Raging Unicorn in the year 2026. Maggot scum need to buy rope and find a sturdy beam? Question mark. Thank you for $20. $5 from
Are you allowed
Audacious.
to read that one?
They are allowed to send it. $5 from Audacious to say, Enrique, I want people to stay inside in Capitol and chant hang Mike Pence, but not insurrect the government. Go back to prison. $5 from the Witch's Persona. Big brain Tarrio. Can't be an insurrection when you believe you already own the place and it's rightfully only yours. $5 from Death to Billionaires. Tarrio, did you want the protesters to kill Mike Pence? Sorry, he's not here right now, but I'll ask him next time I see him. Okay.
No, he wanted them to keep going, and by keep going, he means be peaceful, stay within the lines, and not do anything illegal.
Tim and I will see if we can't get Tarrio back so him and Destiny can finish.
Oh, I did remember. I did want to ask Tim.
I don't want to cheat Destiny of not finishing.
Wait, real quick. I remember what I wanted to ask Tim. So when you said that they had no other place to go because of the pepper balls, because there was a big crowd behind them, and then in the videos you saw there was a huge gap and a bunch of people walking backwards, will you admit that you were just lying and they totally could have just walked away?
No, I was talking about people who were actually inside the scaffolding. I wasn't talking about people who were in front of the West Terrace and that.
You were showing
did
videos
that.
of people on the tip of the spear, which is the language, by the way, that the Proud Boys used, at the front of the lines, assaulting cops, getting shot in the face, and then walking away, meaning they understood the very natural reaction to getting shot in the face with a pepper ball means, hey, don't come any further. And you, at this point, said, actually, I don't know why I'm here. I'm very confused. I'm just following all the lemmings into the crowd, but you couldn't have walked away back in that giant space where there was a huge gap of people to walk back.
You're attributing a lot more motive to my
No, that's
actions.
a question. I'm just asking. Why didn't you walk backward?
I can actually play. I can actually play a clip from the NCIS recording where I say exactly that. As much as you might not want to admit it or agree to it, I can actually show you exactly what I said about my.
You could have walked away and you didn't.
Well, there was an attempt where I did before it got too bad. There actually is video from Jaden X in the Insurgents video where I'm in the scaffold and it's not too packed, and I actually try to leave, and I do. And then there comes a point where I actually crawl under a pipe in order to avoid getting shot, and then I have to go back up.
Wait.
Again,
so you
it's
left
convoluted.
and then you went back.
I can create it. I'm working on a book. I'm actually working on a book.
I don't care about your book. I'm asking you, did you leave and then go back?
I exited the scaffolding, yeah, because I had no intention of going to a cap. I had no intention of going to the Capitol,
Why did
so
you
I
go
left.
back?
So I followed a crowd so I could avoid getting shot at.
Okay, why were they shooting? They were shooting people, and the people getting shot at said, "We got to push forward into the crowd." This is what I'm hearing.
I'm telling you that I followed wherever I could go in order to avoid getting sprayed or shot.
Path of least resistance.
And the only path of least resistance was into the Capitol where people were shooting at your face, to be clear.
Those who don't understand, and you can see this on video from someone named Taylor Hansen, who was interviewing people at the time, there were people who were being injured, and I jumped to help someone who was injured on the ground. As soon as that happens, I get up. Taylor Hansen puts a microphone in my face and tries to interview me.
Yeah, there were a bunch of injured people in the Capitol. You were just trying to save them. To be clear, the other video evidence that you showed was, hey, they hit this old woman, and in the video you showed, she hit them first. So you just don't have any.
Actually, kind of hit each other.
I don't agree with your analysis, neither do the people who were there and watched it happen. That's why.
Yeah, I know that all the people there watching it were just as retarded as you were. I guess you were there too. But yeah, like I don't agree with the people that were assaulting the police officers.
I saw plenty of stuff like that.
So hold on, just to be completely clear, then Tim, are you saying there was no way for you to just leave and go home? You were stuck there. There was nothing you could have done.
If I were to people around me and force my way, yeah, I mean, I suppose I could, sure, but that's not really, like, you got to put yourself in the mind of the person who's there. I walked into the area not knowing there was a restricted area. I see people getting maced and sprayed. My immediate reaction is to get away from that, and that's what I do by going inside the scaffold.
At what point did you realize they were getting maced and sprayed because they weren't supposed to be there?
Never, until I left. Actually,
why do you think they were being maced and sprayed then?
What did you think the mace and spray was?
At the time, I didn't really think. At the time, look.
At the time, you didn't think? No, that was pretty clear, buddy. But I don't understand.
No, let him answer. Let him answer.
Like, why? Because he's just gonna give some fucking retard justification.
Let him answer the question. Let him answer the question. If not, like, what did you think that they were getting maced and pepper sprayed?
He thought it was Holy Festival, you know, that like Hindu thing where they like spray everyone with colors, and he thought they were all
if he's going to keep spurging, that's fine. But if I already offered to give you the NCIS recording where I say, hey, look, I just showed up for a protest, and then I got pissed off because they started shooting at us.
I want to know, why do you think they were doing that? Why do you think that they were spraying people?
At the time? You can think it's retarded. At the time, I thought it was because I was a Trump supporter and these cops were attacking us because we wanted election integrity. That's what I thought. That's how it felt. I had gone days without sleep. I was a union rep. I worked overnights. I only got to the Capitol the first day.
I was tired.
Energy drink.
I hate when I don't get enough sleep and I break into the Capitol. I hate when that.
Yeah, well, yeah. Look, maybe if you didn't suck dick, that you'd have a different perspective. Like, wait, that's your case.
Oh, you got me, bro. Oh, yeah, sorry, you're gay, so you don't know what it's like to be tired.
I worked overnights and I was exhausted. I had adrenaline pumping through.
I mean, you bring up like sucking dick. It sounds to me like if you wound up in a room full of dicks, you'd suck your way through every single one to get out because you don't know how else to leave. Like, I mean, that's your story, right?
The expert on that.
The reality is,
what are you talking
about? The reality is, you have a military background. As soon as they started fucking tear gassing people, you threw your mask up. You were crawling around. You were running around. You were giving orders to people. You were barking shit to other people. That's what you were doing the whole time. You knew that people. You were helping people advance into the Capitol. Yeah, you were helping people advance into the Capitol.
And I tried to help people who were injured.
Get into the Capitol. Yes, get into the Capitol. That's what you were running around doing. Yeah, I know you would do it again, of course. Trump pardoned you guys. Why wouldn't you? You should do it again. Yeah, you have no reason not to.
I do got to make a little more money. $50 from Robert to say $50 to the GOAT panel host. Thanks, Wick. You're welcome, and thank you for the $50. Wow,
That's
so
enough to
nice.
make him take his shirt off. I can't believe he didn't ask.
Well, he could have. $5 from Pottering Politics. Has Mr. Election Integrity ever called for it in any state ever won by Trump in 2016, 2020, or 2024? That's
I think you're
all
talking
of
about you,
Matt.
Gibbs.
What's the question? What was the question?
He's
heard
asking
like
all the MAGA folks why Donald Trump won't call for any sort of investigation into any state that he won.
Well, that's interesting because there is an investigation in Texas going down, and Kim Paxton's already arrested 21 people, I believe, from Blue Lac. They were sitting there and getting illegals to vote. So, yeah, signing them up. So, yeah, there is an investigation in Texas. So
Donald
that's at least
Trump
one
called
red
for this
state.
investigation?
I think Kim Paxton did. But,
Yeah, okay. Yeah, so that didn't answer the
but
question.
he's
Nice
running.
try, though.
He's
Nice
literally.
try.
Hold on.
No,
He's
nice
literally
try,
running
Gibbs.
for Senate. Hold on. No. He's literally running for Senate as the most MAGA guy. That's literally his slogan right now.
Gotcha.
So,
Yeah, so that wasn't an answer to the
I
question,
guess.
but good try.
I guess, yeah. Okay, cool. Well, we already, hold on. Your boy Destiny already said by proxy counts. So I guess by proxy is counting here then, right? Like, let's use the same standards. Stop using double standards.
That's the same. Okay.
$10 from Mekika Notvi to say, Destiny, looks like Tim Hale is on your side by how much evidence he's providing the prosecution. $10 from Dylan Burnett. Sadly, all this debate has shown is that debate is worthless. The lines have been drawn and the sides have been chosen. Everything else is post hoc rationalization. $10 from
Well,
Zero.
no, because we're actually correct. Like, we're in line with reality here, objectively.
No, but he's right. We are wasting our time trying to talk to these retards.
Well, you know why it's interesting. You know why it's a waste of time? Because, well, my favorite part about the 2024 election was that nobody gave a fuck about January 6th. I would say you guys are the ones wasting your time here.
Wait, are you the guy who dressed up as Adolf Hitler?
Yeah.
No, nice try, buddy.
No, it is not you, Tim Hale. You're irrelevant to me. Oh, okay.
Okay. $10 from Zero to say it didn't take long for the January 6ers to break out the I don't know about that defense. Ask them if they would look into the Dominion lawsuit case and come back to discuss it.
Which one?
Anyone, I suppose.
Well, so I actually, I don't know. I mean, obviously, I understand that nobody cares about anything but the presidential race, but there was a case, I believe there was one in Atlanta or somewhere in Georgia and another one in, I believe, in Virginia. They were
by which case they mean the $700 million lawsuit with Fox News that Fox News settled. That's a specific case they're talking about.
Oh,
I'm almost certain.
Yeah, I don't care. I mean, I just don't care. That's been legislated. I mean, not legislated. That's been gone over 20 million times. I just don't care.
You just don't care when Fox takes the biggest L of all fucking time. Okay.
With collaboration.
Yeah, I don't. I mean, I don't get my news from
his
Fox
campaign.
News. So why do I give a fuck?
Okay,
Doubt it.
Josiah,
Press
you
X to
have some
doubt.
things to say. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was asking that Tim guy. That was my super chat too. He said that the reason for being at the Capitol, he's like, well, you know, just those of us who were pissed off about election integrity and demanded it. That's why the cops are shooting at us. And I'm curious, has this guy ever called for election integrity or audits in states ever won by Trump in any election? Tim, have you called for it in 2020, 2016, 2024? Or only when Trump loses do you care about election integrity?
No, I care about election integrity in general, but
When have you ever
January 6th
called
was
for
the
it?
last opportunity.
I understand, but
What's that?
when have you ever called for it?
I mean, never thought I.
$5
besides the
comes
Bush
in from
election in
bucket button.
2000, I don't
Liberals
recall
act like the
instance
vast
where there were
majority of
claims of
people
mass voter fraud.
weren't allowed
I
in.
don't-
Willfully.
I never felt
So
good with that.
suspiciously,
I
you
was
only
also
think
as
that
a
voter fraud
Trumpster
ever
hat and blowing
occurs
your
when it
girlfriend.
disadvantages Trump.
Also true.
Never said that. I went to January 6th primarily because, as a history guy, I thought it would either be. I thought it would be a historic moment.
I
It
thought
was
you were
either
there
going to-
because you were demanding
Wait.
election integrity. And now I'm confused.
Right.
What's your
No,
fucking
Marky.
motive, man?
Which is, you can't
sorry,
let him
you're
say,
confused.
as a history guy, and ignore the fact that he dresses up like Hitler.
Wait, why would we think a
Sorry,
protest would be a
Sorry, you're
historic?
confused. I'm sorry you're confused. I went there because I thought it would be my last opportunity to see Trump speak in a public speech. Either it would be his last
You
speech as
said the
president,
reason
or
you
he can-
thought that you were getting shot at and hit with like pepper spray and bullets and shit was because
Mhm.
you're MAGA and you were demanding election integrity.
Yeah. Okay, and that happened after the
So
fact.
if you
I
were
didn't know you
demanding
gonna-
election integrity, when did you ever demand election integrity about any state ever won by Trump in any election? He's run for president 3 times.
Oh. Yeah, so I went there after the fact. I didn't know there was going to be any event at the Capitol. I went there after I went to the Ellipse. I didn't intend to go to the Capitol at all. I went there in a suit and tie. I intended to hear a speech.
Yeah.
Go
So
home.
when President Trump told you to go to the Capitol, that's when you went to the Capitol.
Yeah, after I heard that we're going to peacefully march to the Capitol,
So you were there because of Trump.
Well,
I was there because I wanted to have the protest. But I understand.
Didn't you
I
spend
understand what
40
you're trying to
fucking
do.
minutes like joining with your teammates saying that there was like multifarious reasons why people were there and it had nothing to do with Trump?
Hold on, you're being a little disingenuous. I'm not one of those people. I named some people who went there to protest COVID or to have a sit-in or anything like that. But I went there because I wanted to have a protest, and that's what my phone video shows.
And what were you protesting?
I believe that I was protesting a stolen election.
So you were worried about election integrity. All right. So I don't think you know what you're talking about. I think you're trying to rewrite reality in real time.
I think you're imputing motives that don't exist.
My question to you is, if you're so concerned about election integrity, and you just explained that was why you were there, have you ever been concerned about election integrity in any election other than 2020, like the elections that Trump won? Or do you think
actually Bush Gore
exists in elections where Trump loses?
Yeah,
Bush Gore is a good example, but I was
Bush
too young to
Gore is
vote. So it didn't affect me.
great example.
Okay, that's great. That was 24 years ago. I'm asking about Trump. Ever since Trump has been in play.
I don't have to worry about it because literally every single time Trump runs for anything, people are going to say he
I'm not
didn't
talking
win,
to you,
and there's
asshole.
going to
I'm
be.
talking to Tim. Hey, sweetheart.
I don't give a fuck.
Tim.
I'm tired of
I don't give a
you
fuck.
going
Listen,
circular.
No one cares about you. Hey, listen, go back to fucking your sister, okay? Listen, Tim, I'm asking.
Well, listen
you,
here, cousin fucker.
Tim,
why don't you go back to wherever the fuck you came from?
Were you concerned about election integrity in any state or election?
Nobody gives a shit, asshole.
Tim.
Again, nobody gives a shit.
Tim, do you want somebody to answer for you?
What was the question? The same question? About fucking
yes.
Trump
Have
winning?
you ever been concerned about election integrity in any state or election won by Trump? So 2016, 2024.
You mean the one time Tim was able to vote for Trump?
What does voting have to do with being concerned about election integrity?
I can list some other examples of election integrity.
No, Gibbs, I'm not fucking with you because listen, I'm sure you're more principled than this guy. I'm testing this guy's principles. Yeah, this guy doesn't give a fuck about election integrity. To him, election integrity means Trump lost and it must have been stolen.
Josiah, just to be clear, this guy is like actually an avowed white supremacist. They found Mein Kampf and the Turner Diaries in his house. Like, yeah, no shit. Like, this guy's like straight up.
I don't know what that means because we know he probably can't fucking read it. He can't even answer questions.
He's actually dodging the questions, to be clear. Like, he is a dumb fuck,
obviously, because he knows
he's playing very coy right now. Like, he's like, yes, I thought they were shooting us because they hated us.
It's an auto loss. That's why he's not answering. I understand.
Okay, Tim, do you have any questions?
Hold on, Tim,
do you have any questions for Josiah? Because he's asked some questions to you. I think it's only fair that you get to ask some questions to him. Go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead, buddy.
Yeah, no, I mean, the last thing I said. Oh, you talking to me or to Grid?
Tim, you can talk to Josiah. Yeah, you can ask questions to him now if you want.
Yeah, I mean, I always care about. I always want a election that's good. I mean, what do you ask me if I went to protest against Trump when he won and I agreed that he won?
No. I wasn't asking. No. Listen, and maybe you didn't hear me. I'll try again. I didn't ask if you protested any other elections. You said that you were concerned about election integrity. Okay. A principled person genuinely concerned about election integrity would probably have those concerns in every fucking election. But what we all know is that Trump supporters don't care about so-called election integrity as long as they get their preferred outcome. So my presumption is, as long as Trump wins, you think, oh fuck, perfect election. We don't need to do audits or ask questions because my guy won. When your guy loses, then it's a stolen election, a rigged election, a fraudulent election, and then you're deeply concerned about election integrity. I was trying to probe the principle behind your concern, which I don't think you have. I think you are outcome-oriented. Trump wins, election good. Trump loses, election bad. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does. That's perfect.
Wait, Tim, I have a question. When you dressed up as Hitler and went to your job and said Hitler should have finished the job, was it because a crowd of people were pushing you to do it?
No, that never actually happened. The quote never happened. I did do that, though. The quote didn't happen, though. That was made up by
Hold on, what did you say when you showed up at your job?
What did you say?
It was so long story short. I can get the clip, but I was doing a satirical take on an interview Tucker
Get the
Carlson
clip.
did
No,
with
get the
Governor
clip. I
Phil
want to see the
Murphy.
clip. Get the
Hold
clip.
on.
Find the clip. While he finds the clip. Okay, I want to see
Dangerous
this
loaf
clip.
of bread. If you
yeah,
clip,
let's give it
when,
a-
when you said Democrats
after
might steal
certain
the
words,
presidential election
the bot
through
thinks
N-word
that you,
rigging in reference to
that
Kamala
you're trying to
Harris was
post the
the
link.
satire and was a crowd
So
pushing you to do
it's
it
just the
because
way
you
the
couldn't
bot
walk
works.
backwards and not say the N-word?
Definitely.
Okay.
Okay. Let's give it to Gibbs for a moment. Gibbs, you have some questions for Destiny or Dev while he looks up the clip that we're gonna see in a second.
Did I don't even remember. I'm
I
so
don't.
dumbfounded
If you're done, you're
by
done. I understand.
Well, it's not even that. It's just I don't even know. I'm just lost after what we're witnessing now.
We know. That was probably the truest thing you said in this conversation. Yeah.
Well, listen, I guess. I mean, I would be. It's funny, haha, great, good stuff. But I mean, we got to be honest. This is taking a quite wild turn here with whatever this is fucking going on. Like, are we talking about Mein Kampf? Are we talking about fucking Jan 6? What are we talking about here? Like, are we trying to divert from the conversation? I mean, the whole reason why y'all are bringing up January 6th now is because of all this fraud's coming out, all this other shit's going down.
because it's
Trump's
3
just
days
really
out.
wins.
It's
And
because
y'all
it's
wanna
3
just
days
distract.
after January
You only have
6th.
to- I mean, yeah,
Gibbs,
it's 2026
That's not
and we're
why.
still talking about
That's not
January 6th.
why, Gibbs.
Okay,
It's
tell me why.
because the White House just published a completely false timeline of what happened on January 6th. That's why we're talking about it now.
Right. Okay. Maybe I'll grant that, but maybe he gave y'all some ammo. I don't know. However, it does seem like it's in line with his general trend that he's been saying since almost 2016 that there's a deep state group that's got like subverting the American public's will, and I feel like there's plenty of evidence.
It's part of
to
his
support
general
that.
trend to lie.
Especially when we have
I'm
250
just
billion.
curious.
Oh my
I'm just curious.
I wish there was a
Can I
fucking
ask-
deep
wait,
state to
can
stop
I
this
ask-
bullshit.
Yeah, wait, can I ask?
And
It's
then
been
it goes to
10
NGOs,
years.
and it comes
We've been
back
hearing
to
about the
us.
deep state for 10 years. Who is the deep state?
Yeah,
Where are they? Why don't we have any
I mean,
of
that's
those
a good
people?
question. That's a good question. I don't know what the deep
Is it
state
kind of
exactly
weird
consists of.
that? Well, wait, but you say you don't know.
When I say the deep state, I don't. When I say the deep state, I'm not
you
talking
said
like a
you said you
conspiracy
don't know
theory way.
exactly. You have no idea at all, though, right? Like we haven't seen a single deep state operative brought out.
The
You don't know.
Illuminati, bro.
Well,
And the lizard people,
given-
they're coming,
given
bro,
that
and the
we-
frogs. Like, that's what's
Given that
happening.
there
No,
was no-
when I'm talking about the deep state, I'm saying there's a uniparty that sat here and rigged the system against the American public. And I think there's a trend that shows that this has happened to some extent. And when y'all go, nah, that's just conspiracy talk. And
Was
just
it rigged
dismiss
in
people that are saying
2016?
something
Wait,
is
I'm just curious. Wait. So maybe I'll agree with that, right? Maybe there is a deep state system that's rigging it for like all these moneyed interests. Can you give me an example of moneyed interests that would have made more money under Biden than the oil companies stand to gain right now with Trump's invasion of Venezuela?
I mean, listen, that may be true. I think, hey, based. I'm
Okay.
glad that we're
Can you
admitting
give
that
me,
we're there
can you
for
give
the
me an
oil.
example of
But, like,
anybody that would have stand to gain more money than Trump's World Liberty Financial does
I
with his
mean, when
crypto
we have
coins?
examples of like, I don't know, Ilhan Omar sitting here writing an act and then her husband directly benefiting from it, it seems pretty sus.
Which
Would
act?
you
Which
agree with
act
that?
is that? Which act is that?
I mean, why don't you tell me? I mean, you know all her policies.
you were the
don't
one who
you?
brought it up. Why would he know?
I mean, I know.
I thought didn't,
I mean,
didn't,
she
didn't
also
the whole
just-
house doesn't the House have to vote on this? Doesn't it have to pass both houses of
Yeah,
Congress in
she
order
pushed
to
it
be
out. Did they vote on it? Yeah.
on her own?
I mean,
And
it's
and
crazy.
Was it called
It's
the Ilhan
crazy.
Omar
It's
husband
crazy that she
beneficiary
started
act? Is that-
benefiting from all this stuff. Yeah, I
Oh
mean,
my
yeah,
God,
I guess
no,
it's-
fuck
it's
this, man.
well
Come
be
on,
called
stop,
that.
stop.
Gibbs, what happened to the Epstein
engage,
files? Where are
engage
they?
with what
I don't-
Steven's
I
talking
don't give
about.
a fuck about
Engage
the
with it.
Epstein files.
Why are you so concerned about what Ilhan Omar's family is benefiting from and not Trump? You're playing a character, bro. Come on, let's be
No.
principled. Let's be consistent.
No.
If you're
One of
worried
them-
about
one-
Omar, are you not worried
No.
about Trump?
What are you implying Trump is doing here with his family? Like, I mean, there's a difference, I think, with what I'm
even
saying.
just-
I would
Gibbs,
prefer.
Gibbs. Wait, here, Gibbs. So, like, Ilhan Omar, what is the dollar amount that you think that she's grifted? All right, what's the amount? We'll just
I don't know, millions. More millions than
Okay,
what?
Why does that matter? I
believe
mean,
you. Just
why
wait,
does that?
no, just
Do
wait.
you
I
think
believe
she
you.
is, or do you think she is not? Are you arguing that
you know
she
what?
is in fact not doing that, or you?
believe
I mean,
I
what is this
believe you.
dollar
I believe
amount
you.
bullshit?
I believe you. Just hear me out. I believe you. Okay. Do you know how much Trump coin has fucking rug pulled from people? Gibbs, you know how much?
Tell me. Yeah,
It's $1 billion. It's $1 billion. It's over $1 billion
Billions.
that Trump coin has rug pulled.
Was that?
And
Did he do that
did you-
using the
just
government?
Just wait. Did you
Which
know
law
that
did he
Trump
pass to do
directed-
that?
Did you know that Trump directed his own DOJ to no longer investigate any sort of crypto fraud in the United States? And then he rug pulls $1 billion fucking dollars. Are you guys serious sitting here talking about $1 million that who fucking cares, dude?
Can I ask you a question?
Hold on.
Guess what?
Hold on.
Let me ask you a question.
Hold on, I think we got
so much fucking worse. It's not even fucking funny, guys.
Let me ask you a question, Dev, real quick. Here's my thing. Right. So, do all those people have free will, and did they buy the coin? Yes or no? Yeah, we know they did. Right. These people have free will. I'm sitting here for one. If you make a bad investment, that's on you, fam. Sucks to suck, right? Like
Trump is the worst investment you've made in the past 10 years.
Whatever.
Kid.
Sure, whatever. But
we're sitting here. Hold on, wasn't the rug pull? He wasn't president when the rug pull happened.
Let me just finish your. So whenever he goes and gives this coin, and y'all buy the coin, then it rug pull whatever allegedly. You know, when Trump has talked about a lot of crypto stuff, there's even talk about crypto with Venezuela being a reason why we get there. But we're sitting here going, oh, that's bad. Okay, maybe they're lost some money. But that's different than using the government directly, like the Meals Act, which is the bill that Omar co-sponsored and her husband has benefited directly from, making millions. You don't see a problem with that? Like,
I see a problem with the guy who is the chief crypto regulator, which is Trump, benefiting to the tune of billions of dollars from his own cryptocurrency.
Who was president when the Trump coin was sold? Who was president?
Joe Biden orchestrated the Trump coin as president. You're right.
No, I'm just look. You're trying to say that Trump did something.
Question, Grid.
This
wasn't orchestrated by the federal government.
Talking
it was
about
a private citizen making a crypto scam to fucking steal money from his constituents. Which thankfully Gibbs admitted was a bad investment in all.
Literally, Gibbs is making the point that a politician used political clout to steal money from taxpayers effectively, and you're arguing that Donald Trump, while he was not in public office, somehow participated in a rug pull, and that is your argument. That's the best argument you can come up with. God damn, you guys suck at this game. You suck at this game. The best you can do is say, well, the politician steals from us. Oh, this guy over here is private business. He fucked us too. Whatever.
Watch this in a second. Go ahead, Destiny.
Do you think that Donald Trump?
Wait, wasn't it the fact that wasn't it the fact that Hunter Biden did the whole Burisma stuff when Joe Biden was out of office?
Don't know. Actually, the Burisma stuff was wild. Joe Biden was vice president of the United States of America.
When you guys were saying that he was getting all of his money, when he was earning all of his money through all of the things that the Republicans investigated, didn't that all
happen? You mean the 10% for the big guy when his dad was vice president of the United States of America?
Yeah, vice president. He was vice president when the big.
Are you look? Less drugs, man. All you guys, less drugs. It's going to help you out.
Tim, I gotta go. I don't know about that. What is this? What are we watching?
Halfway through.
Oh, sorry, I put that down. There we go.
About halfway through this, you can see the clip that originated the Hitler mustache narrative about me. It was from a satirical clip, and I mean, it's kind of cringy now, but I enjoyed it.
Let's take a gander, gang. If you want to bring it up on screen, I am curious. Let's see.
Oh my god!
Now, the Bill of Rights, as you well know, protects Americans' right, enshrines their right to practice their religion as they see fit and to congregate together to assemble peacefully. By what authority did you nullify the Bill of Rights in issuing this order?
Here it is.
How do you have the power to do that?
That's above my pay grade, Tucker. So I wasn't thinking of the Bill of Rights when we did this.
It's a police state. It's a police state. It's like, it's a state of emergency, dipshit. I'm tired of seeing everybody acting like... And don't get me wrong, on some level, I'm sure there's people who would love to expand the power of the state for their own nefarious goals, but a state of emergency is not unwarranted. So, that's really all it's going to be for today.
I'm sorry. What was that supposed to establish, Tim?
I wanted to see the Hitler meme, and you showed me the Hitler meme. So
I have one last. I have to go, but Tim, my last question is: if the Capitol Police had used potato guns that said "white is right" on them and shot frozen corn cobs at you like you did when you were 20, would this have been an acceptable way for them to tell you to leave?
Probably. It would have been more recognizable.
It would have warmed the cockles of his heart, Soy Pill.
Yeah.
You're a fucking retard. I hope you rot in prison. Thanks, Wick. It's been fun.
He's already got his pardon, bro.
$10, and then we're gonna wrap it up after this, right?
Are you sure?
$10 from Max Seifert. I'm sorry, €10. Ooh. Can you ask the Republicans if the shooting in Minnesota was justified, and if so, would the police at January 6th be justified in shooting all the people that tried to get into the Capitol?
Yeah, I'll do it. Yes and yes. Shoot them both. Sorry, Tim. I love you, but you should have got shot.
Wow.
You know, I'm gonna. So
Wow.
the police officers doing their job like that, and if they're shooting people with non-lethal weapons, hey, you know, that's one of those. Shit sucks to be you.
No, I think the question was like the implying like could they use lethal force against the protesters commensurate with what happened in Minneapolis? They're trying to test.
Well, that's a dumbass question because no lethal force was used. Except by Ashley Babbitt. Except against Ashley Babbitt. Dude, by the way, Ashley Babbitt. Hold on. Ashley Babbitt was not killed by a Capitol police officer. She was killed by private security, and that guy's bit. And they literally leave that out of most.
Would it make a difference if it was a Capitol police officer that shot her instead?
A Capitol police officer probably would not have shot her because he would have proper training.
Right? No, they're asking the hypothetical.
Ashley Babbitt was shot and killed by U.S. Capitol Police Lieutenant Michael Byrd on January 6, 2021.
He was there. He was not acting in it. Well, that conflate. I'll have to look that back up because I'm pretty sure he was a private security guy.
He pre-watched it. I did.
You know, he was on duty, Capitol Police. But the question's a hypothetical. Are you consistent in the principle? That's what they're asking. If you believe that the Minneapolis shooting was justified.
Hold on, just real quick. Do you believe that Good was a justified shooting? Whether it was a good shot?
From what I've seen, it looks like it. I'm not.
Yeah, we don't need to hold you to like 100%. Okay, so given that you think that it was
I think Ashley Babbitt was a bad shooting from what I've seen.
Why? What's the difference between these two?
Because she was literally not a threat to anyone. She was behind a door. She was unarmed.
She was breaking through it. She was breaking through the door.
She was not breaking through the door.
She was crawling through the broken door.
Yeah,
right?
she was crawling through a broken door. That's not a threat to any fucking body. Especially not a lethal threat.
Weren't there congressmen on the other side of the door?
No, there were not.
Yes.
Really?
All the congressmen were out at that point.
Who did you see at the end of the hall?
Sorry?
Who was at the end of the hall?
So, hold on. I have a problem with this state grid. Like, I have a problem with what you're doing right here. Like, maybe I'm going to break from my other Republicans on this one. Like, listen, if this is the people's house and they're destroying property on the people's house, and like I'm a people, and say I'm an individual private citizen, someone destroys property on my house, they break in, I'm shooting them. I'm not asking questions. Why shouldn't the government hold that same standard? Like, do you, it's got to be consistent. Like, if you're breaking in and you're tearing up stuff, it doesn't matter if there's the congressman hiding. You're destroying shit, and that's somebody else's property. Bang, bang, bitch.
Law enforcement doesn't get that they don't get that waiver, right? We see that all the time. Cops get tried for bad shoots because
don't they have immunity for most shit? Like,
no, well, they don't. Only the president of the United States now has criminal immunity.
They don't have prosecute. Well, it's one of those. It depends.
Well, it's really hard to convict a cop for shooting somebody.
Right. It's very, very hard to convict a cop.
So I rest my case. Like, I feel like it's going to be consistent here. Like, I like you're going to measure it, and I feel like you're kind of being wishy-washy on that. Like, just buy.
You got to consider the mindset.
I guess
you can typically have to consider the mindset of the officer. At least I think in terms of like this one with the shooting out.
Yeah. Is it not reasonable to think that the officer who shot Ashley Babbitt was in fear for either his life or the life of those he was protecting?
That's a fair question.
An unarmed woman crawling through a door who had to like literally.
In what context?
Well, wait, couldn't she theoretically have had a weapon like in a pocket or something?
I think it was a knife.
Fuck! Shut up. She did have a knife in her pocket.
It was ruined the point.
Sorry, my dog was barking at the same time. I thought he was asking a question. My bad.
He was okay.
Also, what about the other people? Weren't there other people behind her? What if more people like Tim accidentally wandered through after she crawled through? Maybe because he wasn't sure where he was.
Yeah, so you can take this at. I would take it with a grain of salt because obviously he's not here. Christopher Grider has alleged that one of the sergeant at arms had whispered into the ear of Michael Byrd before the shooting, and that at one point Michael Byrd said, "Who's next?" after shooting her, indicating an intent. that's not my testimony. I didn't hear it. Yeah, I didn't see it directly.
That would indicate intent to you. But Donald Trump making phone calls to politicians while his whole family, cabinet, and government are begging him to call in the National Guard doesn't show you intent that Donald Trump wanted the violence to continue at the Capitol. That's not enough.
How do you know that she meant he meant who's next to shoot?
I can't imagine what other context it would have been. But
no,
I mean,
hey, something much more explicit than that, man. We got to apply the same standards here. We need something much more explicit. Who's next could be anything. Who's next for
that's fine. I'm relaying
the next shift. Who's next to go grab dinner? Who's next to carpool?
Next to salsa. I'm just relaying what I've heard. I wasn't there, of course. I take it with a grain of salt as well. I never even met Christopher Greider. This is from just listening to what another defendant said in an interview.
Okay, so what if it was reported 60 to 80 House members and staffers, including Mark Wayne Mullen, Republican senator, was inside the exact area that Ashley Babbitt was trying to break into. So that's why the Capitol Police were in there. They were protecting dozens of House members.
So what if instead of Ashley Babbitt, it was like a dude with a skateboard? And what if instead of the security guy, it was Kyle Rittenhouse?
I mean, is that like a real? Are you serious?
Yes.
So
he's trying to
a
test
guy that has literally chased you down the block and it has pulled a weapon, an actual gun. Seriously?
Yeah.
It's not. That's not even close to the same. That's not even close to hypothetical. I mean, Jesus, you were like, I've met some bad faith people in my time, but you're up there, pal.
I'm pro all these guys. Yes.
You're up there, Mr.
If you have a gun and someone charges at you, you fucking shoot them. Yes.
Yeah. Did Ashley Babbitt have a gun?
No. If you have a gun, if you have a gun and someone charges you, you shoot them. Because if you don't, they're going to take your gun and shoot you with it. So you shoot them.
If someone charges me?
Yes, you're in a parking lot at night. There's a crazy hobo wick that comes flying at you. You have seconds to react. You have a gun in your hand. Do you fire?
Me? Yeah, I would. 100%.
Yes, of course you do. Okay, so if you have some crazy chick crawling on the floor on glass, right? Like when this huge crowd's behind her, you're hearing on the radio that your brothers and sisters are getting the shit beat out of them. Do you shoot?
Cops don't get that luxury.
What? Wait, what?
Do you not understand? Law enforcement don't get the luxury that I do.
Yeah, they fucking do. They
no,
get
they don't.
More luxury than people. They got qualified.
They have rules of engagement that I don't have. If I am simply in fear of my life, I don't have to see a weapon. I don't even have to. I could just think you have a weapon and I can shoot you. But a cop has to see a weapon.
No, they just
or believe that a weapon could be present and you are reaching for it. You are actively reaching for it. Otherwise, then you have to say good is an excellent shoot. Because that car is a weapon.
There's an unarmed man who rushes at a cop trying to grab his gun. That cop can shoot that man. That is legal. That is a legal shoot.
It depends on the level of force that he's required to defend himself. There's a scale. They teach this. You know that. Come on.
Okay. All I'm saying, right, is if you believe that it was a good shoot for that ICE officer to
wait,
gun
did we
down
ask this?
good,
Wait, do you think it was a good
Get
shoot
a car
for the
revved at you?
Wait, yeah. Do you think it was a good shoot for the woman in the car that the officer decided to stand in front of in Minnesota?
Yes,
I did just stand.
I mean,
yes, earlier.
I don't know. It looks so far.
Anyway, whatever. We're gonna wrap this up. Okay, thank you all for coming. This has been.
Wait, what kind of a defensive shot is it? Do we say that's a self-defense shot, or why? What was the justification there? Can you defend yourself against an incoming car by shooting at the driver? Is that how that works?
That's weaponizing a car. Yeah.
Yeah, actually, that's codified in statute in Tennessee. I can't speak about any other state, but in the great state of Tennessee, a car becomes a weapon when you aim it at somebody, and you can shoot somebody.
So just to be clear, that's not fucking true. If somebody was standing in front of me in a parking
I'm gonna
lot,
give you the code.
that's great. Go find the code and read it from start to finish. And if you're goofing off with a friend in a parking lot, and he's in front of your car, and you drive a little bit, and he pulls out a gun and starts killing you, he would not clear that. You're absolutely fucked at that point. And forget the Minnesota law. We can look at the DHS guidebook. We can look at the federal government guidebook. You're not supposed to put yourself in front of a car, which is obvious because one, a person can't stop a car with their body, and two, you shooting a person driving a car is not self-defense. You're not defending yourself. You'll just get ran over.
What was that last bit?
That makes
not defending yourself because
Shooting a driver of a car that's driving at you is not defending yourself. You're not defending yourself. You're just going to die.
Did he
Hold
die?
on, what if you shoot? Hold on, you can shoot.
No,
at
he
the
didn't
engine
die
block.
because she wasn't aiming the car at him.
Like,
she was initially.
If you get shot,
Okay,
in
this
veer,
is a
usually.
this is a whole ass other debate.
Wait,
we
and-
can
and
have it. I'm be
Wick,
happy to
before
set it up.
before we
Go ahead.
close, I sent one of my 10,000 super chats earlier today, and I didn't get an answer from anybody, ironically, other than Enrique Tarrio. So kudos to him for having the balls to answer. My question is for the Trumpers here, since you all seemingly were okay with Pence just certifying Trump as the winner unilaterally, would you have been okay? I'd like an answer. If Democratic vice presidents had done that in 2000 or 2016 or 2024, or is this only like a Republican rule?
Done what exactly?
Rejected the lawful winner of the election. So in case like 2016, I think was the example. So Biden was vice president at the time, presiding over Donald Trump's victory in 2016.
I did answer that
Would you have
earlier.
been... No, I don't. You did?
Yeah, I did.
What'd you say?
I said it's good to question the results. If they move to I don't remember my exact words. Questioning results is fine. We do it all the time. We do recounts all the time. I mean, literally, we do recount. Like you guys act like we never recount. You act like we never question results of.
No. It wasn't questioning the results and it wasn't recounts. My question is, like, because Devin and Destiny made the point that what Trump tried to do initially was just brute force, have Mike Pence just toss out the valid electoral votes and just declare Trump the winner. That was like the kind of crude initial approach. My question is, would you have supported Joe Biden in 2016 or January 6, 2017, doing that with Hillary Clinton, saying, fuck Trump, we're rejecting the electoral votes for him, and we're declaring Hillary Clinton the winner? Would you have been okay with that? This is
I wasn't particularly okay with the way Trump conducted himself. I wanted recounts. I wanted all of the stuff to be above board. So you made a bunch of dumbass. You continuously make a bunch of dumbass comments about we're all MAGA. Gibbs is certainly not fucking MAGA. I don't know about Kung Fu Joe.
Buddy, I don't care how you identify yourself. As far as I'm concerned, you're MAGA. So what about the other
okay,
two?
so fuck off then.
I'll say maybe I would be okay with it. I like, if you believe in the Electoral College, then at some point you have to believe that they're gonna do something, or they're like a check that's there to like be needed to stop a dictator or something, or like say a certified false election or something. So maybe if like they present enough evidence that they didn't certify it, I might be okay with it, like for both sides. I would like I don't know. Like I can't say
Gibbs again. Like I've got a soft spot for you because I think you're relatively principled of the four people here. We can talk about that later, but I am interested in the two that I don't know, Tim and the other guy. What about you guys?
I kind of agree. I don't think it would be nefarious for Democrats to try to do whatever they could to pull a rabbit out of their hat. I think that's the nature of politics, and it reminds me of like the election between Jackson and on Quincy Adams. People make maneuvers behind the scenes. You could call it dirty, but if Democrats did that, I wouldn't expect them not to try to win.
Tracksuit guy, what about you?
Excuse me?
Tracksuit. You're in the tracksuit. What about you?
Yeah. It's the Kung Fu Joe, that is. Anyway, yeah, if you want to like try novel legal theories to challenge the system and challenge election results, go right ahead.
Okay, and then my last question is for Dev and Destiny. Do you believe them when they say this?
No, they would fight. What they would do is, because nobody ever violates their principles, what they would do is they would fight tooth and nail, but then they would say, well, it's okay for you guys to do it, but it's also okay for us to fight against it because we understand the political realities, or say it would be some real bullshit or whatever they would say.
Dev, what about you? Do you believe them?
Mind reader. Not really. No.
Okay.
No. I've seen too much right wing hypocrisy over the years now. At this point,
$10
standards.
Sure, $10 for multi-Rommel.
What's the point of asking that question then?
Sure.
Retarded.
Hold on. The point of asking that question was to see if you were, for one, able to even engage with the question at all. Will you admit to a principle? And then what is that principle? And then is your answer believable? And what's the second part of the question?
Yeah, and I mean to be clear, because I really don't want to pick a fight over it, but like you guys hesitate, like you were so hesitant. Even my boy Gibbs, like you hedged because you know you would be very upset.
Well, I can think of scenarios on the right. I can think of scenarios like on the right. Like I've said this several times. You know, it's sometimes better the devil you know, right? Who you're voting with and what all these kind of things. And like, say the wrong contingent of righties took power. There's a immediate like reaction that I would have and be like, no, I'm out. Like I would want this investigated. I want these people to stop.
Who's the wrong
like,
contingent of righties?
There's several groups. We don't need to go down the list, but like there's a lot of them.
Name
and
one.
so like when I'm okay, I don't know. They may be the fucking like Ku Klux Klan or some shit. Like they fucking snuck people in, or like you got like some like crazy fucking maybe a white supremacist. Yeah, that's a bad one. Yeah, maybe or like some religious fanatic group, like somehow gain enough power to get in. I'm not exactly the most religious, but
took over the government.
Well, okay, it would have to be a pretty fringe Christian nationalist. But I mean, yeah, but sure. I mean, I know you're trying to pigeonhole me here. There are like definitely fringe.
Wait, you understand that half the conservatives on this panel right now are basically white nationalists, right? You do know that, right? I don't even know if they would deny it.
I'm not no
Thank
fucking
God
white
I'm not one.
nationalist.
Listen,
Fuck you.
I'm not a white nationalist. I'm fucking Mexican. So like, listen, I'm just saying when we're sitting here saying these things,
I think we
there
have
are
one
scenarios
actual
on the
white
right
nationalist.
where I would be like, oh God, yeah, I fucking want this stopped. Like, so yeah, I think that's fair. And on the left, I think they would be the ones to do it.
Okay,
Yeah.
this is to Multi-Rommel, or from Multi-Rommel for $10. Can you ask the Trump supporters, let's say hypothetically Trump was charged with insurrection and he was 100% proven guilty. Should he have been able to run for his president in 2024?
Of course not.
It's like begging the question.
That's literally stupid.
That's question begging, because if you're convicted of like insurrection, doesn't that automatically like bar you from any future elections?
But would you?
Well, the language in the 14th Amendment doesn't require it, so I don't know.
think
The
so?
Supreme Court might say it's not clear enough.
Wouldn't that be obvious? Wouldn't that be crazy if that was how the Constitution had been written?
Okay,
no, I mean just pointedly.
I know you got to cope about why you guys lost, but
if there was enough proof that Trump committed an insurrection, which obviously there isn't, but if there was, then no, I wouldn't vote for him. Why would you vote for that?
No, we're not asking if you'd vote for him. So say there's a video comes out and it's entirely legit, and Trump is sitting there and says, "Ha ha ha! I actually did an insurrection, and I was my intent to overthrow the 2020 election." Ha ha ha! And then the courts, right? Should they have barred him from even being able to run?
Should the courts have barred him?
Yes.
I don't know that there's a legal grounds for that.
Okay. So even if he had tried to steal the election and you knew 100% sure that he had committed insurrection, you don't think he should have been prevented from running for the 2024 election?
That's two totally different questions. So if he says I did this, but I got away with it, and that's all you've got is him just a casual admission, which is not an admission of guilt. If you believe it, and if there's corroborating evidence, then there's got to be then take him to court. If you can name the law that he's violated, obviously insurrection. Okay. But if you're just saying, well, nobody's taken him to court, nobody's done anything about it, and he's just said this in passing, they have a video of him saying like a joke or something.
The hypothetical is there's
I'm trying to engage with your hypothetical. Your hypothetical sucks.
Okay. You know what? We're going to ignore that.
It does.
Spot on. I asked you if there was indisputable evidence, and I gave you an example of what I would consider indisputable evidence that he did it, mainly an admission that, yes, I did it. So are you telling me that would not be indisputable to you as evidence if Trump came out and said, yes, I did this. I did it on purpose. I meant to do it. This is how I did it. And that would not be enough evidence to convince you that he had actually done it?
Again,
that's just
again. It would convince me enough to not vote for him. But hold on. It would convince me to not vote for him. However, you asked if it would go to court. I don't know what the legal precedence is on that.
Okay. $10 from Fun Jord to say, Wick, can you ask Tim how he feels about his dishonorable discharge? You're muted.
You're muted.
You're muted.
My bad. I didn't get a dishonorable discharge. I got an other than honorable. I'm working on getting that restored, but it sucks. I actually never even had a hearing for it. Never got to see a JAG officer. I was held in solitary, so yeah, I had to face a civil and military case at the same time. But yeah, I mean, it sucks. But I mean, it is what it is. I'm alive and I'm free, so that's better than nothing.
Well, I'm glad you were alive at least. And then finally, $50 from Audacity to say, here's your 50. Josiah is extra sassy tonight. With that said,
I was hyped up. That's for sure.
let's get some closing thoughts, closing statements, and let you guys all flee and disperse into the ether. We're going to start with, we'll let Josiah, and then we'll just go around, and then we'll let Dev have the last word. Go ahead. Well, we'll start with Grid, and then we'll go around and have Dev have the last word. So Grid, close us out.
All right. Yeah, I don't know. We covered a lot of ground. I don't even know where to close on this one. Everybody's going to have their beliefs and opinions on this. I don't think we're going to change any hearts and minds here. I enjoyed the conversation. I had not really. I mean, I haven't seen Enrique in this specific type of venue, so that was awesome. That was really cool to see. Always a pleasure to engage with you guys. Don't take anything I say personally during the course of the show. You can find me at An Unreasonable Man and Grid. I'm Grid One Motorsports, and also I have a new channel called Gun Prattle. So if you want to talk about guns and competition shooting and things like that, come check it out.
Check them out, gang. I have links to everyone here except for Josiah. Sorry, you jumped on and I didn't know you were going to. I have them in my bio. Tim, I don't have yours either, so if you can send me your stuff, I can add that to the YouTube description. I'd be happy to do so. Josiah, close us out.
I think the January 6th website was atrocious, incredibly dishonest, but totally in character with Trump. I think that the MAGA arguments here were predictably terrible. It was really painful watching you guys struggle with the Nancy Pelosi National Guard thing. That it was gut-wrenching to see you struggle with that. But I'm glad we all agreed that the Speaker of the House is not in the chain of command with the National Guard. And whether you like it or not, yes, it would have been incredibly redeeming, if not, totally redeeming, if we had evidence that he ordered the National Guard to be deployed when he watched the riot unfold or made any actual attempt as commander-in-chief to suppress the insurrection. But he didn't because he wanted it to happen. And that's nobody's fault but his. So he bears the primary moral and executive responsibility. And yeah, it's a real shame that justice was not really served in January 6th. I think it's a big stain on this country. But yeah, good listening to you guys. And Wick, you made a shit ton of money today, I'm sure.
I
and
did.
50% of it came from me. So
and I appreciate
and my rage
donation.
spending. So
I do appreciate the donations. It's nice to see you again. I miss you on the panels and stuff, man. So it's nice to have you jump in every once in a while. So thank you for being here.
You should come back.
Yeah, but just real quick before I let the rest go, if you enjoy this content, like, subscribe. On Monday, we're having Loner Box, we're having Jebtan, we're having Non-Smoker, and we're having Counterpoints on to debate the shooting of the ICE agent shooting of the woman. So check that out. It's going to be 6 p.m. Tim, please give us what you got. Close us out.
Well, thank you. I don't do this very often. I really appreciate you having me on, Wick. I appreciate the invitation, Grid. I prepared for a different kind of debate with different bullet points and stuff, so I'm not going to burn through all that. But I think that January 6th has another side to it that most people are not familiar with. I'd like to see more debates like this, and there's a lot more video, obviously, that we're not going to diarrhea out onto the audience. But I'm always happy to share that kind of video. And check me out on X, Lewis of Monmouth. Thank you for having me on. I appreciate the debate, and keep in touch with yourselves.
Okay. Well, thank you for being here. Always a pleasure. And I'll add your stuff to the YouTube description when I get a chance. Next up, it's Kung Fu Joe, the tracksuit guy. Go ahead.
Yeah, thanks, Wick, for hosting this. Want to thank Dev and Destiny for giving their time to the panel today, as well as my fellow conservatives here. I may have had a bit of a different position than some of you guys, but I think one thing we could all take from this and maybe agree on is I'm kind of glad that people like Dev and Destiny have decided to become completely politically ineffective by whinging on years later about January 6th. You know, 2024 came and went. That election came and went, and nobody gave a single fuck about January 6th. So I just hope that they keep on crying about January 6th, and I hope they keep on picking women to run as their candidates for president. And with that, you guys have a good night.
Thank you for being here. Check him out, gang. I have links to his stuff in my YouTube description. Gibbs.
Thanks for having me. It's been fun. Enjoyed it as always. Love debates. Yeah, I think that it's pretty clear that the Dims want to play ticky-tack word games, and they don't really care how they win. They just want to win. And I feel like these double standards really reiterate that fact and drive it home. In other words, yeah. Also pondering. We'll have to talk some Star Wars soon. And one last note: did anybody else think that Enrique might be John Zerga's lost twin? Like, because they look identical. I think it's crazy. I couldn't get past it. But yeah, thanks for having me. Fun as always.
Always a pleasure. And check him out, gang. Links to his stuff in my description. Destiny, please.
Yeah, I think there's two different realities. One is supported by hundreds of pages of deposition, thousands of hours of video footage, tens of thousands of eyewitness testimonies, and everything else. And I mean, countless court documents, filings, cases lost, cases that went nowhere. And I mean, the other side literally just has a ton of conspiratorial nonsense behind it. And then this desperate attempt to weave narratives out of 7-second video clips that everybody knows is bullshit. Yeah, it's pretty sad and depressing. Hopefully the next president, when he comes up, can find a way to reconvict and rejail everybody that was involved in this shit, or exile them out of the fucking country, send them to El Salvador or whatever.
Okay, well, thank you for being here, and links to his stuff if you need it in the description. Dev, final word, please.
Anybody who wants to know more about this topic, as always, go to my channel, watch my 4-hour video on January 6th, where I go over autistically.
Hey, wait, someone made a video on January 6th? That's crazy.
Yes.
That's awesome. Yes. I wish more people would do so, but go ahead, finish.
What you guys here, this is a message to the right wingers in the panel, okay? What you guys need to realize is that Biden was the compromise candidate, okay? He was the one that Democrats went with when they wanted to reconcile with you. And that era of the Democratic Party is now over. At this point, when the Democrats win next, and they will win next, the only way for justice to be served now is for Trump and every single collaborator in his regime to be locked up. And then we need government programs to breed your women with illegals and then trans all your kids.
Jesus Christ. Okay, gang, wave bye, everyone. Thanks for coming. I love you all. I'll see you guys Monday. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Bye. Okay, now that they're gone. Okay. Did you guys?
Yeah, kick me out, man. All right. That was good. We have an incoming announcement. I'm gonna just let this come through.
Folks, we're here to talk about Grid Motorsports. Tremendous streamer. Absolutely tremendous. People are saying, and these are very smart people, the best people, they're saying
I'm still
Grid
on
folded
the show.
EB3 in a debate, not once but twice. Totally destroyed that son of a bitch. The man was broken, completely broken. Grid is very rich, folks. Very, very rich. He's got vehicles. He's got planes. He's got bitches more than anybody. Maybe more than me, maybe not. But a lot. Folks.
I'm just saying. Got to let the callers call in, man. So, anyway. That wasn't what you expected. It was interesting. It was interesting. All right, we're gonna get Tim to come up here for a few minutes. What time is it? Man, it's 9 o'clock. Dang, son. I got that government millions. I don't. I wish I did. I'm too honest to work for the government. I'm too honest to work for the government, ladies and gentlemen. Guys, send in those super chats. I did all the work and Wick made all the money. What the hell? What the hell? Dang. Well, I don't know why Destiny's stuck on this. I think it's because it's the one topic that he knows he can win on most of the time. All right, sorry about that, guys. I was getting a message. They won't admit to minimum 80% of Capitol Police being Democrats. It's true. They won't do that. That would hurt their case a lot. You know, it's. I mean, look, it is what it is. I don't know what the deal with them trying to set all that nonsense about Babbitt. The cop that shot Ashley Babbitt was not on duty that day. He was a private security guy, or he was acting as a private security guy, and he doesn't have his. The only reason that they keep saying that he is the only reason why they keep up with this nonsense about him being a Capitol security guard and on duty is to keep his protection in place, is quantified immunity, or qualified immunity. Sorry. Yeah. And they never want to talk about the hearings that like Tim Hale had to go through, where literally, I fixed it, Stephen. Yeah. Well, Tim Walz is not going to be governor anymore, so who gives a shit about Tim Walz? Tim Walz is heading out to pasture. My man, what's up, buddy?
Not much. But,
so
not bad.
That was interesting, right?
Yeah. You know, I was hoping we could have used a little bit more of the stuff I compiled, but overall, not bad.
Yeah,
could have been worse, especially considering the full the majesty of our opposition.
Mm-hmm.
So,
I got to be honest. I had a good time because Destiny was not on his game tonight, and I was able to just hammer him on a couple of things. The only thing he really could come back at me on was the Capitol Police officer who was not. So I'm going to look into this because my recollection is the last time I looked into this. Now I will admit that I haven't looked into Ashley Babbitt in a fucking long time, but when I looked into it, it was that the reason that she got shot was that she was getting lifted up by someone so that she could go through the door or whatever. And supposedly the officer originally meant to fire a warning shot over their heads, and instead it caught Babbitt right square in the noggin. That was one thing I think that nobody wants to talk or is not talking about. The second, the guy who did the shooting was acting as a private security guard for one of the congressmen or whatever that was not actually there, but the narrative is that he was a Capitol Police officer on duty, which he was not at the time. He may have been a Capitol Police officer. I'll look into that, and I know that I've heard that claim for a long time, but
I'm not entirely sure that maybe if that's true, then perhaps that plays into why the government settled in the Babbitt case. I think they
Mhm.
settled on like 5 million or so.
Right.
That could be the case. Maybe he wasn't acting in the proper capacity. See, there are different theories because in the lead up to her getting shot, and I tried, and despite what anybody might say, I'm not biased about this. I mean, I have my own bias, but I try to be
Mhm.
subjective when analyzing video. People are shouting gun. He has a gun. And so unless she's unless she's why would she climb through a window towards a gun?
Well, see,
So
they
it's
make
more
it
than
sound like that she's crawling through the window, but what actually happened was, if you guys can understand this, is that the window is broken. The threshold of the window is like this, like this high off the ground. It's like 4 feet, right? And so a guy is physically lifting her up so that she can kind of go through the window. When he lifts her up, that's when the officer fires. It's not like she was even crawling towards the guy. That's another way that they do that.
Yeah.
I do wish Marky was here. $10 comes in from Fuck It Button. The degree liberals have absolutely lost their minds and ran their lives for a decade over nothing to where they have to resort to hindsight hypotheticals is hilarious. Fuck them all. Orange man good.
I think the worst thing was and again, I think I was fairly charitable to the other side when acknowledging when things could be interpreted differently, and I got none of that from the other way around.
Well, look,
yeah,
Destiny was off his game tonight. That dev guy literally spews out nonsense as fact. And here's the problem that I have. If I say something to you, like, I don't know, that, Trump asked Pelosi, or Trump asked for more National Guard and more Capitol Police because he knew it was going to be a big event. If I tell you that, and then I say that Pelosi essentially refused to do that. Now, what you're going to do is you're going to take that and you're going to go, that sounds reasonable. Let me look into that. And you're going to check that out. What happens with the Democrats 90% of the time is whatever rhetoric that they wed themselves to. And I called Destiny on it many times tonight. He's literally bonded to this rhetoric that we now know to not be the case.
Yeah.
Or he's using the absolute worst version of it. Well, why did Trump not call off the, why was he tweeting this peaceful,
remain
protest,
calm, remain
right?
peaceful.
Yeah, remain in control, be peaceful. Why was he tweeting that out instead of stop what you're doing? Well, the information that we have now is that Trump at that time was still speaking or had just stopped speaking, and he really didn't understand the extent of what it was going through, right? And then they'll pull out. Well, later, a couple of 3 hours later, while this was still all going on, and Ashley Babbitt gets shot, they say, well, Trump could have stopped that by simply having sent the National Guard in, and he was sitting there tweeting to the congressmen and everything else, or calling people, and he was doing business instead of paying attention to the riot. Okay, sure, absolutely. However, if he doesn't have any actual knowledge of this, he doesn't have a video feed that we know about. He doesn't know. I mean, his kids are tweeting saying, "Hey, Dad, it's really bad. You should stop this." Right? And I believe that happened. I've never seen a text. The Democrats repeat this over and over and over again, but I maybe I need to look harder, but I've never seen the text from his kids saying that. I don't think Don Jr. I'm not sure that Don Jr. tweeted that or texted that to him or what messaged him or whatever. Maybe it happened. But again, and not making excuses for the guy, but if you get I don't look at my phone every 2 minutes. If I get a phone call. You saw me tonight. It might be 5 minutes before I look at my phone. I'm sitting here having a conversation. I'm doing stuff. So there's no grace given. There's no understanding given. What they want is hey, the minute his kids called, he should have jumped on the phone and did something about what was going on. And what they're doing is they're attributing something. They're attributing motive. And again, I called Destiny on this. They're attributing motive to where they don't know what the motive is.
Right? Well, they did that. I mean, they did that pretty much the whole time. They make assumptions about the order of events, conflate different things. They attribute malice. And stupidity is always an actual thing. That was true in my own situation. They refused to believe it, and it's like it's very interesting when I
was trying to get this in edgewise, but I had a friend that I think I told you I had a friend of mine there. He was a firearms dealer in Missouri. I shoot with him. He's a competitive shooter. He's a really good guy. He was there, and he walked through. Now, I don't think he was there in the first round. I'm not really sure. He was interviewed by the FBI and all of that. They didn't really fuck with him because he was he's a firearms dealer. He knows a lot of cops. The FBI kind of just kept interviewing him over and over and over again. And, there were some other things that happened, and then he couldn't talk about it under advice of a lawyer. He wouldn't talk. He'd never say anything about it.
Yeah.
And he was pardoned. So obviously there was something in there, right? But he never went to jail or anything that I know of. But at the end of the day, I still will give the most charitable I would give the most charitable version of Biden, right? If it were the case that Trump had not overwhelmingly won and it was close, or there was evidence of voter tampering, election fraud, that kind of thing, I'm man enough to say, yeah, I'd want that reconciled. Back, when Bush Gore, I wasn't able. I was just barely able to vote, but I wasn't really politically astute. But I understood that it was very important to settle it. Now you saw how they would hand wave off. You mentioned Bush Gore, and they're like, Bush Gore, who cares? It's all old news. But it's very relevant to what's going on. Now, the contention is that, this deal with Pence, where he goes to Pence and say, hey, just, don't, and they also mischaracterize this, I believe. Now, I'm going to find the exact transcript if I possibly can, because this is something they say all the time. They say this all the time. They say that he tried to bully Pence into declaring him the victor. That's not how I remember it as it was happening when it was being covered in national news. My recollection is that he told Pence, we need to slow this down. Don't certify the election until we have either proof that everything's valid or we have proof that's not. Everybody, the entire Democrat machine, the entire leftist machine was literally doing everything they could to just get that election certified as quickly as they could. They were obfuscating. They were blocking access to Dominion. There were a lot of things that were going on that if it were done now, that would be like Trump would be, they castrate him for it, right? Like this or castigate him for it. And it would, so I just don't.
It's funny with the Pence thing. I didn't get to get this out. I was trying to respond to. Remember they mentioned the 2-something p.m. tweet where he mentions Mike Pence didn't have the courage to do the right thing. I was going to say I was in the crypt. And they didn't want to hear they were asking, what do you think someone would think when they saw that? And I'm like, well, here's what I thought. Like, we don't care what you think. It's like, I had actually thought, and so incorrectly, I thought that Pence certified it at that time. And I was like, oh, okay, it's done. We're done. That's it. And so that was it. I didn't riot after that. I left. I went home after that.
Right. I think that's something. Well, I'm gonna talk about that in just a minute. So, Mullet Baby, if the Dems did nothing wrong, why did the J6 Commission delete hard drives and shred documents hours before Trump took office the second time? If that actually happened, I've not heard that. If that can be corroborated, that's a serious thorn in the side.
I don't know about the time frame, but yeah, the J6 Select Committee is supposed to have destroyed or lost a lot of their information, a lot of their interviews and stuff like that. And why they also need to be
I would
pardoned.
lose it too if I were denying citizens rights. I would delete that shit too.
Yeah,
I'm just saying. Right, like I've heard not just from you, Tim, but I've heard from many J6ers how their rights were denied, and
this is the hard part about I don't know, how do I phrase this? This is like there's so many different aspects to this because for most of the people in the debate, like this is a news story on TV or it's something you research for an argument. But for me, like I witnessed men in jail. I watched their faces just go cold, just turn white like ghosts. They're watching because we were in DC when they had those stupid select committees. These guys hadn't gone to trial. They were prejudicing any potential jury by saying all their names and playing video and stuff out of context. And it's just like, yeah, you're right. There's a lot of due process violations.
The entire DC trial, literally, if Trump wants to win, if Trump really wants to win hearts and minds among most sane people in this country, what he really needs to do is he needs to really focus an investigation on the J6 trials, because that was horrible. You had a lot of people denied their basic rights. You had a lot of people who were tried quasi-legally for things that there was no proof that they ever did, and they were convicted of this. Or if they didn't, they were pushed so hard, they were threatened so much that they would just take the sentence. They would just plead.
Yeah,
and that's why the pardons were so important, right? That's why the pardons were so important. Biden also pardoned them. That's correct. Biden preemptively, I mean, Biden didn't, the autopin did. The autopin preemptively pardoned all the J6 committee, as far as I'm aware. You can double check me on that. Somebody fact check me, but I'm pretty sure that literally everybody on the J6 committee has been pre-pardoned, which is crazy. So, and it was interesting because Wick could not help but consistently move or change the last question. When the rhetorical or the hypothetical that he kept asking me about, would I vote for Trump? If Trump said, yeah, I absolutely committed, fraud or whatever, and I did it, and I knew I did it, and I incited this riot, and you guys don't know it, but I had a radio in I had one of those earwigs in my ear, and I was, when I'd talk behind my hand, I was giving orders to 10 dudes down there that I had hired, 10 fucking Russian operatives that came in under my, and just fucking fucked everybody up. Steele dossier was real, bitches. I got you all. Fuck you. If he came out and said that, damn right I'm not voting for that son of a bitch. Hell no. Right? If that's the kind of, or whatever. But he kept saying, well, what about if, he changed it from being in a court of law? And I'm like, I don't know what court, even if Trump came out today and said, yeah, I did that. Sure. I did it. What are you going to prosecute him for?
Nothing with his immunity, I guess.
Right. So, not Lowe's 2, there is zero, and I mean zero evidence. And I double dog dare you to go find some evidence that Trump is a PDF file. Double dog dare you. But yet almost every Democrat in office right now, I can find, I could probably within an hour find evidence that they have at least been accused of it. And there's evidence that they just, got hand waved off. So take your lefty nonsense and keep it to yourself.
Did you see that the clip where the congresswoman from the Virgin Islands, she's getting an in real time text message from Epstein telling her how to speak during one of their hearings?
No, I did not see that, but that would be fucking hilarious. Not Lowe's 2. I'm smarter than you. Guaranteed, 100%.
But are you smarter than a Tim grader?
Than a what?
A Tim grader.
A Tim grader. Is that some reference to Tim Pool and his lack of hair? Oh, Tim Hale. I got you. Right.
Grader.
I got you. Anyway, yeah, that sounds like content. Sure. When the pardons are on the rise, but medals of honor are dropping off, that is a bad omen. I actually agree with that. That is an excellent point. Epstein was texting the congresswoman in real time while they were questioning Trump's administration back in 2017 or 2018.
Yeah.
Wait, wasn't he in jail? 2017? Because he was about to get offed, right?
He was. When did he actually get? He was definitely prosecuted in that during that admin, but I don't.
Maybe he's out on bail or something.
He had multiple. Didn't he have multiple prosecutions? Am I misremembering?
I think they rolled it into one prosecution, but dangerous, man. I'm interested in that because if that was in like 2017 or 2018, I'm like 90%. That might be why he got Epstein. That might be why. But I got some good. We're going to get some good clips out of this, and especially me telling Destiny to stop lying. Stop lying. You're lying. Stop lying. All right. Not Lowe's 2 says Israel's spies have a lot of power, blackmail on our politicians. You think? You think so? What do you think, Tim?
Honestly, I think there's everything has nuance. I think there's some nuance here. Honestly, I don't look at Israel as the parasitic. How do I put this? I look at Israel no different than the UK. So I don't think it's uniquely evil or powerful over the US. I think the Five Eyes nations, the Five Eyes intelligence.
Yeah,
there's different versions of this. There's an expanded one that includes France and so on. I think Israel's just part of an intelligence network. It's just our footprint in the Middle East that we took over from the British Empire, essentially. We're the first country to recognize them in 1948. I do think that Israel does some less than ideal things, but I think I think largely it's just their flag is just a mirage that hides America's global empire, basically.
I'm getting a message. Stand by.
This Destiny guy, nobody watches him, folks. Nobody. He screams at a screen all day. Thinks he's brilliant. Total loser. I deal with presidents and generals. He debates cartoons and Discord weirdos. And then he gets on stream pretending to be a tough guy, while he's better known for sucking sausages than making sense. Absolutely. Very sad. Total loser. This Destiny guy, nobody watches him, folks. Nobody. This Destiny guy, nobody
watches him, folks. Nobody. Very sad. Total loser.
It was so funny when he called. I don't remember who he called. He basically called someone a cocksucker or whatever, and then like everybody was like, "You're gay."
Oh man, that was awesome. That was fucking great. It needs a little more audio. The audio is a little low on it, but we can boost that. Yeah, I'll work on that. Sure. So it's interesting. The whole puppet Israel thing is weird to me because honestly, our politicians have enough graft here. I don't think the Israelis could pay enough. Right?
Yeah.
I mean, let's look at this. Tim Walz literally built a couple of $1 billion, probably. We don't know for sure. We'll never know for sure how much money he personally stole from the taxpayers. But let's just be generous and say it's $200-300 million. Israel's not going to pay Tim Walz $300 million. That's not going to happen. You know? I think all the guys who run around Israel's paying off your politicians. I think you're idiots. I think you're stupid, and you need to look closer to home because we honestly don't have to go to Israel to pay for politicians. There's enough graft here that it's okay. Now those two, you're the stupid fucker that lives in Canada land. Like, why are you even? I got to be honest. I am impressed that you know how to use YouTube. I'm even more impressed that you can almost type, but you're still a dumbass and you don't understand economics. You continuously act like you do, and you're literally stupid. Politicians in America don't have to go overseas to get fucking paid. They can just do it here.
Canada's a real country, just like Australia.
Right. America has spent $8 trillion on wars for Israel over the last 25 years. I don't think
depends on how you would look at that. I mean, when you say spent, are you talking about foreign aid or are you talking about the war in Iraq?
I think he's talking about us going into Iraq and Iran and Afghanistan and all that.
Yeah, I mean, if fair enough if you want to reduce all of that to just Israel, but again, I look at it more as America maintaining its global footprint. And I think that in terms of the money stuff, I do think, I think politicians probably get kickbacks and stuff. Sure. But I think the blackmail is a bigger factor than the bribes. But yeah, they might go hand in hand.
Yeah. First of all, I agree with Smoking Spaceman. Israel is a boogeyman to distract from liberal economic order and other globalists. Yep, that's fucking true. That finally a smart comment from Smoking Spaceman.
I think also, two things can be true at the same time. Israel is involved in a lot of influence operations, but so are the Arabs, so are the Russians, so are the Chinese, and so
are the British, so are the Indians. Oh, you know what? Oh, fuck. I'm going to change the entire topic of this discussion because this is a preemptive strike against tomorrow night's show. Do you know what the number one visa is in the USA right now to come to the USA? Huh?
I'm going to guess it's Australia.
No, the number one visa to come to the type of visa that people get.
Oh, not the H-1B?
Not H-1B. Not even fucking close.
Never really thought about it.
They're not even in the ballpark. The O-1B, which is for entertainers. It's the OnlyFans bitches on social media. That's the number one that's the fastest growing and number one visa type coming to America right now today. We're not importing smart Indian motherfuckers to work on our computers. We're importing hoes. We are in bulk.
The big booty Latinas can stay.
Big booty Latinas apparently are a thing. That is now tell me Israel's in on that one, buddy. Tell me, come at me with this. Israel ain't got no big booty Latinas.
So those IDF chicks that are
those IDF chicks. They take their smocks off. CTCV Australia doesn't even exist. It's a movie set in Texas and Arizona. That's right. I'm not happy. I think it's fucking hilarious. You'd rather have hoes than Somalians? Fair. That's fair point. I'll allow that.
I disavow all Somalian hoes.
Yeah, there are no Somalian hoes except Ilhan Omar. Helping Hound says it's not just it's not just of chicas, it's also mariachi and 3 dudes at full sail. So it's to get in on an O1 B, they have to prove income, and they do that through OnlyFans, YouTube, TikTok, all of that. They have to prove like a real following. So they have to have X number of fans. They have to have X number of videos out there. They have to, so they have to like, there's some hoops they have to jump through. But for bitches, it's easy. They show tits, they get they get money. That's what happens. And so that's the number one visa right now, which is insane.
I wouldn't have even thought of it. I mean, I know obviously.
Right? I didn't think of it either. That popped up. Somebody sent me that the other day. They're like, "Hey, check this out. I think you find this interesting." And I'm like, "Motherfucker!"
I'm so used to associating like the hoes traveling and stuff with like people, chicks going to Saudi Arabia or Kuwait or something like that. I didn't even occur to me that all these foreign hoes. But yeah,
foreign hoes. We important hoes.
Yeah. Yeah,
in bulk, apparently. Apparently, we're importing in bulk.
Right. Yeah. When you look at the whatever show, I think about how many times like some foreign woman comes on there to So yeah, it doesn't surprise me actually.
Yeah,
I was surprised, but I'm no longer surprised.
Yeah. So Smoking Spaceman says, "I'm for ending all immigration into the country until the deficit and the debt is solved and gone." You know what?
I agree.
I don't disagree. I think there's some caveats to that. Sign of a devolving society. Well, you know what? Canada is 90% owned by the Chinese, so you better start learning Mandarin, bitch.
How many immigrants has Canada taken in the past 10 years? Hasn't their population increased by like 10 million or something? So
the reason for that is Canada has a lower level of citizenship through investment than the U.S. does. The requirements are just very low, and so what the Chinese would do is they go in to like Toronto, for example, and the minimum investment was like 500 grand Canadian, which is like 350 grand American. And so they'll go in and they'll buy a house. But let's say that you're selling a house and your house is worth $250,000 and you have it for sale for $250,000. They come in, they offer you 500 grand, which you're going to take. The reason it needs to be 500 grand is that's the amount that they need to invest. So now all of the houses in that neighborhood that go up for sale end up being bought by Chinese for at least $500,000. And it just continuously drives the market value up. And they own entire neighborhoods, large amount of real estate in the Toronto area and other areas. And so so that's what's going on. And so now they're starting to, as always, right? Like once your society is, and pulls these people in, and the Chinese they assimilate, right? Like they get jobs in the area. Yeah. They go to school with your kids. They do all of the things that proper immigrants should do, and they're doing it to be legal. So the next thing you know, they're running for office. And now you're and no, look, I'm not saying this is a problem, right? Like I'm not saying that that's a problem. That I don't think the Chinese are doing this to be evil, but that's the law. That's the way the law works in Canada. So that for these people to immigrate, and what that's really done is that's pushed Canadians who could afford a $250,000 Canadian house out because they can't afford to live in that market. They can't afford to buy a house in that market.
Yeah.
And so that's just the way it is. Dangerous Loaf of Bread says most people don't even realize that between 700K and 800K on average, people have been made into citizens in our country since 2000. I just found this out. I'm assuming he's Canadian. It's just so much worse than people realize. Yeah, right. And that's the thing, right? Now, this is Dangerous Loaf of Bread says 20 million people have been naturalized since 2000. 22 million illegals minimum were here per year. Oh, now he's in U.S. In 2018, and minimum 15 million illegals came in under Biden after 2021. Now, here's the problem. The problem is that in our country, we are not doing what, at least Canada didn't really have a flood of illegals coming in. Not yet, anyway. But what they had is they had legal immigration that has basically driven up their cost of living a lot. And it's just the way it is. So yeah, it's going to be interesting. So
yeah, it threw me off when you first said. I was like, they only have 40 million people in Canada. They have 22 million people. I was like, that's half the population. I couldn't.
Right. Yeah, half of that. Yeah. So it's Canada is irrelevant, and nobody gives a fuck. You don't even have a real military. I honestly, huh?
You guys saying they want 100 million people. I think he's talking about Canada.
Oh yeah, yeah. Well, I've seen this. There's some propaganda that goes around. It says Canadian land wants to reach 100 million by the end of the century, so that they have the human resources. They have a lot of natural resources. It's just very difficult to live up there, outside of like Toronto and some other. But once you get out away from the cities, it's fucking bush.
Well, they have the Canadian Shield. It's like they could build so much more if the land wasn't so rocky and like horrible for construction.
Well, it's frozen 8 months of the year. Yeah. you get to use it for literally like 4 months, right?
Yeah.
So yeah, dangerous loaf of bread. I figured that out, buddy. I figured that out. I got you, bro.
We're gonna get Alberta. We need Alberta for national security. 51st state.
52nd state. Venezuela is going to be the 51st.
Oh, fair.
Yeah, I figured that out. Dangerous loaf of bread. I apologize, buddy. We're good. Pound it. Yeah. Yeah. So I mean, Venezuela. I got in the habit of saying it fucked up to piss off non-smoker the other night in a debate. So
it would be interesting because Venezuela is like the United States, actually. In theory, it's a federal republic, so it has its own states. And so to make Venezuela one whole state would be probably a slap in their fucking face.
We'll just make it the 51st through 58th states. And so yeah, we can just listen to my plan here. Listen to my plan. I got this, bro. Okay. I am the president that you need, but I won't be. So here's the thing. We take over Venezuela. We install, or we make it a state, not a territory, a state. We can do a territory. You know what? Let's just do territory. No right to vote in American elections. You're just a territory. You're not a citizen. You're something close to it. You're citizen light. Okay.
You'd be a national, like American Samoa.
You're an American national, but you're not a citizen. And what we do see is we deport all of the Somalis and the Haitians and all of these illegals. Anybody that doesn't have a green card, a proper one, a real one, or citizenship. We're not going to deport them. We're going to relocate them to the territories. Huh?
I guess.
I mean, look, the Democrats can't be mad because we're not deporting them. We're relocating them.
They'd be like, it's like the
government-funded relocation. The government-funded relocation.
You're like the Cherokee.
No. Totally not like that. Totally not like that. Totally not like that. Don't talk about my people like that.
Okay. The Chickasaw.
The Seminoles. I think what you're thinking about is the Seminole, who got all pushed down to the tip of Florida, and they hit the ocean, and they're like, "We can't go any further, boss."
The Great Value Muskogee.
Yeah. No. Look, a helping hand is the auxiliary. That's right. Look, I'm not saying that we deport them anymore. So we stop all deport. Trump can come out tomorrow and say we're stopping all deportations. Deportation, bad idea. I was sorry about that, guys. I fucked up. Here's what we're going to do. It's a great plan. It's a wonderful plan. It's the best plan ever. Then I just made a deal. Dark of the night, tip of the knife. A little ink, tattooed in blood. Venezuela is now U.S. territory. And we're going to start relocating. We're relocating people. So that's what. Yeah, my dangerous loaf of bread's like, it might work. They'd have to work, though. No more government teat to suck on. That's right. Then my humanity will kick in. Yeah, as soon as they're all in Venezuela, my humanity kicks right in. Yeah. Look, it's the land of opportunity. There's oil, bananas. You can have a farm. It's literally a banana republic. What are you talking about?
The Linda Carthage must be destroyed.
I'm just saying. I'm the president you need, but the president that can't be.
You see the memes of Rubio? They just keep changing him to be the president of Greenland, the president of Venezuela, the president of
seriously though, it would work though. Look, and then see, but the best part is then we expand. El Salvador becomes, Texas, South Texas. Colombia becomes Ohio too.
Brazil becomes Maine with jungle Maine.
Yeah, I'm just saying it could work. Nalos too. You are not a smart individual, sir. And these are barely jokes. Like I kind of actually mean this shit. Like it would really work. That's what we did with Puerto Rico.
My people deserve representation.
No, they don't.
Wow.
You know how Puerto Ricans get the right to vote? Does anybody know this besides Tim? I know Tim knows this.
They moved to New Jersey.
They have to serve in the military.
Yeah.
To get the right to vote. Normal Puerto Ricans, they can't vote.
Yeah.
I don't know if you knew that.
I don't agree with it personally.
I know you don't.
I'm not a Republican, for the record. Just I keep.
I know you're like one step right of lefty.
Wow. Yeah. So, like, from my perspective, I think of the founders and how they, the Northwest Territory became Ohio and Indiana and all that. Like, I don't believe that the country was founded to have citizens held in perpetual territory status. And Puerto Rico has the highest. You have Guam, you have the Marianas. Puerto Rico has like 3 million people, and it's been a territory since the Spanish-American War. We took it after that war was in 1898, and it's just like
it's true.
It's not just. Maybe it's just ethnic nepotism, but I resent the idea that we have second-class citizens. And I think the reasons typically is just Republicans don't want to risk a Democrat senator, but they elect Republicans too. It's not that clear cut. And so I think it's just like a corrupt bargain both parties have. Maybe it's emotional.
I think the current issue with Puerto Rico is what happened back in 2018 with the massive storm that took out all the power and everything. And the governor or whatever her position was basically spit on Trump's effort to help and deprived citizens of necessary aid, all the while saying that Trump wasn't sending it while it was literally sitting in a warehouse on the dock. I think that's the big problem right now that you would have. And the thing is that but the problem is that it seems like something like that with Puerto Rico. It seems like something like that happens every 10 or 15 years where like everybody's like, oh yeah, Puerto Rico is a state. Yeah, we could see that. Yeah. Or, maybe not even a state, just give the citizens of Puerto Rico the right to vote. whatever. If we're not ready for a 51st state, just say, hey, you know what? If you're a citizen of Puerto Rico, it's like DC, right? You get the vote.
Yeah.
100%. I think I don't have a problem with it. I don't think most people have a problem with it. But you do have politicians who look at it, and they look at like every few years, I'd say 10 to 15 years, there's some gangster ass shit that happens in Puerto Rico that makes it and it's always by some leftist, like that mayor or governor, whatever she was like a raging leftist, like crazy.
So, like the thing, like Puerto Rico, it used to have, because it's always been a territory. It had there was this thing called Operation Bootstrap, and it led to huge investments by businesses and stuff into Puerto Rico.
Yes,
and then they took that back, those tax codes, whatever, and slowly the islands just become more impoverished. And should you have to provide incentives to, like, I understand the argument from if the argument is purely economic, that it's not going to be able to sustain itself as a state. I can see that, but for the longest time, you had like Mississippi or Alabama might have been seen as really poor, but they were still one of the oldest states after the original 13. I don't think the economic, but there's corruption, and I understand that, but that's true everywhere. I would never say New York can't be a state because it's corrupt. But that's an interesting angle you're at. Technically, we don't give DC senators like they would if they were a state or something, but we do give them electoral votes. So DC does have they do get electors that get counted in elections as if they were a state. So I think it would be 3, as if they had 2 senators and 1 congressman. They get 3 electors, I believe. So maybe they could do that for Puerto Rico.
Yeah, look, I'm not super versed on Puerto Rico. I've been there. I've had a bunch of friends from there. I've had employees from there. It just always seems like there's some, like, Puerto Rico gets like really high on people's list of hey, we're going to deal with this, and then it just kind of goes right off the edge. Star Platinum says Article 5 of NATO. They've proven their loyalty time and time again in blood. We've enjoyed a peaceful border with them for 250 years. That's not exactly true. We had a French and Indian War. It was fairly bloody.
Talking about Canada?
Yeah.
People really overextend. They really project retroactively the Anglo-American friendship or establishment. Even into the late 1800s, there was serious crises between the United States. Matter of fact, Venezuela was a huge boiling point between the Americans and the British. That could have gone a completely different way. We arbitrated to stop them from getting involved in Venezuela with Guyana. America and the British were not best friends, including Canada, until very recently.
I mean, that's true. I guess, so I'm gonna answer this deal about Canada. My problem, the reason I talk shit about Canadian land is because they constantly fuck themselves. So I'm gonna give you one of the best examples I possibly can of Canadians literally bending over and taking it in the ass from their own countrymen, and just right in that dick for all it's worth. So not long ago, the Canada used to supply a lot of lumber and wood items to timber to upstate New York, Maine, Maryland, basically the entire Eastern Seaboard. It started to get expensive to ship material down all the way to the south, so they actually ended up buying a bunch of timberland in Georgia, Tennessee, Alabama, and especially Louisiana. And that allowed them to basically corner the timber market for a short period of time. They weren't getting taxed on it very much. And then somebody realized that, hey, The reason that these Canadian companies can do this is because we're not taxing them very much when they bring this stuff into America, and as a foreign country, in a lot of these states, they don't recognize them as a doing business in their state because they're a foreign company, and so they were skirting some taxes there. So they actually fixed that, and so that America fixed that, and now it became way more competitive again. So what some enterprising Americans did is they figured out the very best timber in the world is southern pine, which is Tennessee, Georgia, Alabama, Mississippi, and Louisiana. Southern pine grown in South America, in Brazil, all of that. And so they bought up massive amounts of land. They started growing trees. They grow faster, they grow straighter, they grow with less knots. The yield is higher, and it's cheaper because they just load it onto a fucking boat and ship it right up here. And it's like a 2-day sale. So Canada had the same opportunity. Canadian companies had the same opportunity to invest in South America, but they didn't do it. And then what they really complained, because the U.S. was taxing them, but then their own country started taxing them on wood that they sent into another country. And they do the same thing with everything that goes into or out of Canada. And so when I used to race at Mo Sport and Trois every year, 3 years. And we used to race there. Well, maybe not every year, mostly years. Every time I go to Mo Sport, especially the border crossing there, no problem. The border crossing coming back, you literally have to have the same number of tires coming out of the country as went in. If we couldn't throw away our used tires in Canada, we couldn't sell used tires to local race teams to offset their budget, because we were pro, so we would use them. Like when we were done with tires, they were still really good tires. We couldn't sell them to the Canadians at all, because when we got to the border, they'd count them, and if we had any missing, they would tax us on it. And so what happened is that we stopped doing anything to help the Canadian teams at all. Like they just fuck themselves all the time. I don't know what it is.
Because Canada stands don't deserve help.
Notlos 2 says, sucks that your country sells poisonous food no one wants. The fuck you're talking about? We export food all over the fucking planet. You're an idiot.
Have you heard of McDonald's?
Oh, maybe that's what he's talking about.
Pretty sure they have McDonald's in Antarctica.
Yeah, probably do. They probably do. That's probably not a lie. That's probably not even a joke. There probably is McDonald's there.
I wouldn't be surprised.
Well, actually, probably not. I don't think you can own land in Antarctica, and McDonald's is really only interested in owning the real estate.
Yeah. They have them in the McMurdo research base. Maybe, I don't know.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I love this one. Oh, let's see. Oh my God, fuck it button. Right, but I got free healthcare that sucks so bad that people come to America for healthcare. Free dental that is shit. 1 to 2 years maternity leave. You dumb fuck. Maturity leave. Did you see that shit? Maternity leave for mother or father. We have that too, by the way. In our country, a lot of women, once they have children, they don't have to work because their husband can make enough money to support them, as long as they don't try and live like every rich person. Way less murders. You literally have half the people. I think per cap, you're still pretty damn close. And by the way, the things that we count as murders, you don't. Just to put that out there. I just spilled a whole fucking thing here.
Good job.
Yeah.
Proud of you.
Yeah,
The thing about healthcare, you notice like one of the biggest arguments against Canada
fun,
joining
Tim, I'll
the
be
U.S. It's always, oh, well, we don't want to lose our healthcare. We join there's no reason states can't have their own healthcare systems. I remember Mitt Romney.
Tennessee does.
One of the criticisms against Mitt Romney when he was running for the Republican nominations, Republicans were always complaining that he had a liberal healthcare system up in Massachusetts. So I don't understand why basic federalism wouldn't allow the states formed from Canadian provinces to keep their healthcare system. I don't see why the federal government would have to replace what they have. And I also think states could have interstate compacts as well. So that's my opinion. What do we got here? McDonald's, like Waffle House, maintains a rapid response force, which can serve McDonald's in disaster areas and even war zones. I know that it's like, I mean, I think it's funny, but I think that's actually true to an extent. They actually are able to measure how bad certain storms are based on how many Waffle Houses stay open or something like that. I don't know the full story there. I don't know how that applies to McDonald's though. But anyway, free healthcare, huge taxes. They pay taxes on taxes, then the leftover gets taxed. Oi there. You got appointment for that there tax. Did you say you're on a cell phone eating dick? What? No, he's on a cell phone eating a shoulder. Very different statement. So your country is not Lowe's. Your country you consider what, battery murder? I don't know how to read that. So your country consider what battery murder? I don't know what you mean by that. What if they don't want to be part of the U.S.? Is that good enough? No, it's not. I live in Tennessee. I'm from South Florida, though. I've been here about 8 years. Oh, good for you. Good for you. I'm from New Jersey. It's a shithole, but I was born here. I've lived here my whole life. I don't want to move, but I love Florida and I love the South. It's just a little too empty for my taste. Pretty sure they take money from Medicare or Medicaid to pay for that, though. Yeah, I mean that's fair, and I'm sure there would be overlap between the federal system or the federal programs, I guess. But I don't know. I don't see why we couldn't make adjustments for that. We do that with territories. Like we actually make adjustments for immigration rules in some of our territories in the Pacific. Like I think the Mariana Islands actually, whoa, I see you kind of, but not really.
Yeah, give me a second.
Oh my.
Oh my. Hey, I live in Tennessee. Tennessee is the best.
Is it the best?
It is. Proven scientifically.
Huh, I believe it. I saw a study on that. Let's see.
That's why everybody wants to move here, but we're full. Move here. We're absolutely full.
This is secondhand information. I hear Tennessee's becoming more blue because of Nashville specifically. Is that true? Or
Nashville's actually turning purple again. It was blue. Memphis is the hardcore blue area. Knoxville's kind of blue, but it's also turning more purple than blue. But fucking Memphis, man, just terrible. Just terrible.
Sorry.
Never again.
Never forget the Great Memphis War.
Yeah, we're losing a lot of good. We're losing a lot of good opportunities out there in Memphis land.
Yeah.
It's
the engine of the state. Smoky Mountains here. Canada spends 12.5% of its GDP for healthcare. America spends 18%. Not sure if that's good or bad.
Well, I mean, I believe, now fact check me on this, somebody. We live longer than Canadians. We are in better health longer than Canadians. So suck it.
Oh, thank you, Glenn Lawrence.
Glenn.
Lawrence up in the house?
Yeah, he says you guys did good against the gremlin, the Coomer gremlin.
Of course I did.
What's up,
He never had a chance. He never saw it coming.
How you doing, Glenn?
Of course, the only time he does see it coming is on his face. So there you go.
Oh my! Now, no need to be graphic.
There we go. All right.
Be considerate, Grid. Somebody's son.
I am considerate. I am being considerate. Look, Destiny's the only man I know that has gone on a major podcast and said, with his chest, sometimes you just need to suck a dick. And then, because I didn't believe it, I thought, did I hear that right? He's like, and the Hodge twins were like, what? And he's like, yeah, sometimes you just really you're just in the mood for a big throbbing cock. And Destiny said that 100%. So he gets no quarter, baby. None. He you can't say that full chest put that out there for the world and me not use that. Come on, man. No way.
Sometimes you gotta mow the lawn. Sometimes you gotta suck one. I don't know. I guess.
Like, you just can't. No, you can't put that. Man, I'm going to use that.
I think I'm making that makes me want to make a parody. You remember, the Disney movie Mulan. The song "To Be a Man, You Must Be Swift as a To Be a Man, You Must Be Destiny."
Better primary healthcare focus. Bullshit. Not those two. You have the most. If copium was a real drug, you'd be mainlining that shit 24/7 to stay alive. You cope so much, there's no cope left for the rest of us. As a matter of fact, the Coomer Gremlin may not make it through the night because you're stealing his copium supply.
I've always wondered, I have my reservations about, especially having been imprisoned, I have my reservations about government healthcare.
Right.
But I wonder, because again, America is a specific thing. I hear a lot of good things about the social democratic capitalism of like Northern European countries, Canada. How much of it do you think is cope versus just like, I've heard really fucked up things like them being encouraged to, self-delete because they have conditions that they just don't want to pay for to treat or something like that in Canada. How much of it is,
I've heard the same thing. I have heard that. I'm not going to lie. I've heard a bunch of different things. Not necessarily from Canadian land, but definitely from other nations. And not that they're encouraged to self-delete, but just that they're given the outlook that, hey, you are, look, here's the deal. More than likely, your life's going to suck from now on, right? Like, you're going to be an invalid, you're going to be in a wheelchair. This is going to be a drain on your kids. It's going to be a drain. And while I don't think that they're encouraged to self-delete, because that would be unethical on a lot of levels. But I think that there are a lot more. I think in America, we give the best possible outlook. You're going to get better. We're gonna make it right. We've got top men working on your case, and they are going to, they're gonna solve it. And if we can't, we're gonna make you comfortable. We're gonna do the best we can to restore you to as normal a life as you can. I don't think other countries do that. Now, I could be wrong.
I don't know. I don't know how the Hippocratic Oath. I don't know. I've never actually.
Do you think other countries actually do that?
I mean, I would think, but I also know that assisted blank.
Yes, assisted offing yourself is legal in Switzerland. Do you think there's a Hippocratic Oath there?
In theory, right? But I don't know in practice. I think it's the same in Iceland. I think there comes a point where you're so empathetic you don't realize you're becoming inhuman by. Anyway, I don't know, but yeah.
Okay, let me. First of all, hey, Glenn Lawrence, my man. The Coomer Gremlin is savoring the flavor that's on his face. Yes, Yes, it is. And we got Not Laws 2 here. He can't lose fast enough, folks. He keeps rolling in the loss. He keeps rolling in the mass amount of fail. Here we go, guys. Universal healthcare in Canadian land ensures broader access, while U.S. access is tied to employment, income, or age, leading to disparities. You know, you are right, but not in the way you think. A dirt poor motherfucker that does not have a job, sits on their ass 24/7, can milk the system for a shit ton of money. But a employed, healthy man or woman will get reamed by the healthcare system, and they will be denied the same healthcare that the poor guy is. And if you don't believe me, I have a union rep sitting right next to me right now who will say what I just said.
What he said.
That's why unions exist in America, is because the working man, whether or not I agree with the unions, the one thing that I can acknowledge is that at least the unions recognize the disparity between the working class in this country and the people who simply dick ride everyone else for free shit. Right?
Yeah.
And we all know who those people are. We all know somebody. I don't care who you are in America. You know somebody who has a doctor's appointment every motherfucking week.
Yeah, I broke my pinky toe. I gotta go.
Right. Yeah, they get, and you say, hey, well, you know, so our universal health care is better than Canadia's, but just not for the working class. Literacy rate in Canada is 99%. I think you misread that, sir.
He
welcome, was a
Boyd.
union rep.
I don't know what I did,
was a
but
union.
you're welcome. Yeah, I was a union rep for weapons contractors on a naval base. I've also been in unions before that, but I'm not currently a union rep on account of, you know, me being a terror. But yeah, that's I definitely believe in it, and that's why, again, it's another reason I'm not a Republican partisan. I just supported Trump. I'm an independent, and one of the reasons, you know, when Enrique was saying, you know, I hope everything that happened to me happened to you. I know, you know, it was rhetorical, but I definitely am always worried about what's been done to me happening to others, because I know that I could be considered left wing in another time period, and I know unions
You
were
are left wing.
Wow.
I told you, you're one step right of far left. Well, maybe not far left. You're just left, right? I know that. Look, you're a union rep. You believe in social programs. You have, you're a little, hey, there's nothing wrong with that. My mom believes in all that.
The whole left-right paradigm is a farce, man. It's just up and down, not left and right. We just got to be.
That's like saying it's not gay. It's just, shades of gray.
It's not gay.
It's the same thing. Don't do that, man. Not on my show. Look, that's a whole other show, and there's a Coomer Gremlin involved.
Yeah. Oh God. It's under my bed, Ma.
It's
really fun. Yeah. Coomer Gremlin.
Yes, that's true. Our healthcare system does suck. If criminals get better healthcare treatment than law-abiding working citizens do, that's true. And poor people also, just saying. And I'm kind of beating down on the poverty-stricken right now because, my mom is going through kind of a hard time right now. She had a stroke, and she's worked basically her whole life, and she has a retirement. She has some other stuff, and she has Social Security and all that. And she had a minor stroke, and she can't remember anything. And maybe in a year from now she'll be like really close to okay. But I'm hopeful, right? But I'm not convinced. I think the doctors are blowing smoke up my ass. That's okay. I'll take the smoke. I'll take it. But at the risk of sounding, a little bit liberal here, it annoys the fuck out of me that my mom worked her whole life, but because she has a retirement, and she has Social Security, she doesn't get the same level of health care as someone who literally could work but doesn't, and purposefully makes below a given level of income, or doesn't ever show any income. And it even more burns my balls that an illegal immigrant, not in the state of Tennessee, we stopped that shit, but in a lot of states, an illegal immigrant, somebody it's undocumented, that does not pay taxes because they literally steal from their employer, or not steal from their employer, they steal from the tax base by working, for cash from an employer. That person gets better health care thanks to some fucked up laws. So you guys are not, you need to stop on the healthcare thing there, not Lowe's too. You're not gonna win that one. $5 from K2. Keep on trucking. Unions are the best.
I would say that I acknowledge my bias. I would say I think unions are best when they're for people who produce things, actual workers.
Yes.
I think things like
Not the
teachers
union. Teachers union.
Horrible. They're corrupt and horrible. They don't care about children. I think unions should. There was a time when, I don't know the exact amount, a significant percentage of the population, I think maybe 20%, I don't remember how many millions, they were all part of unions, and now it's just dropped because a lot of them are corrupt and they don't offer anything. But I agree with it in principle.
Yeah. The European Union has the Declaration of Geneva, which is a modern revision of the Hippocratic Oath. That's what I thought. I didn't think they had that anymore. $5 comes in from K2. Keep on trucking. Thank you, brother. Sean O'Brien working with Trump. Trump put a pro-labor in National Labor Board, and Tennessee gave out the CDL to illegals. I think did we do that? I don't know if we're doing that. If we are, we're going to fuck them up. We're going to fuck them up in the next election if that's the case.
Oh, interesting. Okay. Yeah, I saw Trump did put in an actual labor secretary. I one of the things I was not always the biggest fan of the first time was
okay. So
the National Labor Relations Act had some again.
All right. So I think you're thinking of another state there, K2. In Tennessee, individuals who are in the U.S. without legal immigration status, undocumented immigrants or illegals, are not eligible for a commercial driver's license, CDL, or any standard driver's license. And as a matter of fact, we actually just passed a law that it's a misdemeanor offense in the state of Tennessee to be caught as an illegal immigrant with an out-of-state driver's license. So if they catch you with an out-of-state, so you're driving through Tennessee, you're from Ohio, and you're a Somali with an Ohio driver's license, and you roll your ass through Tennessee and you get pulled over, it is a misdemeanor offense to be an illegal with a driver's license, even from another state. We will fuck you up. Tennessee and North Carolina are on Duffy's threatening to cut funding for those states. Yeah, I don't give a shit. They can cut all the funding they want, but we're fucking them up on the CDLs and illegal driver's license. Then that happened as of January 1st. Out of state license. It is a misdemeanor offense for an undocumented immigrant to drive in Tennessee using a driver's license or ID issued to undocumented immigrants by another state. As an example, Connecticut or Delaware. CDL requirements. Federal rules mandate that all CDL holders must provide proof of citizenship or lawful presence. Tennessee has been updating its records to comply, requiring thousands of existing CDL holders to provide this documentation. So we're on the We're on it, baby. We're gonna beat them. We're gonna beat them down. Thanks for the $5, my man. I appreciate it.
What
Because,
I mean, what
that's-
kind of funding was he talking about cutting exactly, Duffy? That's the transportation secretary, right? But
they're always threatening to cut money from Tennessee, but Tennessee doesn't get. So the thing about Tennessee is we operate at a budget surplus. So like we take in more in taxes every year than we spend.
Yeah.
So
it's always good because there's always a trap where, and this is why I think it's best to return to federalism, because let's say the shoe was on the other foot and it was a left-wing administration, they always have the ability to hold a state hostage if they don't like how their policies are. So they can just say, well, we're going to withhold funding. It's best not to be reliant on it.
Yeah. I'll read that in just a second. In Tennessee, we don't take a lot of federal money if we can avoid it. So now we do some, I mean, obviously occasionally, but it depends on the strings that it comes with. So 2 years ago, our governor, Governor Lee, literally refused to take federal education funds because they as part of accepting the funds meant that we would have to allow diversity taught in elementary schools. And you know what diversity stands for?
Sometimes.
Trans, gay, all that shit.
Furry. Right.
We literally, yeah. And Tennessee's like, and the governor's like, nah, bro, we ain't cool with that. So we did not take the money. And eventually as a matter of fact, one of the degenerates from Memphis that I was speaking of earlier sued the governor over not taking the money.
Yeah.
And I think they lost. And I think we eventually did take it after they removed the requirements that were offensive to Tennesseans.
Sue them for not taking money. What's the claim there?
Yeah. So, all right. Yeah. Read this grid. Illegal alien who couldn't speak English causes deadly multi-vehicle pileup in Tennessee under Biden era work authorization. Yeah, that's why. That's why the law got passed. That's exactly it, baby. We are not fucking around anymore. Yep.
I remember years ago, this is one of the biggest reasons I was worried about Governor Murphy getting reelected in Jersey. In Jersey, I don't know what it is in
that happened in
Tennessee.
2023, by the way. I'm sorry. I hate to interrupt you, but that happened in 2023, and that's a big part of the reason why we have the law now that if you come and it's being put out there right now, if you come into the state of Tennessee, we don't care if you have a driver's license in another state. We don't care if you have a CDL issued in another state. If you can't back it up with the federal paperwork and properly issued license, they're going to give you a ticket, and it's a misdemeanor. And I don't know what level of misdemeanor it is, but that means that they can write you a ticket, or they can just take your ass to jail, and you have to bond out. So. In the state of Tennessee, misdemeanors can they range from like 1 to 3 level 3 misdemeanor. I'll look into it. I'll have to read the law. Trucking was best money ever made. Sorry about that. Yeah, at a New York CDL. Yeah, see, that's what we're trying to do. So, that's why the roads in Tennessee are terrible. That's not true. Our roads are awesome.
And New Jersey has notoriously bad roads. They're always filling up potholes or whatever. But I heard Pennsylvania is worse in the mountains.
Yeah, Tennessee doesn't do that. Tennessee does not consistently receive more federal funding than we pay to the government. California does, but we don't. Delivering meat and protein. Oh, that's a good job right there. Oh, Murfreesboro. That's where I'm at. Walmart distribution center in Murfreesboro. I know where that is. Walmart in Alabama, Tennessee, North Carolina, and Kentucky all through COVID. Yeah, absolutely. I live in Murfreesboro. I sure do. That's where I live.
Huang incident.
Yeah.
Huang.
Was it in 25? I thought I read it was in 23. In 2023, admitted to Border Patrol agent. Oh, never mind. He was a citizen of China. The Biden administration released him into the country. Okay, never mind. I didn't read down far enough. Yeah. But that's one of the reasons why we have the new law. Not that specific incident, obviously. There are multiple incidents.
Yeah. I'm just gonna be a leftist and never take a win as a win, but cry like a bitch. And now I'm gonna go blame Trump for it. Fuck it button. Good job, fuck it button. Good evening, gentleman. I assume that's a male. FBB Pro March. I can't even see the rest of the name.
What's up, Marte? How are you, sir? Good to see you. Got Glenn Lawrence and Marte hanging around. Marte, you missed a hell of a debate. Hell of a debate. Marte, if you want to come up, man, hit me up over on Discord and I'll pop you up. Clover Tech, if you're still hanging around, man, I'm just about ready to do some gun prattle for about an hour or so, man. If you're still around, if not, we'll keep talking politics, making fun of Canada. Why am I saying that about California? California's tax base is being gutted because most of the higher earners are leaving, registering companies in Montana and other areas. It's just California sucks.
That's why we got to break it into smaller states. The state of Jefferson, right? State of South.
I've heard about that. Yeah. That was actually there.
Yeah, I mean, it's a lot of those counties are really moving forward for that. But have you heard of Greater Idaho?
Mm-hmm. Greater Idaho? I have not.
They're trying to annex. There's two versions. One where they take the eastern portion of Oregon, and one where they take the eastern portion of Washington.
Oh, the eastern portion of both of those countries would love that. Dangerous Loaf of Bread says, correction, Shelbyville. I have a house there. I always say Murfreesboro, but it's technically Shelbyville where I work, right next door. That's true. Murfreesboro's right down the road. I actually, I have a house in Winchester. In-N-Out has moved to Tennessee. It's awesome. California paid $276 billion more than it received last year. That's more than any other state. All right. I'm going to have to look into this. I'm not going to do it right now. We're going to talk about guns here shortly. I'll take your word for it, Star Platinum. I'll take your word for it. Because I don't give a shit enough. We're getting ready to talk guns and shit.
And shit.
So if Clover Tack's here, I can ping him. I'll go fuck with him a little bit. He'll come on. I'll be like, hey man, time to prattle. He might be in bed though. He's old,
Yeah.
So I kind of like this. I have the debate and then I do some. I'm actually shocked that my Twitch hasn't been nuked.
I mean, I don't really know much about Twitch. So I don't know how bad it really is in terms of platform.
It's AI sucks, so it doesn't matter. Marte, are you still in here? You want to come out and you want to come up and prattle on for a few minutes, about maybe an hour?
What happened to
Glenn? Don't leave Glenn.
Yeah, Glenn can come up.
I haven't talked to him in a while, actually.
I haven't talked. I don't think nobody's talked to Glenn in a while. He's been busy. He's been trying to make moves, man. Trying to get his shit together and stuff. So, it's important stuff.
Shit's got to be somewhere, so you better get your shit together.
Yeah.
Your daddy is still here.
Who's daddy?
Dad. Come here, young buck. Embrace.
Oh man, WMD deleted a message from K2. Got to go troll Mr. Bills. Have a good stream. Grid One. I'm GIS official troll. Okay, that's cool. That. I mean, trolls are worthwhile. I sent Marte the link.
I was once a troll. Once upon a time. The best time to troll was the 2016 election.
You're a lucky man. You get to argue with retards and then talk to retards. You're true. I mean, that's true. It's true. I am a lucky man in many regards. I hadn't considered that one, but why not?
I feel attacked.
Tim, is Glenn Lawrence your daddy?
Father. No, I don't think so.
Neither confirm nor deny.
Yeah. Anytime anybody asks me if I have kids, I always say not that I know of.
Yeah.
Let's see. There's already a couple of debate clippers trying to put shit out. So.
Oh yeah, I'm sure. Oh, I think I've got a clip. I think Void made me a clip. Let me see. I can get this. Yeah, there we go. All right, let's see if I can. And then. It's weird. There we go. All right. Let's share some action video.
Teamwork.
I mean, I've already seen this, and so is and Tim was there for it too. But you guys, this is a good clip. I think this is a good clip. Oh, wait.
Oh, maybe somebody brings a friend and you say, can you prove better than 10 dudes come into your mouth, you disgusting fuck, okay? You're telling me that I can't prove. How am I supposed to prove that every single person that got up with their
dick in here, bro?
shit, maybe on camera,
Let him
okay?
answer hold on.
Let me ask the fucking question, okay? Let me answer the question, okay? And 10 people show up at my house, maybe 11 or 12, maybe somebody brings a friend, and you say, can you prove better than 10 dudes come into your mouth, you disgusting fuck, okay? You're telling me that I can't prove. How am I supposed to prove that every single person that got up with their
dick in here, bro?
Shit, maybe on camera,
let him answer the hold on.
Let me ask the fucking question, okay?
Yikes.
That was genuinely funny.
That was genuinely funny, right? Like, you're the only one who sucks dick in here, bro. That was funny. That was funny. Why is it not? There we go. That was genuinely funny. There's a lot better clips out there, but that one was good.
Yeah.
It literally had everybody laughing. I mean, it had the one guy about to fall out of his chair.
Yeah, that was funny.
Yeah, that was good. That was awesome.
I know some people dropped off, but I think everybody pulled their weight. So that was good. And,
well, the one guy, I can't remember, Scratch, or what was his name? Stream Rift. The Stream Rift guy, I thought he was going to be like, like couch potato-ish or what, like not pull his weight. But that dude got in there and he would swing and he was running memes in the background constantly. Like, it was fucking hilarious. And, and I thought Kung Fu Joe was going to just be like, I honestly didn't think Kung Fu Joe was going to like put up that big a fight. But there at the end, man, he started swinging, and he was swinging hardcore.
I was almost worried that too much of the J6 stuff would rely on me or Enrique, and that it would nobody would else get a chance to speak. So I'm glad everybody got to throw down rather.
Wait, hold on. Oh, come on, that's not fair. Liberals just get another pass by only having to carry their 80 pounds. Okay, yeah, sure.
Yeah, most of the clips I think are gonna most of the clips I think are going to focus on taking things out of context, or the many times they tried to play word games to make us seem disingenuous. But I think that's probably what it's going to be.
That's what's going to happen for sure, 100%. Yeah. There's no way, there's no world that we live in where the case would be that, other than the clips that my guys put out, where this is going to be like genuine, like people are really going to be like, upfront with this, and show the kind of the beginning of the intro, the funny bit, and then the outro. One of the things I need to do though is I need to find somebody that has a time that watches a stream that can like put several things together, like clip this where he's like talking about, sucking 10 cocks or whatever. And then, have gay, like pop up on the screen, like the subliminal message gay, just pop up. And, there's some editing work out there. I'm just saying there's some editing work out there for somebody who has a sense of humor, and can get shit done. I don't think I'm going to get Clover Tack up here to do Gun Prattle, and Marte. I sent him the link. He's not doing anything right now. I don't know what's going on with him. I find Glenn Lawrence, the man, the myth, the sometimes legendary.
Sometimes.
Let's see if we can get Glenn Lawrence up on camera for the first time in months. Maybe
I'm
this,
not the
definitely
biggest,
this year.
gun guy. Not the biggest gun guy, but let me find your second channel so I can subscribe.
Yeah, Gun Prattle. It's literally at Gun Prattle.
Oh, that makes sense. Gun Prattle Live. Subscribed.
Yeah. Yep. It's I only have the one video up. I'm going to be editing and adding more videos. But the Gun Prattle's like, it's legit. I should do a Gun Prattle tomorrow, but I may wait till Wednesday to do one, but we'll see. I may take tomorrow off. I've been streaming the last 3 nights. I've had a debate every night. I've had a debate.
Yeah, you've definitely been consistent. So it's a lot.
I've been fucking them up. Like, that's what I do.
Yeah,
that's what I do.
Oh wait, when did you do the one on the Golden Dome yet? Was that yesterday or is that?
I did tomorrow? Golden Dome yesterday. That was actually that was actually a good. That was good. So most of the time I just kind of want to troll that non-smoker dude because he's such an arrogant fucktard. And there's something about the way his facial expressions, just everything about him makes me just want to. I literally last week when we did the Venezuela debate, I literally said Venezuela the whole time just to fuck him up, just to piss him off. Don't you know how to say Venezuela? And I'm like, Venezuela. There's an N in there. I put it there. Fuck off. I have the vectors on hand. Shoot them over. Not right. Not on this computer. I have computers for different things. So, but I will help you out. Fuck it button. So, but yeah, I just, and non-smoker last night was actually, we were on the same page on several different things. He's a tarded leftist, but he's, the thing is that he's almost more communist than leftist. And so he's, and communists are this weird version of lefty where it's they're only kind of lefty in my mind. They're actually authoritarian, and which makes them lean right on a lot of things. So
yeah, I guess I genuinely don't believe in left-right politics, and I definitely don't believe in the libertarian authoritarian axis either. The political compass thing. I just think it's so difficult to plot all of human thought onto a two-axis sort of thing. But yeah, communists face the wall. That's all.
Yeah, I mean, only good commie is a dead commie, but
better dead than red.
Better dead than red. I love that. I'm literally. I need to make a coffee mug that says "Better dead than red," and put it on my store.
It's a motto as old as time. Yeah.
I've got a bunch of stuff that I've got to get put into my store. Like I have the Not Today degen that I need to do in the store. I need to do. I got a bunch of the man card, coffee mug. I need to do that. I did the man card hat. Those are rad. I don't have one in here right now, but they're rad. What's up, Marte? How are you?
How's it going? How's my volume? You guys can hear me?
You're a little loud, but that's all right. I got you. You don't have to touch anything. There you go.
Okay. I always have some issues. Either it's
I know you
audio,
do,
visual, something going on. So
hey, man, that's the streamer life, bro.
I guess it's part and parcel with everything. Hey, what's going on, Tim Hale? It's first time I'm meeting you.
Same. Nice to meet you. It's a good day to have a good day. What's up?
So I know you couldn't really pronounce my title. It's the IFBB. It's the International Federation of Bodybuilding, the league that Arnold Schwarzenegger started. So
yeah, IFBB.
They say IFBB, but I say IFBB, International Federation Bodybuilding.
I got you, man. I got you. I'm just fucking around with everybody tonight. I just I had a debate earlier. Tim and I were in a debate. I honestly felt like I was really the only one actually debating. I felt like Destiny and Dev were just proselytizing. They were preaching from their bully pulpit. They didn't really give a shit about anything else. Tim was recounting his lived experience, which is valid.
Is it valid?
It's valid. It's valid. That's valid. It was really shitty of Dev to be like, I don't care what you saw while you were actually there. I'm going by the news reports. And I thought, that's literally the dumbest fucking thing I've ever heard in my life.
Yeah. Well, every single one of them wished death upon me, more or less, without actually saying it. And I expected that. I didn't expect anything less than pure malice.
Yeah, don't expect grace from those fucktards.
Yeah.
Tim, you had a debate with Destiny, or?
Yeah, I had earlier. Yeah, earlier it was Destiny and this dude Dev against me, Tim Hale, this guy named Kung Fu Joe, which is a Crucible guy, and Stream Rift, which may be another Crucible guy, and Enrique Tarrio, who's a president of the Proud Boys.
Oh, I think I know who Enrique is. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I've had a run-in with Destiny already. Yeah, that guy's I don't even know what to say about him. He's just somebody I'd rather not deal with, but I'll deal with him if I have to.
I got him several times. So
yeah.
It was funny. You can't go into that, at least I didn't go into it being too serious. They were super I think they were super zoned in.
Well, they were really trying to attack you. It's hard to attack me because what are they going to say? Really? Like, other than trying to call me stupid. And I'm like, no, you're dumb. Like, literally, like, that's the dumbest take ever. And so, but they really couldn't do anything except try and call me stupid. That's fine. But I hammered them pretty good. Kung Fu Joe got in some good hits. Enrique actually had Destiny spurging almost from word one.
Yeah.
Like it was great.
So I have a question. Did this happen on your platform or did you guys go over to their
So it was on Wix. So the way it worked
is
on
Wix platform.
Yeah,
Okay.
so Wick was looking for somebody for Destiny to beat up. And so Gibbs approached me and he's like, "Hey, do you want to be on this panel or this show with Destiny and this dude Dev about J6?" And actually the actual topic, which we never discussed, was if the Democrats are actually liable for J6, which I believe they are. We never got to that. Nobody even made open statements. It was just straight up fisticuffs right from the word go. And
I actually prepared a very long opening statement because I was expecting a more. I shouldn't have because I was expecting a formal debate or whatever. But yeah,
I do have a question because me and Destiny, we debated J6. I'm wondering how many times is he going to just go over the same thing and get his ass whooped on J6? Like, is he going to do this 3 years from now? Is this still going to be the same?
He doesn't consider it. He doesn't consider that he's losing. Okay, because he has his talking points and they're locked down. And so it wasn't even. So again, it wasn't really a debate. They, the two lefties were basically proselytizing, and they would ask questions occasionally, like, "If this, what? If this, would you agree?" And whatever. And I just, of course, I'm a very patient person. And I would just sit there and wait until Destiny, and which I knew he would. He has a very specific rhetoric that he repeats over and over. And he wasn't debating Jan 6, whether it was an insurrection or anything else that people have beat him on. He was debating. He wasn't really debating any specific thing, just that Jan 6 bad, and the right doesn't care about it. That's all. That's really the entire discussion tonight.
Even though there was no specific direction when he said fight, 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 which is what every senator or anybody running does this. And the way that we can fight is through boots on the ground, through voting. There's several ways that we can fight. So it's like,
well, we didn't really get into the fight. It was like the fight like hell thing he glossed over.
Yeah, like fight like hell could mean anything. That doesn't mean physicality. That doesn't mean overthrowing anything. And it also doesn't mean seditious events. So it's like, I hammered him on this in the debate as well, too.
Yeah. So, but he, I mean, Destiny's a good debater. He makes some good points, but I just don't think that I don't think he was really prepared for tonight because Enrique,
it seemed like he didn't have a lot of energy in the beginning. Like he was not engaged at the start. Maybe that's because he was feeling things out. Because he didn't know. No, I meant Destiny. I don't know. Maybe.
No. So I think Destiny's tactic in the beginning, and I'll watch it again. Maybe I will jump on somebody's review stream tomorrow when they're reviewing it, and I'll see what they think about it. But so in the beginning, I think Destiny. My perception was Destiny was running his usual rhetoric, right? J6 bad. J6 wasn't insurrection. He didn't even debate insurrection or not. We weren't really debating whether it was an insurrection or not. We kept pulling it back to it's a riot. It was a riot to get out of control. Enrique said the same thing multiple times. So we weren't really debating the semantics of that argument. That was not the argument. It became more about Trump bad, basically. And so I don't know. I thought it was pretty good. I waited. I didn't actually say very much until Destiny did what I knew he would do, and he fell back into some rhetoric that it's a dumb opening, and I lit him up on that, and then he got really mad about that, and then I just shut up again and waited for the next opportunity because it's a panel debate, so you kind of have to wait your turn.
Well, J6 definitionally doesn't meet the terms of like an insurrection because there's no treason, there's no seditious orders ordered by the president.
And he wasn't really getting into any of that. Like he's lost that enough that he just doesn't care, right? Like
he basically, from my perspective, it basically devolved into Trump didn't do this thing. Yes, he did.
That we wanted him to do
enough things. basically.
Yeah, he talked about the prevention as well with me. Oh, because he's because he didn't prevent it, he might as well have been, the person who initiated and caused this and all. That's where he went with my debate as well too. So
yeah,
but
which is again, it's the same rhetoric.
He didn't do either or. Like, there's a fence-sitter argument to be made from that, and he can't really reconcile any of that. So I don't know where he goes with that.
I mean, there's again, it wasn't the typical debate. It was really a lot of whataboutism, to be honest. And a lot of the whataboutism was about, what the Proud Boys did, what they were there to do. And this is where I would light Destiny up is he would post these things as facts that is complete assumption on his part. I'm like, you can't assume what Trump's motivation is at this point. You don't know. And he's like, well, it adds up if I do this, this, and this, and this is the way it is. And I'm like, no, that's how you're framing it. That's not the reality. And then he would do the same. He does the same thing with every step. It's like he's assigning a value to it that doesn't exist. And you just have to call him on that every single time.
It's still not a demonstration because he can frame things and present things. And then what he'll do is he'll reframe the same shit in a different way the next time, but he'll never demonstrate this or how or why. He'll just tell you what is. And how do you come to a what is absent a demonstration? That's the crazy part. He somehow reframes shit repeatedly in the debate. So.
Yeah, I mean, it was not a back and forth really debate. It was just, it's a panel deal and it's a WIC panel. So WIC got involved as normal.
So a brawl?
It really actually.
I don't feel like that. I don't think WIC was too over the top. I was expecting maybe he would jump in more, but I don't think. I think he just kind of gave a little input here and there.
It devolved into a brawl. I do think that there was a lot of missed opportunities to kind of hammer Dev. The thing is, I didn't hammer Dev enough, but I don't really know him, and I actually really dislike engaging with avatars, and I got the best last shot on him at the end of it. Is he was saying something smart ass about us, and I'm like, yeah, that's why you don't debate with people in avatars or some shit like that.
Did you guys record this? Is it posted anywhere?
Yeah, well, it's live. You can just roll this live back. It's at the beginning of this live.
Okay, I'll check it out. Yeah,
it'll be. I'm going to leave it public. I'm gonna I'll cut this part off and just leave the debate probably and upload it as a thing. I may even, I don't know. I gotta think about it. But right now, I mean, it's a cool episode. It certainly had a lot of potential to be a meltdown, but I actually thought I'm like super happy about about Enrique, and I would really. Fuck it button comes in with, oh, come on, damn well his girlfriend gets the best shot on him talking about Dev. You're right, I did not get the best shot on Dev. That's true. His girlfriend will do that. It's probably doing that right now, actually, which is gross and makes me feel unclean.
That is gross.
But it was, dude. Hold on. I'm going to play this. I was going to let it go, but I'm going to play this clip for you. This is part of the action from earlier. Now, it's not my action. This is Kung Fu Joe and somebody else having a little fun with at Destiny's expense. And I honestly. Enrique was hardcore. Like, I was pretty impressed, to be honest with you.
Oh, this was the full panel.
And 10 people show up at my house, maybe 11 or 12, maybe somebody brings a friend,
10
and you
dudes
say,
to
can
go
you
to your
prove,
house.
better than 10 dudes come into your mouth, you disgusting fuck, okay? You're telling me that I can't prove,
You're the
how
one
am I
who
supposed to prove that every
You're
single
the only
person
one
that
that
showed up was there,
sucked dick in
he
here,
cuts and
bro.
shit, maybe on camera,
let him
okay?
answer
Phil,
hold on.
all right?
Let
Yeah,
him
let me ask the
respond
fucking
to your
question, okay?
and
Let
then
me
you
answer
can
the question,
respond.
okay? And
That was crazy. That's a haymaker. Somebody threw a haymaker. That was pretty good. That was pretty good.
Right. Yeah, there's a lot of that.
Just like this, everybody intrinsically was like, "No, you."
Right? Yeah, he's like, "You suck 10 dicks," and everybody's like, "Wait, that's you, bro." I'm gonna read this super chat here. $5 comes in from Fuck It Button. Gross. Still true though. That's funny. True. We also have we have this this call came in earlier. Marte,
This Destiny guy, nobody watches him, folks. He screams at a screen all day. Thinks he's brilliant, total loser. I deal with presidents and generals. He debates cartoons and Discord weirdos. And then he gets on stream pretending to be a tough guy, while he's better known for sucking sausages than making sense. Absolute joke. Very sad. Total
crazy. Commander-in-Chief.
Commander-in-Chief just laid it down. He said, "You know what? Desi's a total loser."
Damn.
Oh, Bucket Button comes in. The Bucket Bucket says, "Who goes straight to 10? That's a little too much experience." Well, you can't hide money, bro. You can't hide money. And sometimes you can't hide gay. So.
That's crazy.
Oh man, but yeah, it was rad, man. And the funny thing is everybody thought that that Enrique was in like he was using like a digital background or something, and I'm like, no, bro, he's in a lobby somewhere, and literally like some girl comes walking in and just strolls right by him. That was awesome
because they were Enrique was just here in Jersey at AC. They did the World
Wars.
Yeah, that thing. I can't fucking word war. Yeah, they were just there. So.
Yeah. He's and I've got I know I didn't save Enrique. So it was something about me. Do you guys do this? I don't save people's numbers that call me, like, because we're not, unless I consider you like a friend or like. I think it's kind of creepy to just like randomly save people's numbers that call you. Like I haven't saved. Tim's called me like 3 times now. I haven't saved his number.
Wow.
Like, I'm just saying, I just don't do that. And so I was like, I didn't save Tim.
Like I didn't.
Huh?
You make me. I feel like a leper.
A leper? No. I just think it's. Isn't it a little cringe to like the minute somebody calls you, like, oh yeah, I'm going to save that for later, future reference.
I don't think it is.
You don't think it is?
You're avoiding a lot of bad when you do that. You're filtering better.
Yeah, maybe.
I feel like I have a hard time remembering phone numbers offhand, so I'd rather just on the offhand I get a call from someone. I'd rather.
Oh yeah. Yeah, that's fair. Fair enough. I'm just old, so like people call me.
And I remember in the old days I had to memorize phone numbers before the technology today. But
and don't forget to check your pager, Tim. I mean, maybe it could be in the phone book. Oh shit, what's that?
I actually had a pager.
It's acting up. Oh,
yeah, man.
I'm the old guy here, so. But it's a. So I didn't save Enrique's number. I just I was like, but I want to get a hold of him again to have him back on the show one night and just do a show with him and talk back and forth about all of this stuff, because I think it's like an awesome story. So I'm sure he's told it 100 times, but it would be cool to have him back on.
Well, all the Proud Boys from that indictment are out, and it's just funny. Everybody wants the Proud Boy narrative or whatever, but nobody actually seems to want to ask them what actually happened.
Yeah, and I do. Like I'm way more interested in hearing from Enrique than I am hear Destiny's bullshit take on it. Like 100%.
Right.
So Tim, if you next time you talk to him, just tell him I'd love to have him on the show sometime.
Yeah, no problem.
Yeah,
I'll do that right now.
I got about 10 minutes.
I'll do that right now.
I got to go train for the try to qualify for the Olympia this year. But I do have 2 debates coming up.
Yeah?
Tuesday, I'm going to be debating this guy Manar, this Muslim guy.
Oh yeah. He got destroyed by counterpoints last week.
Oh, good. Serves him good. You know, it's like, but the
what are you debating him on?
Marrying your first cousin should be socially accepted.
Huh.
Of course, I'm against that. So
yeah. You shouldn't marry your first cousin.
I don't understand why this guy doesn't eat pork when he porks his cousin, but I'm just like, that's neither here nor there.
I mean,
to me, it's just really horrible. But there's going to be
I hope he's got a defense because
shot Aisha being raped by her rapist at 12 years old, and bacon is delicious. Like, there's so much avenue I can go down. But anyways, this guy's a scumbag, and his worldview needs to be destroyed pronto.
I feel like that he really only has like one argument to make, and that is that, you know, it's kind of who will know, right?
Keeping families together.
Yeah, keeping family. Who will know, because, you know, you move to a new town or whatever, nobody knows. But the problem is that science says, and I would love to hear the argument of how he's going to get around this. Science says that fucking your cousin leads to lower intelligence, lower everything. Like, you have more birth defects, more genetic issues, more everything. And I just have no idea how he's going to get around that. Like, because that ends the argument right there. Like, I don't care what else you say about it. If you're a cousin fucker, you know that, and you need to say cousin fucker, by the way. Just
no, I'm saying incest. I'm not saying that.
That's not trademarked.
I'm saying incest for sure. And I'm also going to say your
cousin fucker is way more descriptive and accurate. It draws a much better picture.
How about the Incesticons?
The Incesticons.
You know, so here's the thing, though. I'm not going to dive into it because that fucker could be watching the stream. But my opening statement is going to be justifying the wrong turn people and the Hills Have Eyes people in a town. So I'm going to open up with this town where, hey, these people aren't bad. Look at them. You know, and I don't want to dive into it, but it's going to be crazy. This guy's going to be destroyed so bad. So we all know.
Yeah, I mean, just all the science shows that cousin fuckers it's a bad idea. It's science. You can prove it with science.
Yeah, banging your uncle's daughter may not be the best thing, right? So I'm going to dive into that more. So also, there's going to be a debate on Modern Day Debate, and it's going to be me versus that guy Dusty, whatever. But
Dusty,
yeah, that's going to happen.
Outer Dusty? Is he debating whether or not you're gay?
He always wants to attack me all the time.
I don't understand what his obsession with you being gay is.
I don't understand that, man.
I understood. You know what? I understood that it's something that, you know, it's you know, whatever. It's part of your past or whatever, you know, that it, you know.
No, being gay is not a part of my past, by the way.
Right. Right. That's no. I'm trying to figure.
This sounds bad.
It does sound bad. It's part of his past that gay websites used his image.
Yeah,
right? You can't get around.
Use my image.
Yeah, you can't get away from the fact that, you know, that there were, you know, that these companies do this, right? So what? Like, is he gay?
I mean, that's not going to change.
Generally not, because he's trying to date, you know, I mean, literally got called out in somebody else's stream for trying to hook, you know, trying to arrange a date.
Sneaky links.
No, he was open about it.
But that's not what the debate's about. You're gonna laugh when you hear about what he wants to debate.
Yes.
On Modern Day Debate. He wants to say that debate doesn't move the needle anywhere in society.
A debate about debate, huh?
Yeah, it's a debate. It's not a meta debate. It is a debate about debate. Yeah. He's saying that debate doesn't move the social needle. I mean, what do politicians do when you're going to go to your wife and you're going to say,
literally point,
what are you doing? Like, it's like, come on, man.
Literally point to Biden's performance in the debate and Kamala's performance in the presidential debates is saying Not only did it move the needle, motherfucker.
Yeah, right.
But it wrecked that shit.
Well, not only that, Grid, but just think about this. If you and your wife are going to buy a new car and you're like, okay, we've had this for about 5 years, we can upgrade. What are you going to do? You may talk about this. You may debate about this. Every home has debates before they're going to make a financial decision. It's like, I'm like, the fact that you're saying that this is not analogous to moving any social needle is the most mundane, stupid position to take. But I'll allow him to do this so that way he can be implicit on his own destruction. So, hey, man, dos volts.
Complicit, not implicit. Complicit. Just sorry, I have a tism about that. It's complicit, not implicit.
He's going to be complicit. My bad.
Yeah,
He's going to be complicit in his own just demise and destruction. That's
sorry, man. My tism hit. I'm having a good time tonight, guys.
A grammar schnazi, if you want.
Yeah, I am. I'm sorry,
I'm
bro.
one too. So yeah, I just got corrected. So
where are you debating on Cool Vic? Where are you debating?
Modern day debate.
And what's it? And the Menard guy? Where is that?
Oh no, the modern day debate is with Dusty. The other one's on Speakeasy with Menard.
Okay.
I wasn't happy with it. Speakeasy may be listening. I don't care, but I wasn't really too happy about Speakeasy because I felt like he was extremely bad faith. Also, Glenn Lawrence kept texting me throughout the debate and calling. He was like, I'm only calling to text to see if you can look at my text because I'm so infuriated about this whole thing. And I'm just like, yeah, I think that Speaky was kind of bad faith, and I called him out on this. I said, Speaky's your bad faith. And I explained this, and he got really butthurt about it. I was like, whatever, bro, I don't care. Quit being so thin-skinned, Speakeasy, and just take some honesty. So that's just my opinion.
Yeah, I don't know. Well, I extended the olive branch to anybody that feels I've wronged them the other day. I was like, hey, it's New Year. Bygones are bygones. I don't give a fuck. I don't care what you said about me. I don't care what you did. Piss me off. Now, there are some exceptions to that. Okay. Like Melanie Cosmo Fox. Fuck that dude. Mel is a fucking degenerate fuck, and I just don't have time for that shit. Same thing with like Imperious. Can't trust Imperious. Jack, just another Canadian. The shit that he said about Andrew and
oh yeah, I don't trust him in either.
Panelverse. Yeah, that's the Panelverse guy. Yeah, just another Canadian. He stole from Andrew. Then when Andrew didn't want him to do that anymore, he got all pissed off. Said a bunch of just foul ass.
He's
shit.
Still doing it. He's still stealing from Andrew.
Still
doing
the
same thing.
I know.
He's so much drama. I don't even know what's going on.
Yeah, it's
Mom, Dad, why are you fighting?
Yeah. Yeah, it's kind of like that. The shit that Jack said about Andrew, Rachel, myself, and Glenn Lawrence was just fucking foul. Like it's literally the kind of thing that I beat people's asses over. And yes, you're right, Tomiko 912. Living in Canada messes people up. Yes, that's absolutely true. That's why Jack is fucked up in the head. But I mean, there are certain people that I'm just not going to forgive those people. I don't have it in my heart. I'm sorry, I'm not that good a Christian. I'm trying, but I can't get there today. So, but everybody else, Speakeasy, Are We Not Men, all those dudes that, were kind of, have either talked shit or tried to fuck with me in the past. Bygones are bygones. Come talk to me like a man. Sack up, whatever. Or woman, if I don't know of any women I've really pissed off this year, but I'm sure there've been at least one or two.
Don't sack up, flap up.
Flap up. That's big labia matter, bro. Big labia matter.
BLM.
The only real BLM. All right. I'm getting out of here, guys. It's been a great show. It's been a great time tonight. Marte, good to see you, man. Go work out. Go qualify. What brought you back into bodybuilding, though? I thought you were done with that.
No, I wasn't done. Well, actually, something else brought me back into bodybuilding. So here's the thing, though, Tim.
You don't have to dock yourself.
I'm like one of only 3 pro bodybuilders in the state. So, this could look like pornography, right? But it's a fitness magazine. They used to have magazines everywhere, and it's like I have a whole box full of all these magazines and stuff. But it's like, so I wrote an article called "How to Be a Pro," and I wrote this article for Iron Man magazine for like 2 years. Right, that's me, and of course that's me writing the article. That's my name on the thing, right? Yeah, Marte Reyes. So I wrote this column for 2 straight years for the magazine, and I was featured all over this magazine. Of course, you know I'm not gay because on the next page, you know, some hot chick, whatever. But so I plan on getting
bots. Those are bolt-ons.
Yeah, probably bolt-on, whatever you would call them. But I want to get back into it, and the main reason I want to get back into this is because I started doing this job before school, and maybe this may be a little bit of overshare, but guys, take care of your health, because I started losing all this muscle, and I said, you know what, I'm just going to be sedentary. I don't care. I can eat whatever I want now, right? Well, as you get older and eating whatever you want, your body starts acting differently, because for years I had like the strict diet, nutrition. Next thing you know, like my pee started smelling apple juice. My vision started deteriorating really bad. And then I had like really fruity breath, and I was like, what's going on? And then my friend was like, bro, did you check your blood sugar? And I was like, no, checked it, 210. And I was like, oh, this shit is frightening. So I went on this fast for like 3 days with no food. All I drank was like electrolytes and no food, like nothing, no solid, no nothing, just water and electrolytes, right? And next thing you know, it totally reversed everything. And I said, you know what? There's no way I can be a normal person again. I'm just going to have to keep training for the rest of my fucking life. Otherwise, my body's going to just take a shit again. So I was like, I might as well fucking compete and get back on stage and represent the United States against these other nations, Germany, Italy, Europe, go to do the Europa and all this other stuff. And I might as well just have fun because I'm still a pro and I still have a shot. So I might as well take it. But the health problems led me back into competing as a pro bodybuilder again. So yeah, that's why.
That's interesting. Yeah. I know guys that have quit and they've had health issues too. I am
Make America proud, son.
There you go. $10 from the Department of Numismatics. Grit is wrong about one foreign policy issues. It is the destiny. It is your destiny of the U.S. to make Greenland the 51st state. There's gold in those mountains. Make Greenland great again and wash with tactical soap today.
Awesome.
That's
so great. Can I show you something real quick that's really interesting?
Yeah.
Give me 1 minute. I'm going to go grab it. It's actually a physical item real quick. And it was like $350 for me to buy. I might have got the last copy.
Long as it's not a firearm or a firearm accessory.
It's not TOS either, but it's crazy to even see this. Hold on 1 second. It's controversial, but it's not TOS controversial. Hold on.
Gotcha.
It's a dragon.
Trump and Epstein weren't friends, not Lowe's too. You wonder if the education system in Canadian land is all it's cracked up to be, or maybe it's just on crack. I don't know.
So would you believe it, Tim, that there's Monopoly games in every variety you've probably ever seen?
I would believe it. Transformers Monopoly.
The Monopoly games that sell would be totally crazy. So I have blacks and whites, and they have the hood and ghetto. Bro. And then only in the black section, they have liquor stores, they have EBT sections and everything else.
It's real life.
Yeah,
it's real life.
It's real life. So here's the thing, though. I'll even show you this real quick. So if you go to...
Do they have crack babies? It's not a party till you have crack babies.
You pass
go, collect 200 police station, whites pay $10,000 to bond out the bank. Blacks are held for questioning for no reason. And then you have cards.
I'm going to hell for laughing at that.
See this card. It's racist Monopoly. So this right here shows a mirror with black on it. So you get stricken with the illness that turns you into a black player for three moves. You get harassed by police. You're not eligible for the black card. And you have to go around the board with no property, no nothing. And you go straight to jail. And you have to live this life for like 4 or 5 turns or something like that. And like, it's really crazy. It's just really weird, but it's basically racist Monopoly. And I love it. So yeah. Whites make like over $200,000 in the game, but blacks are like limited to like $50,000. They don't need that much in. So Yeah.
When you pass go, you lose your credit score.
Yeah.
That might be one of the rules, too. I mean,
you start with a negative 500 credit score.
Yeah, this game is crazy.
Every corner has a Planned Parenthood.
Oh, that's funny.
Oh,
pass go. You done fucked up, white boy. No jail. Game over. Oh, damn, son.
Yeah.
Damn, we getting ganked over here. Holy shit! You can't hold accessories on live anymore. No, never. It's been that way for a while. He spent $350 for that. Wasn't he arguing just the other day that racism doesn't exist? Stares into abyss.
It doesn't. That's what he said.
Yeah.
He said it doesn't exist.
Yeah. Racist monopoly.
So if you go over to the ghetto, you have a chance of getting mugged. And then if you go over to the suburban with the white people, you'll never get mugged. You feel safe. And also the treasury and everything's on that side. But on this side, you have muggings. You have everything else. You have Harlem, Shaker Heights. Oh, that's messed up. Hit in the head by Copville. Like, it's so crazy. This game's badass. I love it.
Well, that's not right. Anyway.
It's pretty accurate. I think it's a really accurate Monopoly game, in my opinion. So yeah.
Every 3 turns is the Trail of Fear.
Yeah.
Fuck it button. Like, you could probably hold up a holster and it not be a big deal, but there are other things that are, especially the real thing is a big deal. Now, when I was a very small channel, nobody apparently gave a fuck, and I did basically whatever. And so I literally would like hold up a pistol. I didn't know any better. And but at the end of the day, the way it is now, you can't fuck around like that on YouTube. You can on Twitch to some degree, but Twitch doesn't have a defined what is or is not TOS. It just, they have a community standard, and that's whatever the fuck they say it is. And I'm actually really damn surprised that I didn't get my Twitch nuke today. What's up, Naomi? How are you? Good to see you.
Blacks can only get EBT. Whites can't ever carry these because these are black, by the way, too. So
yeah, we can't carry those now. No EBT, man.
And also, blacks can get payday loans and go to get auto title loans. Whites can't get that in their neighborhood in this game too. It's crazy.
Oh damn! $5 comes in from Fuck It Button. Oh, can't hold up a pistol anymore? I'm sorry. I thought this was America. Thanks Obama. That's funny.
Yeah, Obama did us in, man. Pretty bad.
That's funny. I'm doing very well, Naomi. You missed out on a hell of a debate stream earlier. We did start really early. We started at 5 o'clock today. I actually started at like 4:30. It's been a long ass day. So whites get ejected from the game when bankrupt. The black players get to live on in welfare once bankrupt. That's probably true.
Yeah, sounds accurate. I should play the racist Monopoly on YouTube just so everybody can be entertained. So, but
yeah,
we'll see.
Yeah, do it before you're monetized.
Yeah, do before I get monetized all over.
Don't risk your monetization on something like that.
Yeah, it's true.
There's probably
$4.99. $4.99 from Naomi Bitchomi. Respect and love. Same to you, Naomi. Good to see you. I haven't seen,
by the way. You can't buy this game anywhere. It's literally banned. That's why it costs so much money. So yeah.
But you can buy it from Japan?
No, I had to get it on on eBay. Somebody was selling this, and I was like, wow, they're actually. So I bought it. So
yeah.
Who banned it?
Some professor made it, and yeah, I got like the last copy.
Professor made it. That's legit.
It was like a liberal professor that had made this game. So
professor of racism.
Yeah.
That's actually legit. I like that. I like that a lot. So
I think the game's pretty based. So
yeah,
it's super based.
Yeah. So the guy that Kung Fu Joe just DM'd me. Oh, what the fuck? Why did I freeze? Oh, damn, I froze. Motherfucker. Kung Fu Joe may or may not pop on here in a minute. The guy who was just telling Destiny that he was the only one on panel that sucked dick.
Nice.
So, yeah.
Good.
So, maybe he'll jump on in a minute. That was funny. But yeah, the debate earlier was awesome. I've had a debate every night. Well, for the last 3 nights. So next week I don't have anything scheduled, but I'll jump into something somewhere and beat up on some people. I took most of December off, so I'm in fighting trim. So I'm also down, like my weight's way down, so I'm good. What's up?
What's up, man?
What's up? Hey, we got this great clip from earlier. I want you to see this because you're gonna really enjoy this. I just got to set it back up. This is
Marte. Nice to meet you, Marte. I've seen your debates before, man. I'm a fan.
Oh, yeah, you're gonna see a crazy debate on Tuesday. I debate this wild Muslim. Hopefully, he doesn't explode on camera and go the
oh shit,
Allah,
bro.
Allah
You
way.
should,
So,
you're super brave.
You should, yeah.
I think he's brave, actually. I think he's brave.
Yeah, it's a really fucked up prompt for sure.
And 10 people show up at my house, maybe 11 or 12, maybe somebody brings a friend, and you say, can you prove, better than 10 dudes come into your mouth, you disgusting fuck, okay? You're telling me that I can't prove. How am I supposed to prove that every single person that showed up with their shit, maybe on camera,
let him
okay?
answer that. Hold on. Let him
let me ask the
respond
fucking
to your
question, okay?
and
Let
then
me answer the question, okay? And 10 people
That was
awesome, man. I could see the wheels turning, man. You were like, wait, did he just really say that?
You can't, because he this is one of his tactics, right? And you can't let him get away with that. Like, come on, bro. You fucking suck dick, bro.
Literally. We talked about that earlier.
Like, dude, my brother hit me up. He was like, that was a solid W from you.
Yeah, that was solid W.
Angel Berber says, I hope you can get a one-on-one with Destiny so an old man can put that piece of shit in his place. I mean, yeah, I am old. Not Lowe's 2 says, shout out to Ozempic. Why, are you on Ozempic, bro?
Who?
I think he's implying that I'm on Ozempic. I dropped a bunch of weight since.
Not even how you spell it, but grammar Nazi.
Grammar
Nazi.
Yeah.
If I was in prison, I'd see those commercials every 5 minutes.
Are they really? I've seen a few online. I've clicked on some YouTube show. I guess people embed ads in their lives, and I've clicked into some lives and I've seen ads for Ozempic and another one. I can't remember the name of it.
Oh, another one was down with Rebelsis. I don't know. A lot of
I don't fucking know, dude.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah. Sorry.
Hey,
yes,
remember
I don't watch
Ovaltine?
TV though. Huh?
Remember when they came out with Ovaltine?
Ovaltine? Yeah, absolutely.
You're supposed to lose all this weight by drinking some fucking Ovaltine shit. Whatever happened to that shit?
Well, they turned it in. They renamed it some other weight loss powder. That's what.
Fuck, fat bitches be fatting, bro.
Yeah. It's interesting. I dropped. I actually dropped 40 plus pounds since June or July.
Damn, that's a nice drop, man.
It's a big drop.
That's a pretty
big drop.
That's impressive.
That's like a whole fat kid.
That's like my 5-year-old weighs 35 pounds.
That's like a bachelor breakup right there. Automatic 4 pounds, fucking depression, all this other. Yeah, automatic. All you got to do is break up with your girl, and you're gonna be good. That's it.
No, but really, the honest truth is, I just stopped. I stopped eating a bunch of junk, which is easy for me. I go in and out of keto really easily. So I would get into keto, and then I would just eat kind of less, and I didn't really care too much about the carbs, and I worked out a ton. I worked out in Yeah, June. Yeah, since you saw me in Florida, that's right. And I worked out twice a day. And now they were old man workouts, like they're not Marte workouts. They're old man workouts. But I had a routine on the machines that I would do, and I would walk so much on the treadmill and whatnot. And it's not all. It's not all diet and exercise, but it definitely. I did get to the point where I was having to take protein. I have to. And I'm not right now because I'm not working out as much. But when I was working out, I was burning off enough that I was actually starting to lose muscle instead of fat.
So right now, Grid, on your channel, we have the 4 horsemen of what I'm about to tell you right now.
Yeah.
So your chat, I'm going to say, if you super chat, it has been scientifically proven that your testosterone will go up 10% to Grid's channel. I'm telling you right now, the stats show this, and I can prove how. So if you look to my right side, you're going to see a bench base, by the way. And if you look up, you're going to see the G.I. Joe haircut. And then if you look left of that, you're going to see some pew-pews automatically. And below that, you're going to see a professional bodybuilder. So if you super chat right now, your testosterone boosted will be up 10%. If you send super chats, just let you know it's a scientific fact. I don't know where I got this information from, but yeah, all super chats boost your testosterone 10%. Yeah. Hoorah. Yeah.
So
you know what, Marte, that's an interesting observation there, because it's always the guys who are more, more right leaning, more Christian, that have a little more, a little more oomph, a little more swagger,
lead in
they
the
lift
pencil.
a little more,
a little bit more America.
Well, I'm just
lighting the loafers
out there. I'm just putting this out there, but I did have my second kid at 50. So
look, see, sending super chats to Grid One's channel will boost your testosterone up 10%. See, look.
Yeah. Powder Dusty wants to know wants to know if you're going to respond to when he about the debate. I'd assume that was on lock. Is that on lock? I thought it was on lock.
You know what, Dusty? I try to have nice words for you, but it's hard. It's tough for me to have nice things to say about you, but I'm going to try to be as cordial as possible when dealing with you.
Yeah, I like Dusty for the most part. He's just weird. He's weird.
The guy that attacks Christians constantly, base conservatives all the time, and says he's not a liberal but defends liberal ideals. Yeah, okay, cool.
He's definitely socially
one of those, huh?
Yeah, he's definitely socially liberal.
Lukewarm Judas, if you ask me. But anyways, yeah, I'll respond back to you, bro, online in my own time. I don't move when you tell me to. Powdered meth. I mean, Dusty. Anyways, slip of the tongue happens. So, yeah.
Yeah. So, let's see. Says just deal with the logistics. Link. He wants a link. Anybody opposed? I'm not opposed.
Who? This Dusty guy?
For what?
Yeah, Dusty wants a link.
Yeah, I don't give a shit.
Okay, cool.
I agree. Dusty, he should have been on the debate too. He's friends with another J6 friend of mine, Billy Cressman. He knew about he's familiar with the FBI informants in the Proud Boys.
Dusty, we had your hero on earlier, Enrique. I mean, I'm assuming he's your hero.
It's funny. The first time I talked to Dev, I was having like a debate on Wick's channel with this feminist chick about like the women's vote and stuff like that. And I don't know, I guess I was just tearing her apart so badly that he felt compelled to come on there and try to fight back for her.
You notice when it got down to me, you, and Tim and Gibbs, I think Gibbs was fucking off with something else. Once it got down to that point, they started filling the holes with lefties. And I'm like, damn, you guys need some serious reinforcement here. And I actually told my chat, I'm like, it's going to get down to just me on all these lefties and I'm going to tear them up. But they didn't. Dusty, you have the link, buddy.
After Streamer left, I was like, nah, I can't leave early.
Yeah. Don't dip out on me, bro.
Yeah, no, I was like, can't dip out on the.
You saw that debate with the FTFE Craig and that commie guy against me and Rob Noor. Did you see that one?
No, I don't think so.
Yeah, Rob got, Rob put in his time and he's like, yeah, okay, I put in my however long. I'm out of here. I got better shit to do. And I stayed.
Oh.
I stayed because I didn't want those bitches to say that we ran. And I, by myself, I fucked them up over and over and over.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, sometimes when you're you got a strong enough position, you got a good handle on your position. Doesn't matter how many people are against you. I mean, then they start dogpiling and talking over you. And
you saw how well that worked
kind of
with
hard.
Destiny.
Yeah.
You saw how well that worked when Destiny and Dev both tried to talk over me. That fucking shit doesn't work.
Yeah.
Fuck you. Shut up.
I do got to say, I got about 5 minutes left, and then I got to.
Yeah.
So
he'll be. Yeah. I sent him the link. I'm sure I did. Let me make sure I hit enter. Sometimes I don't hit enter. Nope. He's got it.
A1C down with Rebelsis.
So. But
yeah. Destiny's a fucking cuck, dude. I don't know why anyone would listen to that guy. So,
he's on a hell of an arc, I tell you that. What's up, Dusty?
Downward arc.
What up in here?
Damn, son.
Why am I cut, Kung Fu Joe? Am I hot?
No, I have my volume turned up, bro.
You're asking another guy if you're hot. Sounds sus, but
I don't. I mean, it's the jawline for me, really.
Okay, so Marte, what's the deal? When are we gonna?
Yeah,
do
that's
this?
my name, bro. Go ahead.
When are we gonna do this? What's the deal?
I already messaged James. This could be a 1v1. I don't care.
Okay.
Yeah. You got your info?
Okay.
Do you need any more information? I don't think you do, but go ahead.
I didn't get any information, any response back from you. You said we're gonna do it. You said choose a partner, and I said I want to do 1v1, and then I never heard back. So
yeah, I was busy. People have lives and shit. I'll get back to you when I can. So I mean, now I'm getting back to you.
Running
Are you
from
happy?
me.
Cool.
I think you are running from me.
I'm running from you, even though I'm.
We had the whole.
Right
we had
now
the thing set up.
that I
We had a
messaged
moderator.
James. And then when Grid One said, "Does anybody have a problem with you getting on board or on this panel?" I said, "No, I don't give a shit. Who's running?"
We had it set up. We had
Who the
a moderator.
fuck is scared of you? Come on, Dusty.
You. All right.
How?
soon
Like,
can we do
can
it?
you demonstrate my fear of you? That's a long pause and big ass crickets I'm hearing right now. Go ahead.
So
I know you're gonna deny it. You're gonna deny it. You're not scared of me.
Do you
just
guys
me
have?
blocked.
I asked for a
hold on.
demonstration, and you said you're going to. You give me an empty assertion. What a fucking. Anyways, go ahead, Grid. What were you saying?
Yeah. Give me 1 second.
Demonstrations like you blocking me, you blocking me, you blocking me. You
Okay,
saying you don't
I
trust me.
blocked
You're
you.
not joining my panel because you say it's an ambush. What? How many more?
Hold on.
demonstrations do
No,
you
I
need?
didn't say it was. I said it could be, and I do think you do ambush people. Yeah, I do. I will say that right now. Yeah.
Guys, take it down a notch. Just one. $2 comes in from Workademics 6415. Marte, are you going to stream? I think he means tonight. I don't know. I'm not familiar with Workademics. So, but anyway, so James is going to moderate. Do we have a time yet when this is going to happen? Anybody know? Time?
No,
and date?
James didn't respond to me, but he will.
Yeah. So yeah, James. Now I'm going to preface this by saying that I really like James, but it can take him a minute to respond to shit.
Well,
so
yeah.
And
do you guys know what the
originally,
prompt for the debate is?
Yeah, I know what the prompt is, and he accepted it.
Yeah, it's a one we actually discussed doing it here, which is what's more effective at moving culture, drama, or debate.
Doing it
That's
on my
not the
channel?
prompt.
I'm down. I mean, that's cool.
Okay,
Powder
what's the
Dusty,
prompt?
do you understand what the prompt? Obviously,
What
my
is the
type
prompt?
language didn't work for you. You want me to verbally tell you right now what the
Please
prompt
do.
was?
Yes.
The prompt was debate does not move the social needle. That's
Okay,
why I
so
said I wanted to do.
I left a response to you and I corrected that. That is not the prompt.
I'm not doing drama. That's your specialty. I get it. That's what you want
What
to
I'm
harp
saying
on.
is this is a debate. We're doing
Debate
a debate.
moves the social needle, and you said no, it doesn't. You said
You're
this
accusing me
before.
of being drama, but listen to how dramatic you are.
Now,
Yeah, I said
how am I being
debate-
dramatic? I'm correcting the record on this.
Debate is less effective than drama, is the argument.
That's not the prompt that I agreed to.
That's the one that I proposed.
Yeah.
So what do
I
you
reject that.
think the prompt is, Marte?
The prompt is debate does move the social needle. And me and him got into a tiff, I think earlier last year or something like that. And he said, no, it doesn't move the social needle. And we had like a little mini meta debate about that. And I said, cool, we could talk about this further. We never did. So I'd like to carry on this discussion, which you actually don't want to finish. You just want to change the subject about that original topic that we had and then say drama.
No,
which,
it was the discussion was
you
always
have
relative.
a male version of The View on your channel. That's purely drama. Whereas I do like social
discussion was
issues to try to
always
change
relative.
change the culture. Unlike you. But anyways,
if we could, guys, look, I like both you guys. If we could just drop the temperature a little bit, you guys are kind of going at each other for no reason. This seems like just some some housekeeping stuff that doesn't really need a bunch of tension to it. So,
my house is clean. I got waste management below me. It's fine.
So you guys have a tentative. Well, I mean, you don't have a date because James will get back to you. Hopefully, you guys are able to set something up.
Let's
prompt deal. You guys should probably
let's get the prompt figured out. And I don't know how long. When you say James takes a while, how long do you mean?
It could be like tomorrow.
It could be
like
tomorrow. It could be a week.
Yeah.
So
James has responded to me before, so yeah.
Yeah, just to be fair, he's usually pretty prompt when it comes to the debate stuff, but he can get really busy and just
Okay.
I've been dealing with James for like a year, and it's been good. It's been not as good.
So will you send me in Twitter? Send me a message of what you've told James, because what you just told me is not the prompt that I agreed to.
That's the prompt that I agreed to.
Okay,
what you did was change the prompt that we had originally before we even had this conversation. Or
Regardless
even
of who's
I've had this happen before, guys. I've had this happen before with debate prompts. One of the things that's really important to do is to put the prompt in writing. And he suggested X. I guess that's fine, but just put it in writing, and that way there's no like what I heard versus what you said. Kind of thing, because that's kind of what I'm hearing here. Is it's like, well, we said this, I said this. If you guys put it in, just put the prompt in writing on an X post or Discord or whatever, I think you're going to get through this a lot cleaner.
We have. I'm just dealing with somebody that's not really the cleanest person. When I did type that out on YouTube in the comments, and then I went to X, typed the same shit, and you're like, nope. Maybe you didn't read any of the things that I wrote, but I can reconcile this right now.
I don't know why you can't why can't you just have a reasonable back and forth? We're just trying to do logistics here. We're not trying to get into.
Yeah. You guys save the energy for the debate.
I can't have a reasonable back and forth. It's just frustrating because anytime you show up, Riff Raff shows up. Maybe not here on this channel because it's somebody else's.
Are you incapable of just figuring out logistics?
Dusty, we can figure this out.
Okay. How would you like to do that? Because I'm trying to do it now, but
accept the prompt that I have. You just reject it. That's the problem. We're talking past each other. I have a prompt. You don't like the prompt. I don't like your prompt. You have a prompt. That's the problem right now.
You told me to choose any prompt. I did.
Let's go back to the original prompt. That's what I want.
You want me to debate a black or white, all or nothing position. I'm not going to take that because that's not how the world is.
Oh, okay. Because you can't really do well with the black
and that's
and white
not ever
position.
that's not ever what we were discussing. It was always relative.
No, that's still relative.
Grid
if
was
debate
here.
moves the social needle.
As much as drama. It was always compared. It was always one compared to the other.
No, you never compared. That was a recent turn of events that you just added in.
Okay. Regardless, I'm not doing a black or white prompt. Do you want to do the comparative one?
I'm doing the black and white one isn't as black and white as you think so. It's not black and white.
Saying that debate does not move the social needle is a black and white. It's a yes or no paradigm.
No, it's not exactly. That's why we can have a debate over that. It's not exactly yes or no. You've actually fought with me over this in the past on a panel and said, no, it isn't, and made it a not yes or no prompt. You actually demonstrated that it's not a black and white prompt because you and I got into a debate over whether or not it moves the social needle or not.
I agree. It's not a black or white.
Oh, it's not black and white.
No,
Fuck, contradiction galore.
No, reality is not black and white. I've always been arguing the gray. It's always been relative. I've always argued drama is more effective than debate. Grid, do you recall that discussion? You were here for it. It was on your panel.
I
No.
vaguely recall it.
That
I
wasn't.
do remember. I do. I mean, obviously, to be honest with you, we've talked about this like 4 times. So, because I'm, obviously, I'm fairly meh on drama. But
okay. So,
and
I'm
you
not going to
accused
do the
me of
black
being
and
drama.
white one that you want to do.
I'm not
are
going to
you
use
saying
the
that-
drama one that you want to do.
Okay.
So
Then
again,
we need to
I
find a
think
whole
that's
new
a
prompt.
retarded prompt.
Right.
And we need to find a whole new one.
Yeah.
That's my question to you. Do we need to find a whole new prompt?
No, I think my prompt is perfect.
So Smoking Spaceman says that it seems like the prompt came from one that Smoking Spaceman had proposed for my debate show, and that is drama moves the cultural needle more than debate.
Yep.
That was the one that Smoking Spaceman had proposed for my debate show, and it seems like maybe you guys were kind of piggybacking off of that, or using.
When they say drama, do they mean the drama around the debate, or what do you mean by drama?
Yeah, they're part and parcel. You can't really separate them all the time.
Yeah.
That's the problem with that.
It seems like the
Are we
debate
having that debate?
generates drama, kind of. They kind
Yeah, you
of go
can't-
hand in hand, right?
You can't really separate them most of the time. That's the reason why I think it's stupid.
You can, sure.
Yeah, it's a stupid prompt, in
I
my
mean,
opinion.
this prompt came out of you dismissing me and saying that, oh, I'm just a drama stream.
No.
You're a debater, right? So
Nope.
you made the distinction to
That's
begin
not.
with.
No, this prompt came up on Grid Stream when I said debate does move the social needle, and you said no, it doesn't. You see how simple that is?
I hear what you're saying, and that's just not how anybody remembers
You're just not going to process what I'm saying.
Marte.
Let's do the fucking prompt.
You're rewriting the past. That's fine. If you don't
You
want
mean
to debate,
I'm restating what we said in the past?
If you don't want, are
You're
you going to
reframing
debate
everything that I just said.
Marte, are you refusing to debate the prompt as Spaceman typed it?
He's not a part of this whole thing just because he offers.
I know,
something
but I
doesn't mean
agree
it
with
was
the way he
original
worded the
that he had
prompt. I
proposed.
agree with the way he worded the prompt. Are you rejecting that?
Yeah,
prompt?
you agree with that. Yes,
Okay.
I'm rejecting that.
Okay,
That's not
then
the
we'll have to
prompt I
find a new one.
proposed.
All right, then I'll go back to the drawing board and find a whole new prompt that you can reject again. And also, you wanted me to demonstrate that
Yeah,
you're scared of me?
another
Just did.
assumptive claim.
Just demonstrated it.
Hey, Dusty, I got some drama. Watch.
And 10 people show up at my house, maybe 11 or 12, maybe somebody brings a friend,
10
and you
dudes
say,
to
can
go
you
to your
prove,
house.
better than 10 dudes come into your mouth, you disgusting fuck, okay? You're telling me that I can't prove,
You're the
how
one
am I
who
supposed to prove that every
You're
single
the only
person
one
that
that
showed up was there
sucked dick in here,
because and
bro.
shit, maybe on
That was a haymaker. That was the fucking best.
Yeah.
Everybody's
I got
brain
you
was
some
in
drama,
sync.
bro. I didn't know you were coming, but I got you a cake.
Yeah. Yeah. Admiral Gibbs sent me a message inviting me to that, and I didn't see it in time. I didn't see it for like because I don't check Discord that much, and I missed my opportunity to get on that panel, which pissed me off. But
Yeah, so Gibbs got me in and asked if I could get Tim in, if I could bring Tim along, and I'm like, I'm like, Tim, you got to come do this. You got to come do this. And Tim's like, hey, if I bring Enrique Tarrio with me, would that be cool? And I'm like, fuck yes, let's do it. And so that was the first part of the debate with Enrique and Destiny going after it is wonderful. Wonderful.
Nice.
Dangled Enrique. They were salivating like, please get Enrique.
Oh, Wick was all over it. He made so much money tonight that.
Oh yeah, I was about to say he's gloating about how much money he got.
Yeah.
He's like,
Yeah.
yeah, I made a lot of. He's
Nice to
like,
do
you know
things
who
for
won? I won.
I do think that I'm going to have to boycott debating Dev or actually anybody that doesn't cam up anymore. That's gay. It's actually gay, and I don't like that. So for my
Kinda
own
cowardly
image,
in
I
a
can't
way.
be seen on screen anymore with people that gay. Like Destiny's about as gay as it can get for me. So
sucks cock, bro.
That's right. He did. He does.
You're at about a level 10 gay. You're about level none gay.
Yeah. That's about it. Well, Dusty, I hope you and Marte can get. I actually am looking forward to seeing the debate between you two guys, and hope it happens over a modern
Everyone
day debate.
is.
Oh, it's going to happen. All my followers are looking forward to this debate too. So, yeah.
So, do you want to suggest a new prompt? Since
I suggested a prompt. Do you want me to suggest a new prompt besides my prompt that I originally proposed?
Yeah,
I think you guys could do a version of the existing prompt. I think you just need to kind of come together over it.
The issue I think that we're running into is he wants to make it an all or nothing narrative when it was never an all or nothing position.
That's not an all or nothing narrative.
Debate does not move the needle. Is all or nothing. It does or it does not. It's binary.
No, it's not binary. If we've discussed this before and it became a gray area topic.
How is it not binary?
True, Marilyn, but I'm not gone. I don't believe I'm gone. So.
Yeah, exactly.
It's true that I am fucking retarded.
You don't think I'm God, right?
10th man comes in to add in. Marte said Dusty could pick the prompt. I don't know. I don't remember that.
Yeah, he can pick the prompt, but once he picked the prompt, I was like, that wasn't the original prompt that we had decided. So, of course, I can reject a prompt as well too. This doesn't say that I can't do that either.
So,
yeah.
Are you going to do this with every prompt I suggest?
Oh, so because I do it with one, you're going to be like, okay, is this going to be a pattern? You know, it takes more than one to be a pattern, right, Dusty?
Because well, there is
patterns exist as a
hold
singular
on. Let
thing?
me talk. There is a pattern of you being avoidant.
Okay, describe.
And this looks like another step in that pattern of you being avoidant.
Give me a pattern of avoidance that I've.
No, I'm not going to. I'm just asking you a question. What I'm saying is there any point in me suggesting more?
Can you demonstrate? You just made a claim. Can you demonstrate the claim?
I know, but I made a claim to try to move to a question. I actually have a question.
So you made a false
We're not debating right now. We're not debating right now.
You're such a fallacious person. This
isn't a debate, you know.
Yeah, you're going to be just as fallacious, probably. You see what I just did? What you just did, an assumption. There you go.
You tried to turn a question into a gotcha.
Nobody's impressed by this, Dusty.
You
know what? Get another prompt, Dusty, because you're taking a big ass L on this one right now. You can't even stick to the original prompt. You're like, let's just throw drama in this shit. Not like we originally had debated in the first.
There's people here who remember the original prompt. There are people here who
you mean your people, your orbiters that are just going to parrot things.
There are also people.
The unbiased powdered crew.
Also, oh my God. I don't think Smoking Spaceman is my auditor. It's Grid's mod. There are also people who remember you saying that I could choose the prompt, any prompt. So that's fine. If you don't want to do this one, that's fine.
I can say that you can choose any prompt. Did I ever say I didn't? Okay. I couldn't agree to anything?
That's fine. This is not, we're not arguing yet. We're just doing
crying?
It's crazy.
Hey, Dusty, I have a my
dramaphobe.
I don't know if you know this, but my wife was just in China. She was in Shanghai at this hotel that a movie that she just loves. It's a Korean movie that they shot, and it's very famous the world over, except in America because we don't speak Korean. And so she did this huge photo shoot there. Here's one of the pictures from it. It's pretty nice, right?
It is.
That's a great picture. Unretouched, no AI. So, you know.
China.
I figured we needed a little feminine energy to kind of soothe some of the shit out.
I don't know if that's what we're short on, honestly. China is doing great things for my silver right now.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
China's in Beijing, at least in northern China, the economy's kind of sucking ass right now. So,
but
the tariffs are
at the beginning of this year, they put huge restrictions on silver exports, and since China's the biggest silver refiner in the world, that's really done a lot for price of silver.
I've been watching that.
Yeah, salute to China.
Dusty's all of a sudden a fan.
So.
Yes.
Okay, Grid. That's my time, man. I actually overstayed my welcome. I just wanted to get up and have a conversation with
man.
Dusty.
I appreciate it. It's interesting. You guys seem to have a lot of energy towards each other, so it's going to be an interesting debate for sure. If I can help, sort out the prompt, I'm happy to.
I have a question. Dusty, I'm going to be as good faith as possible when I ask this because I want a straight up answer.
It's
How
already
come
bad
you do
faith.
these
You might
hit
as well
pieces?
just not.
You're just gonna only you can talk right now. How come you do these hit pieces on me, Andrew, and everybody else? What's the deal with that? Do you get off on that? I'm just very curious about why you do this shit. This is like the male version of the View that you do on your channel. This isn't a jab. I'm just saying when you do these things, I'm just like, what motivates you to do these hit pieces on people?
This sort of energy right now. Exactly.
You mean me checking you on all this bullshit that you do? That energy?
The kind of energy where you want to talk shit, but want to do it behind walls.
What shit do I talk?
Bro.
Name something. What do I say about you that's personal?
I'm not going to.
Because there is none.
I'm not gonna.
What a fucking straw grab you're doing right now.
There's
Reach
one.
more.
Mm-hmm.
Because I don't fucking attack you.
Okay, how about
you
this?
do is you attack me, Andrew Wilson, Rob Noor, and everybody else unprovoked.
No, I'm provoked.
Judas.
You're provoking me right now.
Fucking crazy.
You're provoking me right now.
Yeah, with the truth. Oh shit, it burns, huh? Holy water probably does that shit too.
Truth.
Anyways, Grid.
The
it's
truth
been
is
real.
that you're a spaghetti. Are you gonna wear your spaghetti straps
Good,
to our?
good
our
seeing
debate?
you,
Marte.
You see what I'm saying? He's demonstrating what I'm saying. Hey, Tim, good seeing you. Dusty, fuck you. Grid
It's
one.
been good seeing you, Marte.
Yeah, I think it'll be a great debate, guys. I really do. I really do think it'll be a great debate.
Yeah,
Hopefully
Dusty,
he
you
doesn't-
take all
hopefully he
these
doesn't-
L's. So pick a
Hopefully
prompt.
he doesn't
and get back to me, bro.
avoid it.
Yeah.
Just pick a
All right.
prompt. Stop being a crybaby. Do
This
your
is
little
what you
drama
said last
shit.
time. I picked a prompt, and now
Obviously,
you're
we
being
all know you're
crybaby.
going to do it. So, yeah.
Why can't we be friends? Why can't we?
Damn.
Yeah, Judas was a friend once. Oh shit! What's
Dang.
up?
I thought
Anyways,
I was worse
take
than
care.
Judas. Remember? You said I'm worse than Judas. Oh, there he goes.
Yeah, he's got to go work out or something. Well, that was interesting.
I'm just trying to do logistics. I didn't. I expect.
No, I got it. I think I think there's got to be a prompt you guys can argue that it's not going to be like super really personal. So
I thought I chose a good prompt.
It's not a bad prompt. It's one that would it would end up taking me a few minutes. I'd have to take a day or two to gear up for it because I see both sides of that argument. I don't know which side I would pick to defend. So,
well, I'll figure out a new prompt and suggest it, and hopefully he doesn't do the same thing where he tries to turn a reasonable prompt into a black or white binary sort of position because those are never great.
Yeah. Mr. Boulay comes in and asks, did I hear precious metals talk? Why, yes, you did, sir.
Yes, you did.
Yeah.
I'm loving that shit right now. And I'm still buying silver.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I sold
and platinum, palladium, and gold. I all of it really. But I've started buying on trading on the paper market, which I don't trust as much. So it's a lot more of a short-term thing.
Yeah. I get it, man. I get it.
I need to pick you guys' brains on investing because I'm pretty novice at it.
Rule number one is
like
don't
you guys
take
know
advice
what
from anyone.
Noted. All right. Hey, well, Grid, I'm gonna get on out of here, man.
Yeah, I'm not far from
Tim
it.
and Dusty.
It's been a minute since Dusty's been over here, so I know a lot of people have issues or hate for him, but
sounds like Joe's one of them. Even though I don't, yeah, I don't know you, but I heard you talking shit on the way in. So, do you have anything you want to say before you get off?
You heard me talking shit about you?
Mm-hmm.
might have been
I don't
me.
know you.
I
Yeah,
know
it
you
wasn't
don't
me.
know me. That's why it was weird.
Well, I wasn't me. I didn't say anything.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't remember Joe saying anything, but we can always. I mean, it'll be recorded in video.
Right.
I don't edit my videos, so.
I was talking shit about Destiny. He sucks cock.
Yeah,
bro.
yeah, he was definitely talking shit.
Oh,
about it.
Then I apologize. I thought you said Dusty.
No,
No, Destiny.
Destiny.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I was the one in the video saying that
Okay.
you suck.
Yeah,
cock,
that was
Joe.
him that
Yeah.
was saying, Destiny, you're the only one here
My
that sucks
mistake, then.
cock. Yeah.
Yeah, but nice meeting you.
You too.
You guys have a good night.
Yeah. I can understand that. I can get. I see where you're at. Hey, thanks, Kung Fu Joe, for coming. Are you a member of the Crucible?
I don't think so. I think they capped out their membership, didn't they, recently? I think I tried to join their. I don't know.
The
I'll
Discord?
try to. I'm not in the Discord, no.
Okay. All right.
But send me an invite. Maybe I'll jump in there. I mean, I like Andrew and Jim Bob and those guys. So
Yeah.
all right.
Well,
All
you're
right,
a member
you
of
guys.
you're a member of my.
Yeah, I'm in there.
Discord.
I'm in the grid.
Yeah, there you go.
I'm in the grid, baby.
The shed. It's the shed.
The shed.
out
There you
back,
go. The
where we
shed.
beat people. We can take you out to the woodshed.
Sweet.
All right.
All right.
Well,
man.
good
Thanks
hanging
a
out with
lot.
you, Kung Fu Joe.
You too, man. Good teaming up with you guys today.
Yeah,
Take
absolutely.
care.
It was a good time.
It was.
You did
I had
well, my
fun.
child.
Thank you. All right. Have a good night, guys.
All right. Back in Tennessee comes in with $5 that says "Screw Dusty." Not with my dick.
Yeah. I'm gonna have to go back and watch that tonight, but I'm too salty still that I missed getting a spot. So
It was great, man. It was really great. I would sit there and just wait for Destiny to run into one of his normal rhetoric that's hollow and means nothing, and then just slam him on it, and then I'd shut up and let him go again. It was pretty good. They got me on a couple of things. The Ashley Babbitt cop thing, I know that I've read that the cop that shot Ashley Babbitt was not working as a Capitol Police officer, that he was private security for another, for a senator or somebody. But every article that they pulled up said that he was a Capitol Police officer, which I think
you would
I don't
have to be to have a gun inside there, wouldn't you?
Well, unless he's private security for one of the Congress people, right?
Yeah.
So I know I read that. I've just got to find it again. I mean, he could be off-duty Capitol security. What I think is the most likely thing. Glenn's got the link. Why are you guys yelling at me? Glenn's got the link in his Discord. So the only thing I could come up with where both would be true is if he was an off-duty Capitol cop who was working private security for someone, and then ended up blasting somebody and then hiding behind his in probably not really necessary qualified immunity.
You have any idea if he was doing security for a congressman or a senator, which one it would have been?
I don't. I'll find out. I'll find the article. I thought y'all were going to debate the Minnesota shooting. We kind of started to, for sure. We were getting into that. Yeah. Destiny is still 100%. Oh, did I freeze again? Some bitch.
A little bit.
All right. Sorry if you're being cordial. That's all good. So the now I lost my train of thought. So you were asking me what?
I was asking if you had any, if it was a contracted security for a congressman or senator.
I think it was.
Which one you would think it might have been?
I don't remember. I will look. I'll find it again.
Because I think obviously I would think the Capitol Police are collective security for all of them, but I mean I'm sure they all have their own private details, So.
Oh, I remember where I was going. So the thing that they asked us, Dusty, is the Minnesota ICE shooting. It was that a good shoot? And I said from my everything I know so far, I think it's a good shoot. And Destiny is married to this idea that the cop should not have stepped in front of the vehicle, and that is why it negates the fact that she nearly ran his ass over. And I'm like,
I agree with that.
You agree with that?
Yeah, I think, and I assume that Babbitt was brought into it as a comparable shooting of a civilian, or
yeah.
I think both shootings are dirty. For the same reason, largely. I mean, if you're a cop, you're the reason for your job is to create safety in a public space, right? And if you see a woman who's not being aggressive but is also not being cooperative, right?
That's my argument for Babbitt. Yeah, that's my argument for Babbitt.
Right. It works for both of them. Then jumping in front of a car, one person jumping in front, and the other one grabbing the handle of the car. I mean, like, they escalated the shit out of that situation.
Well, it's interesting. So, and I read this article, and I should have bookmarked it, and I didn't. But it was that the people who are, I guess, in charge or no, were in a position of authority over those guys, were claiming, I don't know how true this is, that initially they just stopped, asked for ID or whatever, and then at some point they decided that they were going to detain her for whatever reason, and told her to get out of the vehicle multiple times. That's when she backed up and accelerated rapidly towards the other officer. So I don't know. I do know that and I had it up just a little bit ago. There's in the Federal Criminal Code that if you purposefully accelerate towards someone, that turns it into assault, and up to deadly force can be used.
Right. Yeah, I don't disagree with that, but the cops also have some obligation of self-preservation, and I've seen a lot of body cam footage.
He does try and move out of the way. She clips his ass in the video.
She's staring at the newer video. She's looking right at him. There's actually
it's not like she's like looking over here trying to wait. She's like,
her wheels were turned away from him. She reversed clearly. She to point the front of the car away from where the cops were. Right. She reverses. The nose of the car is going away from the cops' direction, and then she goes forward. Now, she probably was looking at him because he's opening her car door.
No.
Wait,
that's a different cop.
Because I thought you could hear him like grunt as he gets kind of hit or clipped.
So one cop was at the door. The other cop was at the front.
So the one in the front is the one who shot, not the one by
who actually drew his gun and shot. Work Academics says they have her license plate. They can just pick her up later. Possibly. No reason to shoot at her. The problem is, and this is why I really want to see more of the video. And I've already seen like a bunch from a bunch of different angles. If you accelerate, so if she stopped and the cop, so I do agree that if a cop jumps in front of a moving vehicle, that's stupid and that's wrong. And I think that there's a code in literally in the federal like statute that they say that cops should not do that, and they should not make an attempt to stand in front of a vehicle that is moving. Like basically, don't step in front of a speeding car and say stop, right? But she was stopped. He stepped in front of her to block her path, which cops do all the time. They do that all the time.
No, they don't. They do fucking
okay,
not.
Right,
They don't. They'll put their cars in front of a car.
Yeah, they'll do that too. But haven't we all seen the traffic stop where the cop goes to the front and says, "Don't fucking move." When another cop starts,
I guarantee there's not a department on earth where that's like per policy that you go use.
I don't think it's policy, but I'm just saying it happens.
Yeah. I mean, using your body to block it.
I don't think he was attempting to block it. I don't think that was. I don't think he had any.
Regardless, we know that she was a non-cooperative.
Glenn Lawrence
she was non-cooperative. She wasn't moving. She wasn't getting out on her own. So to put yourself in front of
I don't know if
the
you hear me,
vehicle
but
who's already non-cooperative is.
The only people who should jump in front of cars are protesters.
What's up, Glenn?
Glenn, he'll be back. He said he's having technical difficulties. He'll be right back. He was safe off to the right until she reversed.
I mean, when I get pulled up, cops don't even walk up on the driver's side. They go all the way over on the passenger side so they don't, deal with it.
Yeah, they do that. They do that now. Yeah, for sure. 10th man, I actually am not going to go much longer, and I don't really want to turn this into I wasn't even really doing a panel. It was just me and Tim up here. I'm happy to talk to Dusty because it's been a while. And, with all the drama, it's really annoyed me that I haven't been able to talk to people. So, I'm just kind of enjoying hanging out. And Glenn, obviously, I haven't talked to Glenn in fucking forever. So,
Ted, I'll open the panel after this.
Yeah. Go hang out with us. And, I'm no offense, man.
Go hang out with Dusty.
Go hang out with Dusty.
Oh shit.
What's up, Glenn?
Not much. What are you guys doing?
We're just bullshitting right now, to be honest.
You had a good debate against the Coomer Gremlin.
Yeah, what'd you think of that?
Think he cooms a lot.
No, he was probably cooming while that was going on from my sheer manly awesomeness. But he just has to come to grips that I don't swing that way.
Well, I think what it is, like,
Cooming in the morning, cooming in the evening, cooming at supper time.
I mean, I think like the biggest problem with the whole Jan 6 argument or debate is that it doesn't meet the definition of an insurrection. Where was the other?
The fuck is this bullshit?
Where was the other like a government structure that was going to be in place? Like, if you're going to be taking out the government structure, you have to have another government structure to put in place. Where was it? So, I mean,
that's actually something we didn't really get much into. Was all the government assets and undercover cops and stuff that I had a whole list of, but we didn't really get to that.
That's been my thought in the past when I've heard Destiny, and I think it was Destiny and Andrew debate on it. It can't be is a honeypot. It can't be an insurrection if it's fucking honeypot. I mean, I guess it actually could probably be both, couldn't it? It technically.
I mean, if they have eyes and ears everywhere, I mean, that's the point of, I guess, having informants. But it's just like, how could it be? If it's an insurrection, it sure has a lot of feds helping do it. It's a little weird.
Yeah, it's like, okay, but you're supposed to be replacing the government. So with what? You're replacing the current government with the same government?
Well, that's the point, is that it's not an insurrection because they're simply trying to get the government to do its job.
Yeah, so it's a dumb debate. But
yeah,
I think it was back to the shooting of this chick. I mean, it's a clean shooting if you ask me. It meets the definition of it. I was reading up on the updated DHS use of force earlier today, and they do have a vehicle clause there, right? They said they tell you not to shoot at a vehicle unless right, the officer thinks that his life is an immediate harm or threat. So I mean, watching that video in real time, not slowing it down, I mean, it's a quick split second. Like, she's going in reverse, and then she puts it in drive. She doesn't gun it, but she does, as close as they were to her, like
she kind of guns it because the wheels spin on the ice. So,
well, I mean, it's ice,
right? I'm just saying. Yeah, it's.
But do you need to gun it
on the ice, into the ice?
You could hear the click of the door handle louder than you could hear the engine.
Well, I don't know if I heard that, but I mean,
yeah, I'm not sure that.
Here's the thing: at the end of the day, she's disobeying commands that were given. All right, and okay, officers give you a compliance test. They ask you, like, hey, do certain things. If you choose not to listen, you're telling them that your level of compliance is not high, and that they should proceed with caution and be prepared to use force if necessary.
Would include not stepping in front of a car.
Sure, you could say that. I mean, if you watch his video, he walked around the car, got her license plate, and then was proceeding to walk back around to what I thought was the side of where the other officers were. So he was in the process of walking around the front of it when she was going forward.
Yeah, that's what he should not have been doing, right? Like, we're either scared of this woman or we're not, right? So we can't have it both. If we're scared of her, why are we sitting in front of the car? If we're not scared of her,
well, I don't think he was initially scared of her. I mean, I think you're reading something into it that isn't there. I think that initially they just want her to get out of the car. She doesn't do that. In fact, she backs up and starts to accelerate, and she gets close enough to him. He doesn't move, by the way. So all of this crap about her trying to avoid him is bullshit. She actually hits him, and he's not, and he's moving out of the way to get away from her. So she didn't turn hardcore to the right to avoid him. So that's bullshit. The second thing is that she physically hit his ass anyway. Now, obviously, I don't think that she hurt him that badly, but she physically, you can clearly see in the video, he takes it to the leg. So I don't buy any of what you just said, Flo. I don't. I mean, I was with you. I was like pondering it there for a minute, but no, even if he's walking around in front of the car, if all she's going to do is drive away, why did she gun the motor, spin the tires, and head at him? He was standing there for a good hot minute off to the side. Now, he wasn't standing directly in front of the car. He was standing kind of headlight, driver's headlight area. So that's why I also don't think that when you say that she could have veered, she backed up to get away from him. I've heard that cope. I don't believe that.
I'm watching it right now.
Okay. I'm not.
Like, pedestrians have the right of way, right? I mean, you can't just hit a pedestrian.
You can't run over people.
They're holding on to her car.
Yeah, they're holding on to her car.
Yeah, they were trying to open the door to get
her to stop resisting commands.
Yeah,
right? She's obviously not obeying the law enforcement's commands that they're giving to her. I mean, if she wanted to win, let's say the law enforcement were in the wrong totally altogether, she should have just obeyed, let her go to jail, right? Then sue the shit out of the federal government, make a bunch of money, and then walk away. But because she chose to go the route that she did, she used the vehicle, and the officer felt that his life was in danger, and he fired at her.
The issue that we had here was a woman blocking traffic.
That is, again, why is she blocking traffic, though?
I don't know.
We do know exactly why.
Yeah.
Okay. Why was she blocking traffic?
So her and her wifey were protesting ICE, and they parked that vehicle there specifically to delay and impede ICE vehicles.
Yep.
And they asked her to move multiple times. She did not move. And the reason we have so much video of this is her wifey was filming it so that they could get a gotcha video to throw out on TikTok or something. This is literally the world's best game of fuck around and find out.
No, it does. I mean, but that's fine. It doesn't matter. What we have here is a woman blocking traffic. Doesn't matter why. And then what we ended up with.
It does matter why.
Hold on. No, it doesn't. Why does it matter?
Because
if you stop your vehicle in front of officers doing their job, they're going to remove you.
There's a difference between intentionally stopping your vehicle.
Get removed either way. You can't park your car sideways in the middle of the road.
Yeah, but see, there's a difference between
regardless of why you're doing it.
Like let's say your car stalled and it died, right?
Hold on, let me finish the thought. What we have here is a woman blocking traffic. What they escalated it to was a dead woman.
Okay,
she escalated it to that. She could have simply complied and moved out.
Both of them did, but the cops have the higher burden of.
But here's intent does matter here, right? The intent does matter. She's blocking traffic because she's choosing to impede or cause problems for a federal investigation. They are trying to do their job. She's obstructing justice at this point. Then they asked her to comply. She refused to comply, right? And then at that point, as they're trying to open her car door,
arrest you at that point. So
they're trying to open her car door to arrest her, and then she takes off, and the officer opens up fire. Because at that point, the vehicle is being utilized potentially as a weapon to harm.
I don't think anything will happen to these cops. I don't think they'll be found guilty of anything. What I'm saying is that this is this is not good policing. This is ego policing.
Well, now we can talk about that. I think that there are things that could have been done better by the cops. I agree with that.
I think they really failed protocol towards the end, especially after the car crashed. They didn't secure the woman. They didn't secure the car. They don't know if she is still alive or not at that point. Like, just like you would remove a firearm from somebody's hand after you shoot them, they didn't go secure the vehicle that could have been thrown in reverse and, you know, running a bunch of people over.
Watch it from another angle. Work academics, not academics.
So, like, to me, it's like they did fail when it came to following procedure, but I don't think that they were in the wrong, or the officer was in the wrong for the shooting.
Ethically or legally?
Well, illegally.
Okay, legally.
I don't even know how to say ethically, because if I would put myself in that position and I think this lady is trying to take off. I don't think that they thought that she was trying to hit them. I think that they thought she was trying to flee the scene, but
yeah,
in the process, the officer does get hit by it. So at that point, even
at that point, you've got an excuse.
Yeah, and once he gets hit, he has the right to engage in that lethal force. Because he could have said, like, you know, I don't think she was trying to evade or use this vehicle to hit me. But then, boom, wait a minute. Now she did hit me. So I guess she may have done this to try to hit me. So.
All right, Raging Patriot he's correct that if you actually watch all of the video, I always forget that there's a start to this, and I always go to where the cops are actually trying to get her out of the vehicle. She blocked an ICE vehicle that was stuck in the ice. Backup was called because a mob started to form, and the rest plays out in the videos. That's actually correct.
Who was the mob mad at?
ICE. They've been encouraged by their state government to interfere with ICE activities.
Well,
which Lola Baby says she was facing 20 years or more just on the obstruction of justice issues she engaged in. I don't know if that would.
That sounds.
But she didn't know that. She didn't know that.
Yeah. Well.
And if she would have been arrested, she wouldn't have faced 20 years anyways.
I still don't. Yeah, and I don't think, honestly, I don't think it.
Yeah.
I don't think obstruction is worth 20 years. I don't think it's worth death either.
I'm at so what I think the cops could have 100% done better. Did I freeze again? God damn it.
You got a problem.
But see, hold on. We keep on saying what the cops should have done better. There's
I'll armchair quarterback this all day.
There's two parties involved here. There's the party that's resisting the police, and then there's the police, right? There's a law enforcement.
Yeah.
We could say the cops should have done better all the time, but the woman could have just obeyed commands.
The cops are the only ones who are authorized, they have a monopoly on violence. They need to be held to a higher standard than the civil. Their job is to deal with people who need to be handled. Their job is difficult people.
That doesn't mean that the woman that is choosing not to obey commands gets a pass. She
does mean that you don't shoot her the first chance you get 3 times.
I don't think that was the first intent was to shoot her. Like that would have been.
You don't think that there are cops that want a reason to be a hero?
I'm not saying that there are cops that are not like that. I'm just saying I don't think at that and when they were trying to engage with her, their first instinct was to shoot her because their first instinct was to get her out of the vehicle, open the door, right, to stop.
Get her plates.
Yeah, like he walked around, get her plates. Like if his first instinct was to shoot her, why didn't he just shoot her when he was walking by with his camera?
Well, he didn't have a reason. He didn't have an excuse to until he walked in front of the car.
But now you're trying to claim that you know his motives, like his motives per se.
That's a destiny move.
Like we don't know what his intentions were. We could assume based off of his actions, his intentions weren't not to shoot her right away because he could have shot her when he walked up to her when she was talking to him.
Yeah, he could. No, he couldn't have not
legally, right? Yeah.
Right.
But that was his desire.
We can look at people's actions and infer motives. We can infer her motive was to get away. Right?
Didn't the girlfriend or wife
that her motive? Okay, I can infer that her motive was that she went too damn far and she realized it, and then she's like, "Fuck, I fucked myself."
Yeah. I agree.
And
she played a stupid game and she won the prize for sure.
Yeah, I mean it's sad that she lost her life. It's sad that a mother lost her life. They fit, in a way she failed her kids. She, that's just bad parenting, if you ask me. But at the same time, I'm not going to sit here and blame the cop for
walking in front of a car of a non-cooperative person.
No, he was trying to walk around the car. All right, I'm not going to blame the officer to engage in lethal force when a woman is using a vehicle that he could have perceived at the time as an action of deadly force, or his life was in immediate harm.
Yes, I mean, if he thinks his life is in harm or if he's in danger of dying, like I said, this is what I started saying. If you're scared that this person's going to kill you, then you take preventative measures. He took, he escalated it
by shooting her,
by putting himself right in front of the car.
But okay, I mean, I don't know if he was. It looked like he was walking around from his camera angle, right? From when he's walking around, he walks around the front. First time, she didn't take off then, and then he gets the plate. He sees the girlfriend or the wife, right? And then he's walking back around to the passenger side, and he's walking towards the front of the car again, right? So he had no reason to think that she was gonna gun it or try to take off, right? Because she didn't do that when he first walked around her, right? So, and then the wife did tell her to drive off, right? And so, do I think that she intended to hit him? No, but she still did hit him.
Hold on. Raging Patriot says her wife literally told her to hit the gas as well. They have audio with the new Fed body cam.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say before. I thought she yelled at
drive off.
She said to her through the window from the side. She said, drive or whatever.
Yeah, she told him to drive. So I mean, it wasn't like
you should throw this up real quick.
What's that?
I'm sharing a screen.
My question is, what would anybody else do?
I shouldn't be a cop. All right,
you should not be a cop. Yeah, I agree with that. I agree with that.
All right, we got it at a quarter speed here. Watch in front. She's backing up. He's still moving more in front of her. He posts up, draws his gun.
No, he didn't post up. That's not a post up. He's still moving.
That's a post up.
What? I want you to play. Can you play his camera? I want you to watch his camera.
Okay.
Because if you look at his camera, he's still moving when the vehicle comes at him.
Orthodox guy says they released the body cam. She full on hit him. F the hypocrites. They're only mad at the cop didn't get hurt. Well, he did get hurt. He got hit. I mean, dude got clipped.
Well, it's not as bad as the time that he did in June, though. Okay,
sure.
Like he got dragged over 100 yards in June.
Yeah. Okay.
How did he get what? How did he get dragged?
He dealt with the illegal immigrant that tried to flee this. Recently,
how did he get attached to the car?
He was on
his arm. His arm put his arm through to try to unlock the door to stop the guy taking off, and the guy just gunned it, and then he's hanging on. So he got dragged that way.
Sucky ass cops.
Well, I mean, he's doing his job.
Why is he doing the same thing?
I think I'm going to have to restart. So you guys carry on. I'll be right back.
Okay. I'm looking for the cop's body cam.
I won't be able to put it up until I get back, but just stand by. It'll take a minute.
Okay. I found it.
Okay. Hurry up. Throw it up.
Oops.
There we go. All right.
Let me slow it down. I'll put it at half speed. So he's walking around. Is that the girlfriend or something?
That's
Is that
the wife.
wifey?
Yeah, that's wifey. See, now he's walking. He's walking around.
Okay, now
He's
she's
telling-
moving and he's walking.
She's moving back and he's walking. Yeah.
And now he's walking forward. Watch, he's walking towards the car.
The car's coming towards him. He's not walking towards the car.
Look at the pavement. Look at the pavement.
Yeah. I'm looking at the pavement.
Watch the pavement move. He's walking towards it as well until she starts to move. And then
you can say he's taking a step forward, but he's still not taking a step in front of the car. Look where his position was. His position was not in the center of the vehicle. He was walking towards the side by the headlight. Like, he's
Can we
walking
just
around the vehicle.
Can we acknowledge that the wife looks like Nick Fuentes?
Oh my God, yes. I didn't want to say it, but
all right, let me play with some audio. Ah, God damn it.
Yeah, don't do it do it normal speed.
You want to come at us? I say go get yourself some lunch, big boy. Go ahead. Out of the car. Get out of the car. Get out of the car.
Drive, baby, drive. Like,
so, hold on.
Get out of the car.
So, where's the gunshot? I didn't hear it.
Right there. You hear that?
Yeah,
Right
okay,
there.
I hear that. But this is the body cam of the one that shot him, right? Or shot her.
Well, he's holding his cell phone. It's not even a body cam. This is his cell phone.
So he's holding a cell phone in one hand, a gun in the other, and he's shooting her while getting hit.
Yeah. I mean, they said it was the first shot that got her. I mean,
that's
pretty
crazy.
good. I mean, pretty good to get hit by a car, holding the phone, still maintaining holding the phone, and getting off a shot like that.
3 of them.
Well, only one hit though.
Well, you got
Instead
off
of-
3 shots.
Yeah.
Man,
Instead
been
of
to the
first-
range.
I wonder if he practiced this before.
No.
So, I mean, you can't, even though her intentions were maybe not to hit somebody, the fact that her failure to comply to law enforcement as they're giving her orders, and it resulted in her hitting an officer, would constitute that officer thinking his life is in danger and it's time to use deadly force.
I think that the moment
I think it's
that
reasonable to
the
come to that conclusion.
I think it's legal to come to that conclusion. I still think he's a douche and he's wrong, and that we should have higher standards for if we're going to give these people the authority to have a monopoly on violence, which we do. I think we need to expect better from them than to step in front of cars of non-cooperating people and then go, "Oh, she was trying to hit me." Well, yeah, bitch, you got some obligation here too. Just try to, not stand in front of cars of non-cooperative people.
Well, yeah,
All
I
right.
agree.
When I did
But again-
security for the Navy as a weapons contractor, and when I did when I guarded the base, you'd occasionally have idiots, and they would like run through the post through the checkpoint, and we could, we had the ability to like pop a thing, to
I don't know what happened. I don't know what happened.
I just logged back in, so that's what happened.
Wow.
Hey, your
I love
Luminix
software
says you're a beta. Beta.
Beta.
I mean, better than me.
Yay! The cop shot a lesbian.
That's hilarious.
You need to get an alpha cam.
An alpha cam. That sounds legit.
It actually sounds gayer than beta.
Alpha cam.
Does it though? All right, here we go. All right. Sorry about that. I don't know what the fuck happened. It's whatever. Needs an alpha version. I will work on that, you guys. I will work on getting the alpha version.
Mm-hmm.
I was listening in on my phone, so I don't feel like I missed anything. Yeah. So if she had a gun and fired it at the cop and then drops it, the cop can shoot her because at one point she posed a threat. Actually, that's a gray area. It's obvious they were just made. He got clipped. I'm not really sure.
Mad.
Oh, got it.
Yeah.
I think, like, what the officer should have done is just.
She wants the dick.
That's the best way. Is less than lethal force. I mean, well, it depends on. Never mind.
Best soundboard audio. Normally, people are annoying with their soundboards, but that's a good one.
Yeah, I got to get that one. That works. That works out. That does. So.
All right. So we all agree that the cop's a douche and he should be. But
no, we all agree that the cost.
We all agree that it's a good shoot. We think the woman was a raging legal bitch that needed the dick.
We all agree it was a legal shoot from a bad cop at an obnoxious person.
And we all
what makes
agree
him a bad cop? He got hit by a car, bro.
Yeah, it's his fucking fault. Just like she fucked around and found out, he fucked around and found out. Motherfucker walked in front of and towards a moving car or the car of a non-cooperative person. I don't feel bad for him.
See, that's where I do agree that he should have come up from behind and posted off to the fender. But then she threw it in reverse to start with. Like, what do you want, man?
I think more importantly, we're missing the fact
like y'all said that we agree. Y'all said that they decided they need to be arrested. He should have been arresting the girl who was out of the car on his side.
That's true. Well, I thought they didn't really have anything to arrest her on, though. I mean,
she's still obstructing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because they arrived as a pair, right? Or did he know?
Yeah, but the girlfriend got out, or the wife, or whatever, got out and was like off to the side filming. So she wasn't. It would be hard to make an obstruction.
No, as soon as she came up to the officer, she started following the officer. Now she's in his space. Like she's obstructing. She could. As soon as she.
Yeah, I don't know. I've seen a lot of those. I don't know.
As soon as his back was turned to her, she could have hit him with something. So that would have been.
This is an ICE agent specifically, right? What exactly is he allowed to apprehend people for besides obstruction of his official duties as a federal officer?
He's a federal agent. He can charge you with any federal law, man. Like, that's what it is. $5 comes from Chuck in Tennessee. Bleeding Heart Liberals, please. I had to add in the E's there because he wrote that out. So, thank you, Chuck. Good to see you back in the chat, by the way. I'm glad to be back after my month-long hiatus. Glad to have Glenn.
I think more importantly, we all agree that the way that the officer should have handled this, because they're both lesbian,
hear that actually
is that they should just.
She wants the dick.
I got to get that for my soundboard. You guys send me that file. I need that.
You can look up audio files on YouTube and just download them for free. Make him Google that.
No, don't make me Google shit.
Make him put that in his search history.
But maybe the officer didn't do it because he was afraid that both of the ladies were going to be like.
His penis is tiny. Hi, penis. Oh, boo, boo, boo. There you are. You're tiny. Yes, you are. Oh,
not everybody's looking at you, Dusty. We don't think it's you.
But now everybody's thinking about my penis, which I'm okay with.
That's funny.
How many people are watching?
Hold on. So you guys did hear that that I shot 2 more people doing stupid shit in their cars, right?
Well, fuck around, find out. Not my problem.
No, I did not.
Yeah.
You're such a bootlicker, Grid.
OG, send me the link, bro.
Did you hear that ICE just murdered 2 more people because they got?
I said shot. I didn't say murder.
I know. I threw that in there.
Oh, you
just assume the people.
You're just trying to fuck up my algorithm. You cocky bitch. He's trying to fuck up my algorithm.
How?
I don't know. That's what everybody says. Fucking up the algorithm.
Did you hear about these cops who've abused more retards?
my algorithm. Honestly, retard has been said so much on this channel tonight. I will not be surprised if I get up in the morning and have a strike. Plus, I tempted fate hugely tonight by having Destiny on, and I forgot that when I have all my presets so that when I do my show, it automatically streams to Twitch. Well, guess who's banned the fuck as hell on Twitch? Destiny.
Oh, is he?
Oh yeah. And you know, on
comments.
I don't know what it was. No. This goes back a lot. This goes back to Hassan getting him banned. And so Super Twitch doesn't have an actual TOS. So all they want, all those gay bastards want is to, they'll just decide that you don't meet their community standards. But the one thing they've been very clear about is if you have a banned person live on your channel, they nuke your channel too. And I don't know how, but I skated through because we're still live over there.
You should make that unlive and take it down.
I can't, not without ending this one. So that's all right.
Well,
I'm about to end it anyway.
If you're running through StreamYard, you're not running through. Never mind, I'm retarded. Yeah, there it is again.
You could do the
but
same
I think
thing
retard is back in the lexicon now.
I think
it's okay.
I think that one's okay. You just can't say it like over and over again, like retard. Yeah, you can't do
you could
hard R fellas.
If we can get the F slur back into the lexicon, I'll be a happy guy.
Yeah,
because I just miss it. It was just a good one.
That's bucket button comes in. Dear Mr. Unreasonable, we have issued you a very special removal for violating our terms of service. That's very funny. That is very funny. Yes. Hassan and Destiny both have been feuding with Asmongold, which is weird. Why would you want to feud with someone who looks like a homeless guy, even though he's got millions of dollars?
That's why.
That's enough. That's enough.
Yeah, that's why. You answered your own question.
No, you answered my question. It's like, that's one. I'm like, okay, so that's enough, right? Like, just because you look like a homeless person, you shower like once a week, but you have millions of dollars.
It doesn't even matter.
That boy is tougher than a hobo turd.
Funny. Yeah, apparently 2 people shot by federal agent in Portland identified.
Oh, they were in Portland, like Portland, Oregon?
Portland, Oregon.
Not Portland Street, like in Minneapolis?
This ice shit is going to escalate.
Escalation!
This is exactly why ice is this the wrong ice call.
The wrong ice call? Is that like the wrong ass call, just cold?
Trump, what?
You said the wrong ice call. I said, is that like the wrong ass call? Only.
How would you recommend that the government enforce the immigration policy and by removing the illegal immigrants then?
Either the way that we have our whole lives, or if we decide we need to escalate it, or if we decide we need to increase it gradually over time and not against the will of the states that they're invading.
Well, first of all, then the states that are sanctuary states, they would be actually breaking the Constitution, right? They're going against federal law. There would be
rules of naturalization, I guess.
Well, like it would be, exactly.
It's not against the Constitution.
If the federal government has laws that all the states abide by, it's them refusing to abide by the laws that the federal government is governing them by. Those are the same laws.
But you understand we can have a clash between state and federal governments without it necessarily being unconstitutional.
Yes, but like the amount of if the federal government looks at it as like a force, like a threat, right? Like the amount of illegal immigrants is a threat to the national security. National security would take precedence.
Yeah, I understand that, and I think my point is that I think it's a bit like I said with this cop. I don't think that he'll be in any trouble for it. I don't think that the federal government is doing anything illegal. I think what they are doing is handling things stupidly. This is either poor leadership. Well, no, it's poor leadership either way. It's either stupid or it's intentionally provocative.
Well, I think
Why
it's
not both?
definitely intentionally provocative for sure. But I think that is due to the how far it's gone, right?
Right. And we have allowed this problem to grow and grow and grow over our whole
absolutely.
lifetime.
Yeah.
And to just all of a sudden go, nope, we're coming in with the armored vehicles is fucking crazy. We could unwind it gradually.
I'm wondering if this has to do with, you know, the escalation of like the way that DHS and everybody's handling it is due to the fact that there have been like attempts to end DHS's, you know, officers' lives, like the shooting out in Texas, in Texas at the ICE facility. There was an issue in Chicago not too long ago. Then there was Oregon. Oregon had all those riots and stuff recently. I'm not talking about old riots.
VIP. Let's kick it. Ice, ice, baby. Ice, ice.
I just think that's funny as shit.
That is funny. So like, I mean, was it a couple months back we had Oregon, Trump had to send out more federal officers in Oregon because of the protests and stuff. So I mean, over the past year, you could say that the rise of civil disobedience or, you know, civil protests, or even the fact that they were trying to take shots at these officers doing their job has caused the law enforcement to engage the way that they're engaging.
Law enforcement. So if you send federal agents in to states where they're not wanted, cities where they're not wanted, where the locals don't want them, to pull illegals out who have been part of the community, who have been part of the community for who knows years, that's an issue. That's poor management.
Now, I would agree with you. Like I said this when they were doing this in LA. I said that I think what they should have done is got all the criminals out, the ones that are illegal, committing crimes, but the guys that are here for 30 plus years, they own like a lawn, you know, mowing business or a landscaping company, that they own the home. Like they're law-abiding citizens other than the fact that they came over here legally. I think for those people, you should just make them pay a hefty fine and move them to the front of the line. But go ahead and remove all the criminal ones, right? Get them out of here, right? But the ones that came over here that have not been on welfare, that are not abusing, you know, services, they're trying to, you know, do better for themselves. Yeah, give them a pass by making them pay a hefty ass fine and getting them to the front of the line.
Gentlemen, let's just get to the real answer. The real solution is to just annex all of North America.
Well, I mean, hold on. You guys, so two of you guys missed out on the plan from earlier. So now that we basically own Venezuela, we're going to need to make that the next American territory. Okay.
We're coming for you, Mexico. Mexico, fuck Greenland. Mexico's next.
Yeah. But so so once it's technically America, what we do is we no longer deport people. We relocate them.
Oh, great. So they're going to be like our Australia. Venezuela is going to be America's Australia.
Right. Yes. Yes. Exactly. And then no, the Democrats can't get mad because we are no longer deporting illegals. We're simply relocating them to America. Light.
America-ish.
America-ism. Yeah. What do you think? What do you think, Dusty? Is that hit?
I think that this is a manufactured problem.
Oh, it definitely is.
I mean, intentionally.
I think it's been manufactured, in my opinion. I would say it's been manufactured by the last several administrations, though.
Yeah,
I think it's still being manufactured. I mean, I know this is super anecdotal, but I talked to somebody who's, I'm not going to name, but some of you might know her actually, who lives in San Diego, and she says that she talks to Border Patrol agents, and they have orders to let people through. They're still letting people in. So if the administration is increasing the problem so they can crack down on it, you need to ask what is it that they're really trying to do.
Yeah,
here.
I would shut down the borders completely. Like nobody coming in. Anybody could go out, and you would have to be at least a citizen.
This is an interesting segue because and then this will be the last thing. I've got to go to bed. But so because I have both of you guys here, because I needed I didn't have degeneracy earlier, and now I do. So I need to make.
Wait a minute. Who you?
I didn't. He's not degenerate. So you know what? Do you know what the? Do you know? No, not you personally. You've got look at who you're opposite right now. I have King Degen right here. So let me lay this out for you guys. Do you know what the #1 visa currently issued to the United States is?
Indians.
No. Type, not nationality.
Gold card.
No, I wish, but no. The O1B.
Oh.
Which is what?
Hose.
Hose. Entertainment.
It is the hose one.
It is 304s.
Yeah,
100% adult actresses, mattress actresses.
They're actually they're issuing visas based off of their subscriber count.
That's right, and their earnings. They have to prove that they make over X amount of money through promotions, donations, whatever.
Our country is just importing hoes.
We're not even importing them. They're importing themselves.
We're letting them come over here. We're like, oh,
we're closed. We're closed to Ricardo, but big booty Latinos can come right on in, baby.
Like, I mean, the fact that we have a hoe fax in this sense, like
it is a hoe tax.
Well, no, it's a hoe fax. Like, how good of a hoe are you? You know, I need to see your subscriber count. I need to get the reviews.
That's right.
If you don't got a good review,
that's 100%.
If you ain't got a 5-star review on OnlyFans, then we're gonna have to let you go.
Yeah. You pretty much have to have OnlyFans.
And then what they do if they can't get in that way, they just go to Canada. Like, okay, you could go to Canada, you could try to improve your hoeing out there, and then we might let you
up those numbers up. Those are rookie numbers.
Yeah. The whole economics is doing really well these days.
Yeah.
Apparently.
So I figured. So I was doing some. I was going to have a debate coming up about the H-1Bs, and then I started looking into exactly how many H-1B visas are issued and where they go and all that, and how long they last, all that kind of shit. But they were always they're like third on the list for visas issued, and #1 is O1B.
Yeah,
bitches.
That's what we call part of the hoflation.
It's crazy to me. I'm not surprised that Glenn knew that. I honestly thought sure. I'm for sure shocked that Dusty did not know that.
So I don't care. I don't care where my hoes come from. their backstory is for them. I don't give a shit.
Oh man. Yeah, it's wonderful. It's wonderful. And Glenn Lawrence, you did see that Lily Phillips got baptized last week, and the water did not spontaneously combust.
Yeah, I did a video. I did a short video about it because I saw a bunch of people clapping at her, or just making just the usual Christians hating, oh my god, it's all fake. It's all fake. I'm like, so yeah, I had to do a little video about it because I thought it was kind of funny. It just pissed off a bunch of more Christians.
Nala 2.0 thing.
At least Nala actually took a little time, but this was
it did not take any time. But great, I'm gonna throw you the link in the private chat. You can put it up.
Yeah, we can talk about it later. I got to go to bed. I've got to get up in the morning. I mean, I'm supposed to get up in the morning. I'm probably not going to get up in the morning. But
fuck the morning.
You should just play it real quick. It's only 2 minutes long. It's not that long.
It's 2 minutes long. All right, hang on, me. All right, hold on. I love how they're baptizing this chick too, because it literally looks like bitch getting drowned.
I bet that bathwater is gross. I wouldn't get in it with her if I were baptized.
You're not down. Yeah, I mean,
the water is thicker.
You're not wrong.
Baptism than before it.
It's sticky.
That's crazy. It is icky. That's fucking damn right. That's icky as shit. All right, here we go.
Oh Lord.
All right. Oh damn it.
Looks like Lily Phillips found Jesus. She got baptized.
He looks like he's straight up like choking a bitch.
I don't see it. Big good. This is a good thing. I don't. And somebody explain to me.
Oh, OnlyFans to Born Again Virgin Pipeline. This is what it's about. Can we stop pretending this is about discernment? When a public sinner gets baptized, the Bible doesn't tell Christians to turn into FBI profilers or armchair psychologists or Twitter detectives screaming out grift. Like the reaction that's not spiritual maturity. That's Pharisaic rot. You know, scripture says heaven rejoices when a sinner repents, not hesitates, not side eyes, right? Not runs a background check. And yet here comes Christians finger wagging, suspicious, smug acting like grace needs their stamp of approval. Newsflash, you're not the Holy Spirit. Baptism is not a merit badge for moral perfection. It's a funeral for the old self. And you know what? Fruit doesn't show up overnight. And the Bible never authorizes you to publicly interrogate someone's heart the second they come out of the water. That's not discernment. That's religious ego. And you're trying to feel more superior to someone with a messier past. Jesus didn't save sinners after they cleaned up. He saved them to clean them up. So if your instinct is to protect Christianity from a repentant sinner instead of welcoming them, then you don't understand God and the gospel at all. You understand gatekeeping though. And here's the uncomfortable truth. Some of you aren't angry that she might be fake. You're angry that someone you think is beneath you got grace without your permission. That's the same mindset that crucified Christ. If her repentance is real, God will prove it. If it is fake, God will expose it. Either way, it's not your job to crucify her at the baptismal. You know that? So if you're more suspicious than joyful, more critical than grateful, more offended than humble, ask yourself this. When Christ saved you, would you have passed your own purity test? Yeah, that's what I thought. Exactly.
It's like Lily Phillips found Jesus. She got baptized.
I think it's a good point. Sounds right to me.
Yeah, not a lot of Christians on Twitter agreed.
Yeah, I'm not a Christian, so I guess it makes sense
I know
that they
you're
would.
Yeah, is there like a war? What do they call? What does Andrew call them? The sewing circle Christians or something like that? Is there like a culture war thing here?
Yeah, it's always been there. People act like the sewing circle Christian thing is like a new thing, but
I've never been a culture war person. But,
yeah. Well, you know, it's funny because it's the beef that seems the people that seem to do the most like this is bullshit, this is a grift, you know, are all like the more I would call pious religious-y type Christians, the ones that think that they could determine, they know someone's heart. And I'm just like, anybody that says that, you got what, are you the Holy Spirit? Like, how do you know? Like, you know, like, no, you could have your opinion about it, but I mean, why would anybody want to become a Christian? If I was her, I'd be like, why would she want to? Like, she's damned if she doesn't, right? Like, because everybody's gonna call her a degen whore, you know, forever, because the way that she's living her life. But then when she does, and she goes through the baptismal, like, oh, it's fake. She's still a degen whore. So it's like, why? Why would anybody in her shoes want to, if that's all they're hearing?
It's literally using the Lord's name in vain, isn't it? Wouldn't that be?
I mean,
wouldn't that be more good?
I would say it's more like they're acting very like a Pharisee in that sense. Like they're trying to determine if she's worthy or not, or if she's a real Christian. Like nobody could determine who's a real Christian except God.
Grid
right?
and I just want to be money changers.
Yeah.
No.
You know, and I blame myself because like this could have been handled a year ago. You know, I should have just like done the whole 1,000-guy gangbang, and when I got the offer, and just blessed her with, you know, like just she wants the dick, and then she would have repented, and then she would just been fine. I wasted a whole year of her life. She had more facials because I chose not to try to evangelize her with.
She wants the dick.
Now be careful. If you stare into her void too long, it might.
Her void. That's awesome. That's
Stare
fucking
into the
awesome.
abyss, it'll stare back.
You might just like get lost.
Well, that's the creatures that live there. That's not. Never mind.
You think
But
there's
you know-
still? You think there's still like a survivor in there from the?
There might be.
Man,
There might be
number
a couple
876. We lost him. Spelunking.
The board tied to his ass fell loose.
You know,
and he's
he
still down there. We lost a lot of good men that day.
he chose to go in there without a rope. Everybody told him you got to wear a rope around the waist.
Always bring your safety harness.
That's right.
He didn't.
That guy was obviously not OSHA approved.
His carabiner, he hadn't threaded the little lock over the carabiner. It opened and he just fell into his death.
Yeah, he was using a non-OSHA approved safety vest. He's probably an immigrant.
Goodness.
But I mean, like, I do get like the complaint about her. Like everybody's like, oh well, you know, now people are gonna say she's marriageable. I said, no, well, no, she does.
Oh no, she hoe.
Look, 1,000. No, nobody's saying that. No.
Just because you found Jesus doesn't mean that you're marriage worthy.
But,
Right?
you know,
There's a lot
but look,
there's a lot of
just a
guys
couple
that
of
are
weeks ago,
not marriage
Glenn,
worthy.
just a couple of weeks ago, you and I were having the conversation that Lily Phillips could get off the bus in Nowheresville, fucking Kansas, in a white dress and a frilly hat, and nobody'd know who the fuck she is. And when I said Kansas, he's like, "Can you tell me the bus stop?"
Look, we would know. We would know.
And nobody would know. And she could literally say, she could say, "Yeah, I've had sex, but I'm not, you know, I didn't bang 1,000 dudes in a day, or 12 hours, or 13 hours, whatever the fuck it was."
Yeah, and you know what? I mean, one thing that we haven't seen her do yet is like her podcast, you know, blitz, like media blitz that like Nala Ray did. Like immediately, Nala Ray was on this podcast media blitz.
Now,
and
I'm going to give Lily Phillips props for that. You're right.
We haven't seen that. Now, some people, I don't know if it's true, if her content is still up on OnlyFans or whatever. But we do know that there's a process to remove that stuff. You have to, like, your subscribers
You have to wait until the last subscribers pay.
Yeah, like, so there's just, if her stuff is still up, it's not necessarily her fault. You know, like, she has little to do with it at that point. So I think that so far, in my opinion, I think she's done it better than Nala Ray. You know, Nala went on a media blitz and been on a podcast for the last
Michael
2
Knowles,
years.
baby.
Michael Knowles, Lecrae, the guy in Florida. Like, she's been on several big podcasts, you know, talking about it. Oh, not to mention TPU USA. She was she was speaking at the Young Women's or Young, you know, whatever.
Don't forget, Glenn, she has her own ministry now.
Yeah. Yep. She has her online ministry. That, I mean, so unless like Lily Phillips goes down that road, I think that, you know, people need to give Lily Phillips a little bit more grace.
The 1,000 cocks in 13 hours, though. We figured it up the other night. That was like 170 yards of cock.
Oh, you know, you guys act like there's not been women in church that, like, you know, that have already had that.
170 yards. No, wait. Yeah, it's 170 yards of cock, like 500 feet of cock.
The difference between her and like the girl at church is that Lily Phillips.
We did the math. We did the math.
Lily Phillips's sexual escapades have been documented. There's a lot of women in church right now that have probably the same, if not more, body count than Lily Phillips does.
Not in 13 hours.
Maybe not 13 hours, but over a lifetime. I'm just saying.
I'm just all right. So we did this scientifically. We figured average.
Wait a minute. How did
5.5 inches per cock. And we figured it was 1,100 and some odd. It's 1,100 some odd cocks. Came out to 500 and some odd feet.
But then you didn't like account for how many black guys or Italian guys.
No. It's an average. It's an average. We could be off a little bit here and there, but it's at least 170 yards of cock. That's a football field and a half of cock.
Well, I mean, Yeah, that's a lot of dick. Her dickometer.
That's a lot of dick.
The dickometer. If she had a dickometer, it would definitely be through the roof. Like it would run out of digits.
Yes, right. 5 is small. I mean, hey man, whatever.
I mean, I think that all women should be have to pay a hoe tax because like you don't know if they're gonna hoe or not. So and they could do
trying
it.
to discourage hoes?
No, I'm not trying to discourage hoes. I'm just saying that we should just
taxation is a way to discourage.
Well, they're able to. You get taxed. I get taxed. Everybody gets taxed. Hoes don't get taxed.
Yeah, but we don't tax things that like. We don't have tariffs on critical minerals and stuff. We don't put taxes on hoes.
Mm-hmm.
No, we should. There should be.
I gotta read this really quick. $2 from Workademics. Grid, you're a cool guy. Chat needs some debate training. We'll work on that. We can do better. $5 from Chuck in Tennessee. Amazing. And Marte gets a pass.
That's amazing.
What do you mean Marte gets a pass?
I'm not really sure.
I'm gonna come up with a new debate prompt. And he's probably I suspect he's gonna do the same thing. Try to engineer it into a beneficial position for him, right? By making it too black and white. And then
I think that's what Glenn's talking about is a whole tax. It's a whole tax.
Yeah.
What, you guys don't like holes? Is that what I'm hearing?
No,
you guys think there's too much holes around here and we need to tax them so we can reduce this,
We got to eliminate national debt. Okay, we have a national debt. Wasteful spending.
We'll never get out from under it, and we're already making it worse.
Well, I mean, if you're taxing pussy, you're probably never going to get out from under that.
But like, did Chuck? I'm wondering if Chuck meant like amazing and Marte gets a pass. Or are you saying that because Marte's also a Christian? Is that why he gets a pass? Or what? I'm kind of confused on that.
I just think it's a hell of a thing. It's a hell of a thing. So let's wrap this up, guys. I gotta go to bed.
You should welcome hoes in church, okay, guys.
Hey,
welcome.
Glenn, did you see the latest picture of my wife? My wife did a very awesome photo shoot in China just recently. When she
I haven't. I haven't seen it.
Let me see if I can find that while we're waiting on whoever to do whatever and the thing of the with the people that you need to see and shit like that.
I definitely think that if you find a hoe in church, welcome them. Make them feel welcome.
Make them feel welcome.
Just don't marry them.
There are hoes in church.
Oh yeah, there are hoes in church. There's a lot of hoes in church. Trust me.
Glenn says in his best minister voice, "Trust me."
Trust me. I prayed for them.
Yes, of course. There we go. That's the latest picture.
Very nice.
From last week.
That's awesome.
It is. It's a really good picture. And that's the unread.
Who is she
the picture
staring
of
at?
You looking majestically off to the left.
I'm wondering, like, Grid, you're not there. So who is she staring at? What is his name?
It's this ridiculously expensive hotel in Shanghai that they filmed these movies at, and it's like from her favorite movie. And so they actually have a program where you go and pay some amount of money, and they literally do a photo shoot in this hotel for you. And that's what she's doing. And she actually told me they took like 200 or some odd pictures.
Well, I mean, when you get those burst shots, I mean, it's not like
like different poses and different outfits and all kinds of shit. Yeah, it's like a pro level photo shoot. So she's probably sitting there for like 5 minutes like that. Like, can I just fucking move already?
Yeah, those are not fun.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm actually, Chuck, I'm not beating up anybody about their past or Marte. Actually, I hold Marte to the same level. I say the same thing. Like, if women, just because he's a Christian and some woman decides that he's not worthy of marriage because of his past, that's okay.
I'm the one that kind of beats up everybody about that, but it's fine.
About their past.
I mean,
no, not about their past. I mean, we've talked. Glenn and I've talked a lot.
I know you made me feel like a slut when I first met you.
Well, you are a slut.
It still makes me feel like a slut.
You are you literally told me that you were a male slut. I mean, what?
I never told you I was a male slut. Now, Flo did.
I think he meant it in jest, though. I took it, as like, stay away from that dude at a party.
But I mean, if you think about it, like if just
Which is
because
right
he's a
for you.
Christian doesn't make him marriageable. Like if a woman wants to like deny him marriage because of he was in the sex working business before, then that's fine. Like just because like your past doesn't mean your past baggage is gone. Doesn't mean like the poor choices you make are washed away and there's no
Wait,
history.
so you're not actually born again?
Well,
this is an
spirit,
outrage.
in spirit, but like you're just because
All
like
right,
doesn't mean
guys.
you won't face.
Not even
consequences,
Jesus
though.
can wash that hole out.
Guys, I gotta go. I just checked the timer. I'm coming up on 8 hours on stream. So is Tim.
Okay.
I noticed that Dusty posted the StreamYard link to his channel in the private chat. You guys can go hang out over there. And
What are you going to be talking about, Flo? I need to know.
Don't know. Didn't
Talking
have a long time. Didn't have a long lead into it.
So
I'll think about it. I might if I don't have anything else to do.
You think about it.
You guys have
I'll
fun.
probably-
I'm going to get out of here. As always, be cool. Wear glasses if you need them. Go stand on somebody else's lawn. And hey, glad to have Flo and Glenn both back on the show. It's been a minute. We will. I'll catch you guys later. Go hang out with Flo.